For as long as I can remember, there was a part of me that believed in the power of a wish. Innocent, perhaps naive, but undeniably potent in its quiet hopefulness. Growing up, I often found myself in situations that required more than I could muster, and thus I turned to this intangible act, weaving wishes into the fabric of my everyday life. Yesterday was no different. It was an ordinary day, the kind of day that begins with forgotten dreams and ends with the same. I boarded the metro at my usual time, the city still shaking off the early morning mist, commuters packed like sardines, each in their own cocoon of digital distraction. My life, much like the metro itself, was a series of stops and starts, a predictable sequence of events that I half-heartedly embraced. I lived in a basement apartment, barely larger than a broom closet, the kind of space that swallows sounds and dreams alike. It was a modest abode, with chipped paint and a persistent dampness that clung to everything. But it was my sanctuary. There I could retreat from the world and indulge in the whimsical notion that one day something extraordinary might happen to me. It was on this particular day, amidst the rhythmic clatter of the train, that I first noticed something unusual. A man, perhaps in his late 40s, with graying hair and eyes that seemed to hold secrets, sat across from me. He wore a neatly pressed suit, incongruous against the backdrop of the crowded train. Our eyes met, and he offered a smile, a mere crease of his lips, but genuine enough to catch me off guard. "Morning," he said, his voice carrying a warmth that dispelled the chill of the carriage. "Morning," I replied, feeling an inexplicable pull to engage further. We exchanged pleasantries, the kind of superficial chatter that fills the silence between two strangers. But there was something about him, a familiar unfamiliarity, as if we had met before in some forgotten dream. Before I realized it, the conversation took a turn. "You seem like someone who could use a little help," he said, his tone shifting to something akin to sincerity. I laughed, a self-deprecating sound. "Doesn't everyone?" "Perhaps," he conceded, "but not everyone is deserving. You, however, seem to possess a generosity that belies your circumstances." I wasn't sure whether to be flattered or suspicious. "Generosity? I'm afraid you've mistaken me for someone else." "No mistake," he assured, his gaze unwavering. "Sometimes, those who give the most are the ones who have the least. They wish for others before they wish for themselves." His words resonated, echoing the unspoken thoughts I had buried beneath the mundanity of my routine. But how could he possibly know? "Let's say I have a gift," he continued, noticing my skepticism, "for recognizing such things. And what do you propose I do with this newfound generosity of mine?" I asked, my curiosity piqued despite my reservations. He leaned forward, his expression conspiratorial. "Allow me to offer you something in return. A wish." I chuckled, the absurdity of the suggestion clear. "A wish, huh? Like a genie in a bottle?" "Not quite," he said, his smile enigmatic, "but something similar and a tad more complex. You wish, and the world responds in kind, a reward proportional to your generosity." It was a ludicrous proposition, yet there was a gravity in his tone that made mockery feel misplaced. I humored him, playing along as if this were nothing more than a harmless diversion from the monotony of my morning commute. "All right," I said. "I'll give it a try." He nodded, a satisfied glint in his eyes. "Think on it. When you're ready, make your wish." The train came to my stop, and with a polite nod, I disembarked, leaving the stranger behind. The encounter lingered in my mind throughout the day, a puzzle piece that refused to fit, until I found myself back in my basement apartment, contemplating the possibilities. That evening, as I sat amid the shadows that crept across my walls, I allowed myself to indulge in the fantasy. If I truly could wish for anything, what would it be? I pondered over the small, the trivial, and the grandiose. In the end, I settled on something simple, almost embarrassingly so. A wish for a financial windfall, enough to lift me from the confines of my basement dwelling. With that, I closed my eyes and whispered my wish into the solitude. Days passed, and I began to forget the strangeness of that morning. Life returned to its predictable rhythm, the promise of the wish fading like a forgotten melody. I went about my days, the wish a whisper in the back of my mind, until something peculiar began to happen. At first, it was small, almost imperceptible. A chance encounter with an old friend who insisted on repaying a debt he owed, a sum I had long since written off. Then, a letter from the bank informing me of an error in my account, resulting in an unexpected refund. These occurrences multiplied, each one a modest addition to my meager finances. I couldn't help but remember the man's words, his promise of a reward proportional to generosity. Could it be that my wish was coming true? It seemed improbable, yet the evidence was difficult to deny. As the days turned into weeks, the coincidences escalated. I received word of a distant relative's passing, a person I barely knew, who had left me a modest inheritance. It was enough to make significant changes in my life, enough to move out of the basement apartment and into a place with windows that welcomed sunlight. It was during this period of unexpected fortune that I found myself wondering about the cost of my wish. The man had mentioned something about generosity, about the world responding in kind. But what did that truly mean? One evening, as I stood in my new apartment, gazing out at a view that stretched beyond the narrow confines of my former life, the phone rang. It was a charity I had donated to in the past, seeking additional assistance. I obliged, feeling almost compelled to give back, as if there were a balance to be maintained. The next day, I encountered an elderly woman struggling with her shopping. Without hesitation, I helped her, feeling a warmth in the act that transcended the deed itself. She thanked me profusely, her gratitude genuine and infectious. These encounters became frequent, a pattern that unfolded with increasing clarity. Each act of kindness was followed by an unexpected boon, a reward seemingly calibrated to my generosity. The world, it seemed, was indeed responding in kind. However, with each reward came a growing sense of unease. The wish, once a whimsical diversion, had taken on a life of its own, a cycle that demanded both giving and receiving. I began to question the nature of this exchange, the boundaries of what was given versus what was taken. Then came the day when the cycle shifted and the balance tipped precariously. It started with an email from an organization I had been supporting, requesting a significant contribution. The amount was staggering, and though I hesitated, a feeling akin to obligation nudged me to comply. The following morning, I received notice of a job opportunity, one that promised a considerable salary increase and benefits beyond what I could have imagined. It was another gift, another reward, but the joy was tinged with a shadow of dread. What exactly had I wished for? Soon after, the disturbances began. A persistent scratching sound at my door late at night, the kind that frayed nerves and interrupted sleep. I dismissed it as coincidence, attributing it to the creaks and groans of the old building. But the noise grew louder, more insistent, until it was impossible to ignore. One evening, driven by curiosity and a hint of fear, I opened the door to find nothing but the dimly lit hallway, empty and silent. Yet the scratching continued, now echoing from the walls themselves, as if something unseen sought entry. I reached out to the stranger on the metro, desperate for answers, but he was nowhere to be found. Our encounter seemed now like a dream, a figment of imagination that left only questions in its wake. With each passing day, the disturbances escalated, manifesting in more tangible forms. Objects moved of their own accord, shadows danced in corners, and whispers filled the silence. It was as if the very fabric of reality had begun to unravel, a consequence of the unnatural balance I had unknowingly disturbed. In my desperation, I turned to the one thing I had avoided, the wish itself. It had started as a simple desire, a hope for something more, yet it had spiraled into a cycle that defied comprehension. I realized then that my generosity had become a currency, traded for rewards that bore an unseen cost. The climax came one night, the shadows coalescing into a form that stood at the foot of my bed. It was a presence, dark and oppressive, its outline shifting like smoke. I watched, paralyzed, as it leaned closer, whispering secrets into the stillness. "Everything requires balance," it intoned, a voice that resonated deep within my being. "You have taken much. Now you must give." I understood then the true meaning of the stranger's words. The world responded in kind, but it demanded a harmony I had unwittingly disrupted. My wish, though fulfilled, had become a tether, binding me to a debt that sought repayment. The entity lingered, a reminder of the imbalance I had created. It vanished with the dawn, leaving me to contemplate the cost of my desires. The disturbances, though less frequent, continued, a constant reminder of the delicate equilibrium I was now part of. In the days that followed, I found myself returning to the acts of kindness that had once brought joy, seeking solace in the balance they restored. Each gesture, though small, was an attempt to mend the fabric of my existence, to quiet the whispers and still the shadows. And so, the wish remained, a quiet echo in the recesses of my mind, a lesson in the consequences of desire and the unseen scales that govern our actions. In the end, I learned that generosity is not merely an act, but a currency of the soul, a delicate balance that demands mindful stewardship. The fear lingers still, a shadow in the periphery, a reminder of the unseen forces at play. But with it comes a newfound understanding, a clarity that guides my actions as I navigate the complexities of a world that responds, in its own mysterious way, to the wishes we dare to make. The sun hung low and unforgiving in the sky over the high desert, painting the landscape with long shadows and hues of burnt sienna. The heat shimmered off the cracked earth, distorting the horizon where the sand met the endless blue. Here, in this seemingly barren expanse, life moved at its own pace, slow and deliberate, as if time itself stretched thin across the dusty plains. I moved through the desert with a sense of purpose, my boots kicking up small clouds of dust with each step. There was something soothing about the rhythm of walking, the way the land seemed to breathe beneath my feet. I was alone, as I often preferred to be, with nothing but the whispering wind as my companion. Yet, solitude was a double-edged sword, offering both peace and the unsettling introspection that often followed too much time with one's thoughts. In this stark and unyielding place, I had learned to appreciate the small things, a scraggly cactus here, a fleeting shadow of a passing hawk there. It was during one of these moments of quiet observation that I first heard the rumors, passed down by those who dared to traverse the desert night. They spoke of an entity, a wish-granter, lurking within the swirling sands, a figure who offered escape from the desert's relentless grip, but at a price. Skepticism had initially kept me from paying heed, but curiosity had a way of planting seeds that grew despite the most barren conditions. It was on a day like any other, the sun languid in its descent, that I made the decision to seek out this elusive figure. The burden of my desires had grown too great, their weight pressing down with an insistent force. Hope and desperation wove together in a tapestry of longing, and so I ventured deeper into the desert, abandoning the well-trodden paths for the unknown. As evening approached, the air cooled and the landscape transformed under a sky that bled into hues of deep purple and orange. It was then, standing amidst the vast sea of sand, that I saw something unusual, a flicker of light in the distance, impossible to ignore in the gathering dusk. Curiosity drew me toward it, each step bringing me closer to what I hoped would be my salvation. The figure appeared as if conjured from the very air itself, an old man, garbed in robes that seemed to shift with the color of the sunset. He stood beside a stone altar, worn smooth by time, his eyes gleaming with a knowing light. There was something otherworldly about him, an aura of calm that belied the harshness of the desert around us. "You seek the wish-granter," he said, his voice as soft as the desert breeze. There was no accusation in his words, merely a statement of fact. I nodded, my heart thundering in my chest, a mixture of hope and trepidation. "They say you can grant what one desires most," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. He smiled, though the gesture did not reach his eyes. Indeed, but one must understand the terms of such a wish. Everything comes with a cost. I hesitated, doubt clouding my resolve. And what is the cost? That depends on what you wish for, he replied, his gaze steady and unwavering. But know this, wishes have a way of twisting to unforeseen ends. As he spoke, the desert seemed to hold its breath, the silence stretching between us like a tangible force. I weighed his words carefully, aware that this moment could reshape the course of my life. Yet, the allure of my deepest desire was too powerful to resist. I wish for success, I said finally, the words falling from my lips like an incantation. The old man nodded, a glimmer of something unfathomable in his eyes. Success you shall have, he intoned, and with a wave of his hand, the world around me shifted. Days passed in a blur, each one more surreal than the last. I returned to the city, where opportunities seemed to manifest with an uncanny frequency. Doors that had once been firmly closed now swung open with little more than a polite inquiry. My name began to circulate in the right circles, whispered with admiration and envy alike. It was as if an invisible hand guided my every move, shaping events in ways I could never have predicted. Yet, with each triumph came an unshakable sense of disquiet. Success, I discovered, was a hungry beast, demanding more and more with every passing day. I found myself trapped in a cycle of achievement and expectation, driven by a force I could neither control nor comprehend. The world I had once known faded into the background, replaced by a relentless pursuit of ever-elusive goals. It was in the midst of this whirlwind that I began to notice the subtle changes. Initially, they were little more than flickers at the edge of my awareness. A misplaced item, a forgotten conversation. But soon, these lapses grew more pronounced, weaving themselves into the fabric of my everyday life. Memories blurred, details slipped away, and with them, a part of myself seemed to vanish into the ether. I tried to dismiss these occurrences, attributing them to stress or fatigue. Yet the feeling of unraveling persisted, gnawing at the edges of my consciousness like a persistent itch. I realized, with growing horror, that the cost of my wish was eroding the very foundation of my identity. Desperate for answers, I returned to the desert, to the place where my fate had been sealed. The journey felt both familiar and foreign, the landscape a reflection of my own inner turmoil. Once again, I found the old man waiting, his expression inscrutable as he regarded me. "You return," he said, his voice carrying a note of inevitability. I didn't understand, I confessed, my words tumbling over themselves in my haste. The wish, it's consuming me, taking everything I am. His gaze softened, though there was no surprise in his eyes. Wishes have a way of demanding a piece of the soul, he explained gently. Success comes at the expense of self. It is a lesson learned by few. But can it be undone? I pleaded, desperation lacing my voice. The old man considered me for a long moment, the desert around us silent, save for the whisper of the wind. There are ways to reclaim what has been lost, he allowed, but they require great sacrifice. The prospect of another sacrifice, another cost, filled me with a deep sense of dread. Yet, I knew that to regain myself, I would have to face the consequences of my choice. What must I do? I asked, willing to tread whatever path was laid before me. He gestured toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle against the encroaching night. Seek the heart of the desert, he said cryptically, where the sand meets the sky. There you will find what you seek. With his words echoing in my mind, I set off once more into the vastness of the desert. The journey was arduous, each step drawing me further from the trappings of my former life and deeper into the unknown. As the night deepened, the stars shone with an ethereal glow, lighting my path across the endless dunes. It was near dawn when I finally reached the place he spoke of, a small oasis cradled within the embrace of towering cliffs. The air was cool and still, the only sound, the gentle lapping of water against the shore. Exhausted, I sank to my knees, my mind and body weary from the journey. It was there, at the edge of the oasis, that I confronted the truth of my wish. Success, I realized, was but a shadow of true fulfillment, a hollow echo of the joy I had once known. In my pursuit of ambition, I had lost sight of the things that truly mattered: connections, memories, the essence of who I was. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, I made a choice. I chose to release the hold of the wish, to untangle the threads that bound me to a destiny not of my own making. It was a painful process, wrenching at the core of my being, but with each unraveling, I felt a part of myself return. The desert seemed to watch, as if bearing witness to my transformation. When it was over, I lay back against the cool sand, the sky ablaze with the colors of morning. I felt lighter, freer, as though a burden I hadn't fully understood had been lifted from my soul. And yet, as I returned to the world beyond the desert, a lingering fear remained, a reminder of the choices I had made and the paths I had walked. I knew now the true nature of wishes, the delicate balance they demanded. It was a lesson that would stay with me always, a whisper in the wind as I journeyed through life. The desert, I realized, was not merely a place, but a reflection of one's own inner landscape, vast, mysterious, and full of secrets. And somewhere within its shifting sands, the wish granter waited, offering promises to those who dared to seek them. But I had learned that not all promises were meant to be kept, and that some wishes were best left unmade. Upon closing my eyes for what I assumed was the last time, I was met not with the void of oblivion, but with an odd sense of tranquility. Instead of the anticipated nothingness, I found myself in a place of serene, unfathomable beauty, a vast meadow stretching endlessly in all directions, bathed in a gentle golden light that seemed to originate from nowhere in particular. It was neither day nor night, and the air carried a whisper of sweet music that seemed to come from the very earth itself. At first, I wandered through this landscape with a sense of awe, my mind struggling to comprehend where I was. I felt unburdened, as if the weight of my earthly existence had been lifted, leaving only a sense of curious wonder. There were no paths, no visible signs or markers, yet I felt gently guided, as if the very air steered me towards some unseen destination. As I walked, I encountered others, silent figures drifting through the meadow, their faces serene and distant. Each was wrapped in their own reverie, barely acknowledging my presence. I realized I was not alone, but part of a vast congregation, each soul journeying in this strange, tranquil realm. Though I tried to communicate, to reach out with words or gesture, my voice was muted, swallowed by the profound silence that enveloped us all. After an endless span of time, or perhaps none at all, for time seemed irrelevant here, I became aware of a presence beside me, a figure who was not like the others. She appeared almost human, but with a radiance that marked her as something more. Her eyes, deep pools of knowing, held mine with an intensity that was both comforting and unsettling. "You are not yet meant to be here," she said, her voice clear and melodic, resonating within me rather than around me. "Your time has not come." I should have felt surprised, even alarmed, but the calmness of the place imbued me with a strange acceptance. "Then why am I here?" I asked, though my voice lacked the urgency such a question would typically demand. "There are those who watch over you," she replied, her gaze unwavering. "Protectors who guide you in life, who ensure the paths you walk lead toward your destined end. But sometimes a soul strays beyond their reach, drawn by forces they cannot comprehend." Her words were cryptic, yet they stirred something within me, a recollection of moments when my life had teetered on the edge of disaster, only to be inexplicably saved at the last moment. "Guardian angels," I murmured, a concept both comforting and surreal. "Of a kind," she affirmed, "but guardians have their own agendas, and not all are benevolent." As if on cue, the tranquil air around us began to shift, charged with a latent tension. Shadows coalesced at the periphery of my vision, swirling like ink dropped into water. The figures I had seen before were suddenly absent, leaving only the vast emptiness of the meadow and the foreboding presence of these newly formed shapes. "They seek to reclaim you," she said, her voice now edged with urgency, "to return you to the path they have chosen." Before I could respond, the shadows solidified into forms, figures that were both human and not, their features obscured yet distinct in their malevolence. They moved with a silent purpose, their intent clear in their relentless advance toward me. A primal fear gripped my heart, and I turned to flee, the desire to escape overpowering the serenity of my surroundings. Yet, as I ran, the landscape seemed to conspire against me. The meadow stretched endlessly, and no matter how fast I moved, the figures remained close, their presence a cold breath upon my neck. "Do not run," the woman's voice echoed in my mind, soothing and firm. "They feed on fear. Stand your ground." With a monumental effort, I halted, turning to face the approaching threat. The figures paused, their movements halted by my defiance. They were close enough now that I could see their faces, or rather, the absence of them, for where features should have been, there was only a shifting void. What do you want from me? I demanded, my voice rising with newfound strength. You are ours, one of them intoned, the words a hollow echo. Your life belongs to us, and we will not be denied. The woman's presence flared beside me, her light pushing back the encroaching darkness. You must make a choice, she said, her voice steady. Return to them and the life they have dictated, or forge your own path, free of their influence. A choice. The concept seemed foreign in this place, where I had been nothing more than a passive observer. Yet, as I stood there, confronted by these spectral guardians, a resolve formed within me. I had spent my life following paths laid by others, fearing the unknown and surrendering to the tides of fate. But here, in this place between worlds, I was offered a chance to defy the script. I choose my own path, I declared, the words resonating with a power I had never felt before. The shadows recoiled, their forms wavering as if struck by a mighty wind. The meadow responded, the golden light intensifying, driving them back into the depths from which they had emerged. I felt the woman's presence envelop me, a cocoon of warmth and protection, and the last vestiges of fear melted away. You have chosen wisely, she said, her voice a gentle caress. But the path you have chosen is fraught with uncertainty. You will not walk it alone, yet, nor will you be led. As her words faded, so too did the meadow, dissolving into a kaleidoscope of colors and sensations that whirled around me, pulling me back to the world I had known. I awoke with a start, the familiar confines of my room grounding me in reality. Yet the memory of the meadow lingered, vivid and undeniable. In the days that followed, life seemed different, not easier but richer, filled with possibilities I had never before considered. I felt the presence of the guardians still, watching from the edges of my perception, their influence diminished, but not entirely gone. They were no longer the benign protectors I had once imagined, but rather players in a game I had barely understood. But now, armed with the knowledge of my own agency, I ventured forward with a newfound courage. The bargain I had struck in that other place was not one of submission to a fate decreed by unseen forces, but a contract of self-determination. The guardians would not dictate my path. I would shape it myself, guided by the echoes of that golden meadow and the promise of possibility. Yet the lingering fear remained, a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. It was a reminder that the supernatural was not confined to storybooks and myths, but a part of the fabric of existence, interwoven with the mundane. The guardians would always be there, watching, waiting, but now they were aware that I knew their game, and in that knowledge was power. As I moved through the world, I carried a piece of that meadow with me, a light that illuminated my steps, and a conviction that whatever lay ahead, it was mine to shape. The fear, once paralyzing, had become a catalyst, transforming my life into an adventure rather than a sentence. For I had made the ultimate bargain, not with the guardians, but with myself. And that, I realized, was the true victory. The sun hung low in the evening sky, casting long shadows across the manicured lawns and neatly trimmed hedges of the upscale suburban neighborhood. It was a place of quiet perfection, where the quiet hum of sprinkler systems and the soft rustle of leaves created a symphony of tranquility. This was a world untouched by the chaos of the city, a haven for those who had worked hard to escape the clamor. I lived there, in a house too large for my needs, but comforting nonetheless, a monument to success that I had built over the years. Inside, the rooms were filled with polished wood, creamy whites, and tasteful artifacts collected from my travels. Each piece held a memory, a silent witness to the life I had crafted with care. On this particular evening, I sat in my study, the soft glow of the desk lamp creating a small pool of light in the otherwise dark room. I was busy with paperwork, the kind of mundane yet essential tasks that keep life orderly. My pen scratched across the paper, the only sound in the stillness, until a soft chime interrupted my thoughts. It was my phone, alerting me to the arrival of a new email. I checked it out of habit more than necessity, expecting the usual assortment of newsletters and promotions. Instead, there was a single message from an address I didn't recognize. Benefactor@obscure.com. The subject line simply read, "An offer." Curiosity piqued, I opened the email. The message was succinct, almost cryptic. "Dear resident, congratulations on your enviable achievements. You have been selected for a unique opportunity. Follow the rules, complete the task, and a reward beyond measure shall be yours. Do not leave your house from now until the errand is complete. At precisely 10 p.m. tonight, go to your front door and retrieve the package. No phones, cameras, or recordings of any kind. Failure to comply will forfeit any reward. Sincerely, your benefactor." I read the email twice, looking for any clue that it might be a prank, but there was nothing. Just these strange instructions that seemed to hold an air of importance, wrapped in an unsettling vagueness. I hesitated, my logical mind weighing the absurdity of the request against the tantalizing possibility of some unknown reward. As the evening wore on, I found my thoughts continually returning to the email. I laughed at my own foolishness, yet something within me urged compliance. Perhaps it was the monotony of my routine that rendered the idea so appealing, a break from the predictable. The clock ticked its way towards 10, each minute bringing with it a flutter of anticipation. By the time the hour struck, I was at the front door, the echoes of the grandfather clock still fading into the night. I opened the door slowly, stepping out onto the porch. There, in the soft glow of the porch light, lay a plain brown package. It looked so innocuous, and yet it was heavy with promise. I picked it up, noting with a shiver that it was surprisingly cold to the touch, and brought it inside. I placed the package on the dining table and sat down, the silence of the house pressing in around me. With a cautious hand, I opened the box. Inside was a small, finely carved wooden box, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift when I looked at them. Next to it, a single sheet of paper. "Inside this box lies your task. Complete it, and the reward is yours. But take heed, once begun, it cannot be stopped. I hesitated, the weight of the words pressing down on me. It was as if the house itself held its breath, waiting for my decision. Finally, driven by a need I couldn't quite explain, I opened the wooden box. Within was a small, perfectly round stone of a deep onyx color. It was cool and smooth in my hand, the kind of stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Beneath it, another note instructed, "Place the stone in your living room. It will guide you." I did as instructed, setting the stone down on the glass coffee table. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a thin mist began to emanate from the stone, swirling and coalescing in the air above it. It was both beautiful and disturbing, a sight that defied logic. The mist thickened, taking on a form that was both there and not there. It was a figure, human in shape, but lacking detail, like a reflection seen through frosted glass. A voice, soft and whispering, filled the room, seeming to emanate from the mist itself. "Remember the rules," it said. "Do not deviate, or all will be lost." Shivers ran down my spine, yet I felt compelled to listen, to follow whatever strange destiny had been set in motion. The figure's presence was both comforting and ominous, an enigma that promised answers wrapped in riddles. As the night wore on, the mist remained, shifting and twisting in the air. The stone, now a part of my living room, seemed to pulse with its own quiet energy, an unspoken promise of what was to come. The figure spoke again, guiding me through tasks that seemed trivial, yet required precision. "Move the stone to the north corner," it instructed, "then turn it clockwise 3 times. Each action felt like a step further into unknown depths, a journey I could no longer turn away from. Time lost meaning. The outside world faded, leaving only the confines of my home and the presence of the mist figure. My mind was a maze of questions with no answers, a labyrinth of uncertainty, obscured by the fog of the unknown. As I performed each task, a subtle shift took place within me. It was as though the stone and the mist were tuning the very fabric of my being, aligning me with a purpose I was only beginning to comprehend. The tasks required focus and intent, drawing me into a state of heightened awareness where every sound and shadow took on new significance. The clock struck midnight, its chimes resonating through the house with an eerie clarity. The mist figure seemed to pause, as if acknowledging the significance of the hour. In that moment, a thought struck me, a sense of being watched, not just by the figure, but by something else, an unseen presence lurking just beyond my perception. I shook off the feeling, telling myself it was just the late hour and the strangeness of the night playing tricks on my mind. Yet it lingered, a constant companion in the periphery of my awareness. The tasks continued, each one a step deeper into the unknown. The mist figure never wavered, its constant ethereal presence a reminder of the path I had chosen. My thoughts were a jumble of anticipation and dread, a duality that mirrored the shadowy figure's nature. And then, without warning, everything changed. The stone on the table began to glow, a soft luminescence that filled the room. The mist swirled faster, its form becoming more distinct, more real. The figure's voice, once a whisper, now rang with clarity. "You are ready," it intoned, the words reverberating through me. "The door awaits." The door? My thoughts raced, trying to grasp the meaning behind the words. I felt a pull, an irresistible urge to move towards the hallway, towards the front of the house. The mist beckoned, guiding my steps with an unseen hand. As I approached the front door, the sensation intensified. The air was charged with an energy that seemed to pulse with life, a rhythm that matched the beat of my heart. I reached for the handle, hesitating only for a moment before opening it wide. What lay beyond was not my familiar front yard, but something altogether different. The landscape was a tapestry of shadows and light, a world that defied description. It was both beautiful and terrifying, an alien vista that stretched out into infinity. The mist figure stood beside me, its presence a comforting anchor in this strange new world. "Step through," it instructed, a command and an invitation wrapped in one. I hesitated, fear warring with curiosity. But the pull was too strong, the promise of the unknown too enticing. I stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the otherworldly landscape. The world shifted around me, a kaleidoscope of colors and sensations that defied reality. The ground beneath my feet was solid, yet it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The sky above was a swirling mass of stars and nebulas, a cosmic dance that spoke of vastness beyond comprehension. Yet, despite the alien beauty of the place, a sense of unease crept in. It was the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following my every move. I glanced back over my shoulder, expecting to see my house, my refuge. But it was gone, replaced by the endless expanse of the foreign land. The mist figure moved ahead, guiding me along a path that seemed to materialize as we walked. It was a journey without direction, a quest with no clear destination. The landscape shifted and changed, a living entity that breathed and sighed with the wind. Time lost meaning in that place, seconds stretching into hours, hours into days. Yet, the tasks continued, each one a test of my resolve and ingenuity. The mist figure remained my constant companion, its presence a beacon in the swirling chaos of the unknown. As we walked, the sense of being watched grew stronger, an oppressive weight that pressed down on me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, a lone traveler in a land of shadows. The mist figure seemed unaffected, its guide unwavering in the face of the unseen presence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we reached a clearing. At its center stood a door, a simple wooden structure that seemed out of place in this realm of wonders. The mist figure stopped, turning towards me with an air of finality. "This is the end," it said, its voice both a reassurance and a farewell. "Beyond this door lies your reward. But remember, the choice is yours alone." The weight of the decision pressed down on me, a culmination of the journey I had undertaken. I hesitated, my mind a whirl of possibilities and fears. Yet, the pull of the unknown was too strong, the lure of the reward too great. With a deep breath, I reached for the handle, pushing the door open with a sense of both trepidation and excitement. The world beyond the door was a place of light and shadow, a realm that existed between dreams and reality. As I stepped through, the sensation of being watched intensified, a presence that was both familiar and alien. It was the benefactor, I realized, the unseen force that had guided me to this moment. The reward was not material, but a revelation, a glimpse into the tapestry of the universe, a fleeting understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. It was knowledge and enlightenment, a gift beyond measure. The mist figure watched as I stood there, absorbing the enormity of what I had been given. Its task complete, it began to fade, leaving me alone in the strange new world. Yet, as the figure disappeared, the sense of being watched remained. It was a reminder that I was not alone, that the forces that had guided me were still present, watching, waiting. I turned, looking back at the door I had passed through. It stood open, a pathway back to the familiar world I had left behind. The choice was mine, to return to the comfort of the known, or to explore the vastness of the unknown. In that moment, I understood the nature of fear, not as something to be conquered, but as a companion on the journey, a reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond the veil. The weight of the choice lingered, a constant presence in my thoughts. Yet, with each passing moment, the fear lessened, replaced by a sense of wonder and anticipation for what lay ahead. As I stood at the threshold of two worlds, I knew that the errand was not an end, but a beginning, a step into the infinite possibilities that stretched out before me, a journey that would continue long after the mists had faded. The rain had been falling in a steady, rhythmic pattern since dawn, as if the heavens themselves were trying to cleanse the world of its many sins. I had sought refuge in an old, forgotten house, nestled deep within the dense woods of Tomskog, a place where even the whispers of time seemed to fade into silence. The locals spoke of it with hushed voices, referring to it as the house that time forgot, as if mentioning it too loudly would awaken some slumbering entity within. It was a structure of weather-beaten wood and cracked stone, its shingles missing like teeth from a crooked grin. Despite its decrepit state, there was an air of stubborn resilience about it, as if it defied the very passage of time. I had always been drawn to places like this, where the past lingered like a ghost, and stories seemed to seep from the walls themselves. My work as a writer often demanded isolation, and this house, with its promise of solitude, seemed ideal. My first few days were as I expected, quiet, with only the sound of rain tapping against the windows and the wind weaving through the trees. It allowed me the peace to write, to lose myself in the worlds I created. Yet, even as I wrote, there was an undercurrent of something else, something unspoken and unseen that gnawed at the edges of my awareness. The house with its creaking floors and whispering walls, seemed to breathe along with me, as if it were an old friend quietly watching over my shoulder. It was on the third night that I noticed it, a door that had not been there before. I had explored the house when I first arrived, mapping its every nook and cranny, yet this door was unfamiliar. It stood in the corner of the dimly lit hallway, between the study and the attic stairs, its wood dark and polished, unlike the rest of the house's faded timbers. It was an anachronism, a piece of a puzzle that did not fit, and yet there it was, as real as the floor beneath my feet. Curiosity, and perhaps a touch of writerly madness, drove me to approach it. As I reached for the handle, a chill crept up my spine, a cold breath of something ancient and patient. The handle was smooth and cool to the touch, and before I could reconsider, I turned it. The door swung open silently, revealing nothing but an abyss, a darkness so deep and profound that it seemed to swallow the light around it. Despite the unsettling nature of the door, I felt an inexplicable pull, a curiosity that demanded to be sated. I stood at the threshold, peering into the void, my mind racing with possibilities. Was it a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by isolation? Or was it something else, something far more sinister? I closed the door, convincing myself it was merely a figment of my imagination, but the image lingered, etched into the fabric of my thoughts. Sleep was elusive that night, my dreams a tangled mess of doors opening into infinite darkness. When morning finally broke, painting the world in soft hues of dawn, I found myself standing before the door once more. The house greeted me with a silence that was almost companionable, as if it understood the weight of my thoughts. Yet, as the days passed, the door's presence became increasingly oppressive. It was a silent specter, watching and waiting, an uninvited guest that had taken up residence in both the house and my mind. I found myself pacing the hall, my eyes drawn to it as if by magnetic force. Each time I opened it, the same impenetrable darkness stared back at me. A void that seemed to whisper in a language I couldn't comprehend. Yet, there was a part of me, a reckless, self-destructive part, that longed to understand, to step through and unravel the mysteries it held. As the days blurred into one another, my isolation began to take on a different texture. The house, once a refuge, now felt like a cage, with the door as its only point of escape. My writing faltered as I struggled to focus, my thoughts drifting to the door and the promise of what lay beyond it. It was as if the house was alive, its breath mingling with the wind, its heart beating in time with the rain. One stormy evening, as the wind howled through the trees and the sky wept with rain, I found myself standing before the door once more. My hand reached for the handle, with a familiarity born of repetition, and this time, as it swung open, I felt the pull stronger than ever. The darkness seemed to beckon, an invitation to step beyond the confines of my world and into another. I hesitated at the threshold, my mind a storm of conflicting emotions, fear, curiosity, dread. Each fought for dominance, a cacophony that threatened to drown me. Yet, Despite the turmoil, I felt a strange sense of calm, as if this was a decision I had been destined to make. I took a step forward, my foot hovering over the abyss. The air was cold, biting, and I felt a presence within the darkness, a consciousness as old as time itself, watching and waiting. It whispered my name, a soft, sibilant sound that resonated within my very soul, and for a moment, I felt an understanding, a connection to something vast and incomprehensible. But then, fear reasserted itself, a primal instinct that demanded I retreat. I stumbled back, slamming the door shut with a force that reverberated through the house. My heart pounded in my chest, a wild, frantic rhythm that refused to be calmed. I fled to the safety of the study, my sanctuary, where the familiar sight of my desk and papers provided a fragile sense of normalcy. The door, however, was not so easily forgotten. It lingered in my thoughts, a shadow that refused to be banished by the light of day. It was a reminder of what lay beyond, a glimpse into a world that defied understanding. And though I tried to ignore it, to focus on my work and the tangible reality of my surroundings, the pull was unrelenting. Days passed in a haze, each a mirror of the last, marked by my futile attempts to distract myself from the door's siren call. I knew deep down that it was only a matter of time before I succumbed to its lure, and the thought both terrified and exhilarated me. The house seemed to sense my turmoil, its walls closing in with a claustrophobic intimacy. The shadows grew longer, darker, as if they sought to swallow me whole. It was as if the very air was charged with anticipation, a tension that hung heavy and thick. On the seventh night, as the clock struck midnight and the world lay shrouded in darkness, I found myself once again before the door. This time, there was no hesitation, no second guessing. I opened it with a sense of finality, as if admitting to a truth long denied. The darkness greeted me with open arms, a silent promise of discovery. I stepped through, the air around me shifting as I crossed the threshold. It was like stepping from one reality into another, a transition that defied explanation. I found myself in a vast, empty expanse, a void that stretched beyond the limits of my vision. It was a world devoid of light, yet not entirely dark, a paradox that confounded my senses. Shapes moved in the periphery, indistinct and formless, whispering secrets in a language I could almost understand. There was a weight to the air, a tangible presence that pressed down upon me, wrapping around me like a shroud. And in the distance, I saw it. A figure, standing still and silent, its eyes glowing with an inner light that pierced the darkness. It beckoned to me, a silent invitation to come closer. I hesitated, fear warring with curiosity, but the pull was irresistible. I moved forward, each step an act of will, until I stood before it. The figure was neither human nor beast, an amalgamation of shadows and light, its form shifting and changing like smoke in a breeze. It regarded me with a wisdom that was both comforting and unsettling, as if it knew me better than I knew myself. In that moment, I understood. The door was not merely an entrance to another realm, but a mirror, a reflection of my own fears and desires, my secrets and lies. It was a test, a challenge, an opportunity to confront the darkness within. Reached out and the figure mirrored my movement, our hands meeting in the air between us. There was a pulse of energy, a connection that sang with the resonance of 1,000 forgotten truths. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. I was back in the hallway, the door closed and silent behind me. The house was unchanged, its quiet presence a balm to my frayed nerves. But I was different. The darkness had left its mark upon me, a lingering echo of what I had seen and experienced. I felt an understanding, a clarity that had eluded me before, and with it, a sense of peace. The door remained, a silent sentinel in the corner of the hall, but its presence no longer held the same power over me. I had faced the abyss and returned, my soul tempered by the experience. Yet, even as I resumed my daily routine, the door lingered in the back of my mind, a reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of reality. It was both a promise and a threat, an eternal enigma that would never truly be solved. As the days turned into weeks, the rain continued to fall, a constant percussion that accompanied the rhythm of my thoughts. The house, with its secrets and shadows, remained my refuge, a place where the impossible became possible. And the door? It remained closed, a threshold to a world I had glimpsed, but would never fully understand. A part of me longed to revisit it, to step through and explore the depths of the unknown. But another part, the wiser part, knew that some mysteries were best left undisturbed. For now, I was content to live with the knowledge I had gained, to savor the peace that came from facing my inner darkness. The house and its door had become a part of me, a reminder that sometimes the greatest journeys are the ones we take within ourselves. Yet, even with this newfound understanding, I knew that the door would always be there, waiting. It was a part of the house and a part of me, a connection to the unknowable, a bridge between worlds. And so, I continued to write, my stories flavored by the experience, my imagination fueled by the possibilities of what lay beyond. The door remained a mystery, a riddle whispered by the wind and echoed by the rain, a reminder that even in the quietest corners of the world, the darkness is never far away. The return to my childhood home was a decision made not out of desire, but necessity. My father had passed away, and the duty of overseeing his affairs fell to me, the only living son. As the car wound its way through the small, familiar town, memories layered like the rings of an ancient tree began to surface. The streets, lined with their ever-fading pastel houses, seemed unchanged. Time had left its mark, but the essence of the place remained, like a long-forgotten melody hummed on a breeze. The family home stood as it always had, stoic and unyielding, with its Victorian gables and ivy-clad walls. It was a house that breathed history, a place where stories whispered their way into the crevices of its structure. The air was crisp, laden with the scent of autumn leaves, and the faraway promise of rain. I stepped out of the car, my feet crunching the gravel driveway, and paused to take it all in. There was a comfort in the familiarity, a melancholic embrace from the past. Inside, the house seemed to sigh with the same resignation I felt. Dust motes swirled in beams of light, filtering through the lace curtains, and the floorboards creaked underfoot, as if greeting me in a language only the house and I understood. My first task was to sift through my father's affairs, a duty I approached with a somber determination. His study was a testament to his life's work, a clutter of books, papers, and curios collected over a lifetime. It was there, amidst the yellowed pages and leather-bound tomes, that I discovered something curious, a collection of notes and journal entries about local legends and folklore. My father had always been a man of science, a respected historian, yet there was an unexpected fascination with the supernatural within these pages. Among them, a particularly worn journal caught my eye. Its spine cracked under my touch, revealing a story that sent a shiver down my spine. The legend of the Strigoi, the restless undead who returned to haunt the living. The notion seemed absurd. Ghost stories, I thought, remnants of old-world superstitions. Yet, as I read on, a chill settled in my bones, not because of the words themselves, but because of the meticulous care with which my father had documented them. His notes, normally so precise and detached, seemed to indicate a personal interest, a deeper involvement. The first disturbance came that night. Sleep eluded me, the house's creaks and groans amplified in the solitude. Just as I began to drift, a sound snapped me back to wakefulness, a faint scratching, like nails on a window pane. It was rhythmic, deliberate. I sat up, straining to listen, convinced it was my imagination. Yet there it was again, unmistakable. I rose from bed, heart pounding, and approached the window. Peering through the glass, I saw nothing but the darkness of the yard, the skeletal trees swaying in the breeze. The sound had stopped, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. I returned to bed, dismissing it as some nocturnal creature passing by. Yet, a seed of unease had taken root. The following days passed in a blur of mundane tasks, yet the unease lingered. I found myself drawn back to my father's journal, to the tale of the Strigoi. It spoke of those who died under tragic or violent circumstances, their souls unable to rest, compelled to return, to reclaim what was lost. Shadows played tricks on the periphery of my vision, and each night the scratching resumed, always at the window, always when the clock ticked past midnight. I confided in the local priest, an old family friend who had known my father well. His reaction was unexpected. Father Michael listened with a grave expression, nodding thoughtfully. "Your father was a man of reason," he said, "but even he could not deny the peculiarities surrounding these legends. There's more truth in folklore than we often care to admit." His words did little to ease my growing apprehension. Each night the phenomena escalated, not just the scratching, but footsteps on the stairs, a fleeting shadow darting at the edge of my sight. The air turned colder, the temperature plummeting inexplicably within the confines of the house. I took to wandering the corridors, sleep-deprived and tense, trying to catch a glimpse of the phantom that plagued me. The climax came on the eve of my father's funeral. Exhausted, my nerves frayed, I sat in the study, surrounded by the remnants of his life. The clock struck midnight, and the house fell into its familiar silence. Then, a new sound emerged, the unmistakable creak of the front door opening. I froze, breath caught in my throat, ears straining to catch any further noise. Slowly, deliberately, I moved towards the sound, each step heavy with dread. What I saw defied reason. A figure standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the pale moonlight. It was a man, tall and thin, his posture eerily familiar. For a moment, I thought my mind was playing tricks, conjuring hallucinations from the depths of my fatigue. But the figure moved, stepping into the house with a fluid grace. As he entered the study, my heart stilled, my mind reeling with disbelief. It was my father, or what once was my father, his features ashen and eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. The air around us thickened, charged with an energy I could not comprehend. "Father?" The word slipped from my lips, a fragile whisper. The figure stopped, head tilting slightly, as if acknowledging my voice. In that moment, I understood the truth behind the legend. The Strigoi was real, and it had returned, not out of malice, but longing. My father's spirit, tethered to the world by unfinished business, compelled to return. I reached out, my hand trembling, and the specter mirrored the gesture. Our fingers met, a spark of warmth amidst the cold, a silent communication passing between us. In that contact, I felt his yearning, the weight of his regrets, and his final wish to set things right. The morning light broke, and with it, the apparition faded. I was left alone, a profound stillness settling over the house. The funeral proceeded, a somber affair, yet I carried a new understanding, a strange peace within me. My father's return, his final appearance, was not a curse, but a blessing, a chance to say farewell, to close the chapter that had held us both captive. Yet, as I departed the cemetery, a lingering fear shadowed my steps. The legends spoke of those who returned again and again, unable to find peace. Had my father found his, or would the scratching resume, a reminder of the thin veil between our worlds? Back at the house, I packed my bags, preparing to leave. But as I did, the air shifted, a subtle change that promised an end to the disturbances. The house, once heavy with secrets, felt lighter, its whispers softened. I knew then that my father had finally moved on, the Strigoi laid to rest. I locked the door, casting a last glance at the house that had been my home, both in life and in the haunting echoes of death. The drive away was filled with a bittersweet relief, tempered by the knowledge that the past, no matter how spectral, never truly lets go. My name is Samuel Hargrove, and up until a month ago, I lived a life of undisturbed normalcy. For most of my years, the Hargrove family name carried with it a modest prestige, an unremarkable yet respected lineage in the small town of Eldridge. The Hargroves were known for their dedication to the community, a family that upheld tradition and values without a hint of scandal or mystery, or so I thought. I lived in the old Hargrove house, a Victorian structure that had seen little change since its construction in the late 1800s. It stood with a certain dignified weariness, its wooden frame creaking during windy nights, and its narrow hallways echoing footsteps, as if to remind me of the generations that had walked the same paths before me. I often spent my evenings in the study, surrounded by volumes of books that my ancestors had collected over the years. It was during one such evening that my life took a turn into the inexplicable. It began with an innocuous discovery. I had been sifting through some old files in the attic, hoping to find a document confirming the house's original ownership, an idle curiosity that had seized me on a particularly dull afternoon. As I rummaged through the dust-covered boxes, I came across a small sealed envelope that caught my attention. The paper was yellowed with age, the ink faint yet legible. It was a certificate of death, titled with the name I did not recognize, Margaret Hargrove. The name Margaret Hargrove was unfamiliar to me, a surprising revelation given my exhaustive knowledge of the family tree. I pondered over it, reasoning that she might have been a distant relative, perhaps lost to the annals of forgotten history. But what truly perplexed me was the certificate's date, October 31st, 1899, a day before the last recorded death within our family. The cause of death was left blank, an omission that only deepened the enigma. In the following days, I found myself drawn back to the attic, my curiosity transforming into an obsessive need for answers. There was something about Margaret's certificate that unsettled me, a shadow stretching across the tapestry of my family history. I dedicated hours to combing through every record, diary, and letter I could find, but Margaret remained an elusive ghost, haunting the edges of the Hargrove legacy. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I stumbled upon an old journal hidden behind a loose panel in the wall of the study. The leather-bound book was fragile, its pages crackling like dry leaves with each turn. It belonged to my great-grandfather, Edwin Hargrove, a man known for his reclusive intellect. As I read his entries, penned in an elegant hand, I began to piece together the fragments of a narrative that, even in its incomplete state, filled me with a creeping dread. Edwin wrote of strange occurrences around the house, events that he attributed to the dissatisfaction of his deceased sister, Margaret. He described hearing whispers in the night, finding objects moved to places he hadn't left them, and shadows that seemed to stalk the corners of his vision. His writings grew increasingly erratic, filled with references to rituals and a belief that Margaret's death had disturbed something within the house, a darkness that sought release. With each page, Edwin's words painted a picture of a man teetering on the edge of sanity, his despair twisting into a desperate fascination with the occult. He spoke of rites and incantations, of sealing pacts with forces beyond comprehension, all in an effort to resurrect his sister. I was disturbed by his accounts, yet skeptical. A man's delusions colored by grief, perhaps, or the onset of madness. Despite my rational mind's protests, I could not shake a growing sense of unease. The air in Hargrove's house had shifted, thick with an oppressive weight that seemed to pulse with its own sinister heartbeat. As nights passed, I found myself unable to sleep, the silence of the house interrupted by the faintest of noises, a floorboard creaking, a distant whisper, the soft rustle of fabric brushing against wood. I questioned my own senses, attributing these disturbances to the power of suggestion, the mind's inclination to manifest fears in the absence of light. But the escalation of events soon forced me to confront the possibility that I was not alone. One evening, while reading in the dim light of the study, I felt a cold breeze flow through the room, though the windows were securely shut. The candle flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced across the walls like malevolent specters. The temperature dropped suddenly, and as I shivered, I heard it, a soft, mournful wail that seemed to emanate from deep within the house. Driven by a mix of terror and curiosity, I followed the sound down the hallway, past the family portraits that watched with eyes that seemed to glimmer in the dark. The sound grew louder, guiding me to the door of a room I seldom entered, the old nursery. As I pushed the door open, it creaked on its hinges, revealing a space frozen in time, untouched by the present. Dust motes swirled in the pale moonlight filtering through the window, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. At the center of the room sat a wooden rocking chair, swaying gently, despite the absence of any breeze. It was there that I saw her, a translucent figure, a woman with long, flowing hair, her features obscured, yet unmistakably sorrowful. She looked at me, her eyes pools of despair, and in that moment, I understood. This was Margaret, trapped between worlds, her spirit tethered to the house by unfinished business, or perhaps a curse born of Edwin's dark experiments. The days that followed were a blur of restless nights and fevered research. I delved into the arcane, desperate to comprehend the forces my great-grandfather had invoked. The lore was dense and terrifying, detailing practices of black magic and rituals intended to breach the veil between life and death. Each revelation brought more questions than answers, each hypothesis a thread leading deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown. I realized that Edwin's attempts to resurrect Margaret had likely gone awry, binding her spirit to this plane in a state of unrest. The rituals he had performed, described in fragmented passages and cryptic symbols, were perilously incomplete. I wondered if finishing what he had started could finally bring peace to Margaret and cleanse the house of its haunting presence. But such endeavors were fraught with danger, the consequences of meddling with dark forces unpredictable and potentially catastrophic. In the end, it was fear of the unknown that propelled me forward. The haunting had grown intolerable, with apparitions appearing frequently, their mournful cries resonating through the walls at all hours. Objects moved of their own accord, and the house felt alive, its very foundation shuddering as if in protest. Sleep eluded me, and I could feel my own grip on sanity slipping, much like Edwin's had over a century ago. On the night of October 31st, the anniversary of Margaret's death, I resolved to complete Edwin's ritual. I gathered the necessary items, relying on the scant notes I had deciphered, a mixture of herbs, a dagger etched with runes, and a circle of salt to protect me from malevolent spirits. As the clock struck midnight, I began the incantation, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and determination. The room grew colder, the shadows deepening as if drawing strength from the words I uttered. The candle flames flickered wildly, and I felt a presence closing in, oppressive and foreboding. My heart pounded in my chest, a relentless drumbeat, nearly drowning out the whispers that surrounded me. The air crackled with energy, a storm of supernatural forces converging upon the circle. And then, silence. The temperature returned to normal, the candle flames steadying as the oppressive weight lifted. In the middle of the circle stood Margaret, no longer a spectral figure, but solid and real, her expression one of surprise and relief. Yet the relief was short-lived, as I realized that in restoring her, I had opened a door to something far darker, a breach that threatened to spill forth its contents into our world. Margaret's expression shifted to one of horror as she glanced behind me, her mouth opening in a silent scream. It was then that I understood the true nature of Edwin's folly. His ritual had not been intended to bring his sister back, but to bind her soul, preventing it from being claimed by whatever waited beyond. In my ignorance, I had undone his work, releasing a force that neither of us could control. The room grew dark, shadows writhing with a life of their own, and I felt the cold grip of despair clawing at my mind. But Margaret reached out, her touch warm and grounding. She whispered words I could not understand, her voice weaving a protective cocoon around us. The shadows recoiled, retreating into the corners of the room, and in that moment, I knew that she had saved me. When the dawn broke, Margaret was gone, her spirit finally at rest. The house was quiet, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, but the memory of what had transpired lingered. I knew the danger had passed, yet I could not shake the feeling of unease, the knowledge that I had danced with forces beyond my comprehension, the echoes of that encounter reverberating through the corridors of my mind. In the weeks that followed, I pondered the legacy of the Hargrove family, a lineage tainted by secrets and shadows. I often found myself drawn to the old nursery, the room where I had glimpsed both terror and redemption. It was a reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead, a barrier that should not be crossed lightly. Though the house now stood in peace, I could not silence the whispers of the past that haunted my thoughts. They served as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the limits of human understanding in the face of the supernatural. The Hargrove legacy, once a source of pride, had transformed into a sobering reminder of the darkness that lay hidden beneath the veneer of tradition. And as I walk the halls of the old house, I carry with me the lingering fear that one day the shadows may return, seeking retribution or fulfillment of an unfinished bargain. Until then, I remain the keeper of the Hargrove secrets, a guardian against the encroaching darkness, forever wary of the power that lies within the unseen world. I remember the day I first discovered the letters. I had moved into the old house nestled in the woods on the outskirts of Hollywood, a place where the whisper of ancient trees seemed to swallow the cacophony of the city not too far away. It was a quaint home, unpretentious but with an air of neglected grandeur. The previous owner, an elderly woman named Vera, had passed away, leaving behind few tangible assets, but an abundance of mystery. The house had been sold to me for a pittance, a fact I found peculiar given its location. As I settled in, my days were consumed by the mundane tasks of unpacking and familiarizing myself with my new environment. The house was a labyrinth of echoing corridors and dusty rooms, each with its own story to tell. It was during one of these exploratory ventures that I stumbled upon the attic. A narrow staircase, almost hidden behind a bookshelf, led up to the dust-laden space. The attic, dimly lit by a small half-moon window, was cluttered with forgotten relics of the past. Amongst the dusty trunks and cobwebbed corners, a small wooden chest caught my attention. As I opened it, an avalanche of yellowed papers tumbled out. Letters written in a careful, elegant hand. The name Vera appeared frequently, both as sender and recipient. Intrigued, I began to read the correspondence, expecting to uncover the mundane details of a life long past. However, what I found was far from ordinary. The letters were addressed to a man named Richard. They began innocuously enough, describing life in Hollywood during its golden age, painting vivid scenes of glamour and excitement. But as I delved deeper, the tone shifted. Vera's words reflected a growing unease, a creeping dread that seemed to permeate her once vivid descriptions. As I read on, I realized that the story conveyed within the letters was one of a cursed legacy. Vera wrote of strange occurrences, unexplained phenomena that began to plague her life. She described footsteps echoing through empty halls, disembodied voices whispering in the dark, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. Her fears grew as she recounted dreams of shadowy figures and malevolent presences lurking just beyond the edge of her vision. The letters revealed that Vera had become convinced her family was cursed, a belief that took root after she inherited the house from her grandmother. She detailed the tragic fates of her relatives, each meeting untimely and inexplicable deaths. Vera's desperation leapt from the pages as she vowed to uncover the truth behind her family's dark history. As I sat there, the letters spread across the floor like a fan of ancient secrets. A chill crept over me. The air in the attic seemed to thicken, and I felt an inexplicable urge to look over my shoulder, half expecting to find Vera herself standing there, her eyes pleading for understanding. Days passed as I became consumed by the contents of the letters. I found myself drawn to Vera's story, her fear becoming my own. Each night, I retired to bed with a strange heaviness in my chest, my sleep disturbed by dreams that were not mine. I saw fleeting images of shadowy figures and heard the whisper of voices, indistinct but haunting. The first real disturbance came one evening as I read through a particularly harrowing letter. Vera had written about a night when the oppressive silence of the house was shattered by a crash. She described rushing to the source of the noise, only to find nothing but an overturned vase and a lingering coldness in the air. As I read those words, a shiver ran down my spine, for in that moment, something fell in the room below me, the sound echoing up the staircase. Heart pounding, I descended, expecting to find the source of the noise. Yet, like Vera, I found nothing but an inexplicable chill that clung to the shadows. The incident left me unnerved, the rational part of my mind struggling to find a logical explanation, while a deeper, more primal fear took root. As the days turned into weeks, the disturbances increased. Objects moved from their places, lights flickered without cause, and the sensation of being watched became a constant companion. The atmosphere of the house grew oppressive, the air thick with tension. It was as if the very walls were closing in, suffocating me with a presence that seemed to delight in my discomfort. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of purple and gold, I found myself drawn once more to the attic. The letters seemed to call out to me, demanding my attention. I read with a feverish intensity, desperate to find answers. Vera's words took on a frantic quality as she described her attempts to contact whatever entity haunted her. She spoke of seances and rituals, her desperation driving her to the brink of madness. Her final letter, however, was different. It was a farewell, a resignation to a fate she could not escape. She spoke of leaving the house, of trying to distance herself from the curse that dogged her every step. Yet, there was a note of hope, a belief that someone, someday, might uncover the truth and lay her family's legacy to rest. As I set the letter aside, a deep, resonant thud echoed through the house. It was a sound unlike any I had heard before, a noise that seemed to reverberate in my very bones. Heart racing, I descended the stairs, following the sound as it seemed to pulse through the corridors. It led me to the basement, a place I had not yet dared to explore. The door creaked open as if inviting me in, the darkness beyond impenetrable. I stood at the threshold, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something acrid and metallic. I hesitated, a primal fear holding me back, but an inexplicable compulsion urged me onward. I stepped into the basement, the darkness swallowing me whole. As my eyes adjusted, I saw them, figures, indistinct and shadowy, hovering at the edges of my vision. They moved with a fluid grace, their forms shifting and undulating, as if made from the very shadows themselves. And amidst them, a figure stood, more solid than the rest, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that stole my breath away. It was Vera, or her likeness, a pale, ethereal visage with eyes that spoke of centuries of sorrow. She reached out, her hand passing through the air between us, her lips moving silently. I strained to hear, but her words were lost to the void. Then, as suddenly as it began, the vision faded. I found myself alone in the basement, the oppressive silence pressing in on all sides. Trembling, I stumbled back, the weight of what I had seen pressing heavily upon me. The house had grown quiet in the aftermath, the disturbances ceasing as if satisfied with the terror they had wrought. I returned to the attic one final time, gathering the letters with a sense of reverence. I understood now what Vera had experienced, the relentless pursuit of a legacy that refused to be forgotten. In the weeks that followed, I sought to learn more about Vera and her family, uncovering a history steeped in tragedy and unexplained phenomena. Each new discovery only served to deepen my unease. the pieces of the puzzle forming a picture too horrific to fully comprehend. Though the house stood in silence, the fear lingered, an ever-present shadow that followed me wherever I went. I found myself frequently glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see those shadowy figures lurking just beyond the edge of vision. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by dreams not my own, my nights a tumult of whispering voices and fleeting apparitions. I considered leaving the house, abandoning it to the ghosts of its past. But something kept me tethered. A need to see Vera's story reach its conclusion. I began writing, recounting her tale in the hopes that sharing it might somehow lay the spirits to rest. As I penned the final words, a strange calm settled over me. The air in the house seemed lighter, the oppressive presence lifting as if satisfied with the telling of its tale. I knew that I had not banished the ghosts entirely, but I had given them voice, allowed their story to be heard. The fear, though diminished, never truly left. It lingered in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the shadows that lurk just beyond the light. I learned to live with it, to accept that some mysteries are never meant to be solved, only understood. And so, I remain in the house, a custodian of the past, forever intertwined with the legacy of Vera and the haunting echoes of her letters. Each day, I walk through the woods surrounding my home, the whispering leaves a comfort now, their secrets known only to me. In the stillness, I hear Vera's voice, a soft murmur carried on the wind, a promise that as long as I remember, she is never truly gone. The shadows may persist, but they no longer hold sway over my heart. I have become part of their story, a guardian of the secrets hidden within the letters from Vera. When my Aunt Eliza passed away, she left me her house, a creaky Victorian relic perched on the outskirts of a sleepy town. It was an inheritance I neither expected nor particularly wanted. Yet, driven by a sense of duty and curiosity, I made arrangements to visit the house, a place I hadn't seen since childhood. My memories of it were hazy, tinged with the scent of dust and the warmth of Eliza's embrace. I arrived on a chilly autumn afternoon, the sky a canvas of gray clouds. The house stood solemnly against the backdrop of skeletal trees, its gabled roof and shuttered windows reminiscent of a bygone era. I carried a single suitcase and a mind full of uncertainties as I stepped inside. The door creaked in protest, welcoming me into a foyer blanketed in shadows, with the faint scent of lavender and decay hanging in the air. The house was a museum of family history, each room a curated collection of the past. The furniture was old but well kept, the walls adorned with portraits of stern ancestors whose eyes seemed to follow me. I wandered from room to room, reacquainting myself with the place. The parlor, with its grand piano and fainting couch, the dining room dominated by a long oak table, and finally, the study, a cozy nook lined with bookshelves, a place I remembered vividly as my aunt's favorite retreat. It was in the study that I first noticed her, a woman in a photograph, distinct from the others. She was beautiful, with cascading dark hair and an enigmatic smile that seemed to hold secrets of its own. Her eyes, intense and alive, were locked onto mine, as if she knew me. The photograph was slightly apart from the others, placed on a small side table next to a window. I picked it up, tracing a finger over the glass, and felt a chill slip down my spine. Her name was inscribed on the frame, Clara. The first night in the house passed uneventfully. The tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway and the groan of old pipes were my only companions as I drifted into sleep. But the tranquility was short-lived. I awoke abruptly, heart pounding, drawn to the photograph of Clara. There was a soft glow emanating from it, the source of which I could not determine. It was subtle, yet arresting, casting a halo around her face that seemed to pulse gently in the darkness. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, convinced it was a trick of the light, or perhaps my mind still fogged with sleep. But the glow persisted, fading only with the first light of dawn. I shook off the experience as a product of my imagination, fueled by the strangeness of the new yet familiar surroundings. In the daylight, the house resumed its guise of normalcy. I busied myself with chores, dusting and sorting through old belongings. Yet, despite my efforts to dismiss it, the image of Clara lingered in my thoughts. There was an inexplicable pull, a gnawing curiosity that drew me back to the study, to that photograph that defied understanding. Days turned into a week, and each night brought with it an unsettling disturbance. The photograph would glow, brighter and more insistent, accompanied now by a faint whispering sound that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I strained to listen, catching only fragments of words, elusive and teasing, just beyond comprehension. Help. Remember. Home. They seemed to say, though I could not be sure. I sought solace in the town library, delving into records and histories, searching for any mention of Clara or the house's past that might explain the phenomena. But the archives were scant, the history of Aunt Eliza's house unremarkable outside of its architectural significance. There was no mention of a Clara. I reached out to an elderly neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, who had known my aunt well. Over tea, I broached the subject delicately, mentioning the photograph and its peculiarities. "Ah, Clara," Mrs. Thompson murmured, a shadow passing over her face. "She was a friend of your grandmother's, though the details are hazy. Some say she met a tragic end, but such stories." Mrs. Thompson trailed off, her eyes distant, as if peering into a past she preferred to forget. Her words lingered with me, a suggestion of something dark and unresolved. That night I prepared myself for the now expected glow of the photograph, but as I lay in bed, listening to the clock's rhythmic tick, the glow intensified to a blinding light. I shielded my eyes, heart racing as a shadow moved across the room, a silhouette that paused near the study door. I sat up, calling out, half expecting an intruder, but the figure dissolved into the shadows, leaving only the photograph, its glow receding once more. I approached it cautiously, compelled yet wary, and for the first time noticed a slight change. Clara's expression had altered, her enigmatic smile now tinged with sadness, her eyes pleading. A sense of urgency gripped me. I felt driven to uncover the story behind Clara, convinced it held the key to the disturbances. I threw myself into research, piecing together fragments of the past from family letters and forgotten diaries. It was in one such diary, tucked away in the attic, that I found a revelation. Clara had been a close companion to my grandmother, a vibrant woman who had mysteriously vanished one winter, her disappearance shrouded in rumor and silence. The diary hinted at a secret relationship, a bond so intense it may have led Clara to the house one last time before she disappeared forever. The attic, with its sloped ceiling and dusty beams, became my refuge as I sifted through the remnants of lives once lived. I discovered an old trunk, locked but not insurmountable. With some effort, I pried it open, revealing a treasure trove of forgotten things. Among them, a bundle of letters tied with a ribbon, aged and fragile, addressed to my grandmother from Clara. The letters were intimate, filled with longing and despair, speaking of love unrequited and a sense of belonging that eluded her. The final letter was unfinished, its ink smudged, as if written in haste or distress. It spoke of a decision, a resolution to leave, or perhaps to stay, and a cryptic mention of a meeting at the house. As I held these letters, the air grew cold, and the whispering intensified, swirling around me, a cacophony of echoes urging me to understand. Clara's story unfolded in my mind, a tapestry of love and loss, interwoven with my own history. The photograph was no mere image. It was a conduit, a bridge between her world and mine. The climax came one stormy night when the house itself seemed to come alive. Thunder rumbled in the distance, the wind howled through the eaves, and I found myself once more in the study, drawn unerringly to Clara's photograph. The glow was intense, the whispers now a chorus, urgent and insistent. "Help me." The voice was clear, resonant, filling the room. I reached out, touching the photograph, feeling a warmth radiate from it. The air shimmered, and for a moment I glimpsed her, not as a figure in a photograph, but as a presence, real and tangible. She stood before me, ethereal yet solid, her eyes locked onto mine, pleading, beseeching. In that instant, I understood. Clara was not at rest. Her spirit lingered, bound to the house by unresolved ties, yearning for closure, for acknowledgement. I whispered to her that her story would not be forgotten, that I would share it, bring peace to her memory. The storm abated, the house settling into silence once more. The photograph ceased its glow, Clara's image serene and at peace, her eyes now closed as if in sleep. I felt a profound sense of calm wash over me, the oppressive weight lifting, replaced by a gentle acceptance. The following morning, I gathered Clara's letters and returned them to the trunk, placing it back in the attic where it belonged. The house was different now, still old and creaky, but no longer foreboding. Clara's presence was a part of it, a silent guardian watching over her home. Yet, a lingering fear remained, a reminder of the unseen that dwells in shadows, the stories that haunt the corners of our lives. As I prepared to leave, I took one last look at the photograph. Clara's smile was warm, welcoming, and I felt an unexpected kinship with her, a connection that transcended time. I locked the door behind me, the weight of the key reassuring in my hand. the house standing resolute and enduring. Clara's story was a part of me now, a whisper in the wind, a shadow in the light, a testament to the mysteries that bind us to the past. And though the photograph no longer glowed with an eerie light, I knew that Clara's spirit lived on, a gentle echo in the halls of memory, reminding me that some stories never truly end. The house on Willow Lane had a certain charm to it, with its ivy-covered brick facade and tall, narrow windows that seemed to whisper secrets from the past. It was the kind of place that felt lived in, where the creak of the floorboards spoke of a history that stretched back generations. We moved in during the fall, the air crisp with the promise of change, and the leaves rustling like the soft, secretive laughter of children. Life settled into a gentle rhythm. My husband, David, and I found comfort in the house's embrace. Our 2 children, Emma and Benjamin, were enchanted by the sprawling backyard, the attic filled with forgotten relics, and the hidden nooks and crannies that seemed made for exploration. Every inch of the house felt imbued with stories, like the pages of an old book waiting to be read. The pantry was quaint, a narrow room tucked at the back of the kitchen, its shelves lined with jars of preserves and rows of spices. It was a place I found solace in, where I could retreat for a moment of peace amid the chaos of family life. I loved the way the afternoon light slanted through the small window, casting a golden glow over everything, as if preserving the past in amber. One afternoon, as I was rearranging the jars, I noticed something peculiar. The light seemed to catch on the edge of a small, hidden door I'd never noticed before, nestled in the far corner of the pantry. Intrigued, I knelt down and gently tugged at the handle. It creaked open to reveal a narrow passageway, dusty and dimly lit, its air cool with neglect. It was the beginning of an unraveling, though I didn't know it at the time. Curiosity piqued, I called out to David, and together we explored the passageway. It led to a small, hidden room that seemed out of place in our modern world, a relic of another time, complete with shelves lined with dusty cans and a single chair in the corner. A sense of unease prickled at the back of my neck, but David dismissed it with a laugh, chalking it up to the quirks of an old house. As days turned to weeks, the house settled around us, embracing us in its warm, gentle hold. Yet, the discovery of the secret pantry lingered in my mind, like the half-remembered melody of a song. It wasn't until Emma came to me one evening, her eyes wide with excitement, that I realized the house held more than just memories. "Mom, there's a ghost in the pantry," she whispered, her voice a blend of awe and fear. She had always been imaginative, spinning tales out of thin air, but there was something in her eyes that made me pause. "A ghost?" I asked, feigning skepticism even as my heart skipped a beat. "Her name is Clara," Emma insisted. "She told me so." I laughed it off, attributing it to a child's fancy. Yet as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching from the shadows, a presence lingering just out of sight. The house creaked and settled around us, but every sound seemed amplified, resonating with a hidden vibration that hummed beneath the surface of our everyday lives. Emma's insistence on Clara's existence grew with each passing day, She would stand at the pantry door, chatting animatedly, as if in conversation with an old friend. Benjamin, too, seemed to sense something, often peering into the darkened corners with a furrowed brow, as if trying to understand a language only he could hear. David remained unconvinced, dismissing our daughter's claims with a wave of his hand. "It's just her imagination," he said, with a certainty that made my skin prickle with unease. "Kids create stories to make sense of the world." But doubt gnawed at me, a persistent whisper in the back of my mind. I found myself drawn to the pantry, listening for the faintest echo of Clara's presence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, that the house was trying to tell us something we couldn't quite grasp. The tension in our home grew, as if the walls themselves were tightening around us. Arguments erupted over trivial matters, and the air felt thick with a palpable energy that set my nerves on edge. David seemed more distant, retreating into work and leaving me to navigate the growing unease within our family. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, turning the sky to a bruised shade of purple, Emma came to me, her eyes wide with urgency. "Clara is sad," she said, her voice trembling. "She wants to go home." I knelt down, brushing a stray hair from her face. "What do you mean, sweetie?" "She's waiting for someone," Emma explained, her voice tinged with a sadness that seemed far too mature for a child. "She's been waiting for so long." I felt a chill creep up my spine, the shadows in the pantry stretching longer, deeper. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to be revealed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. What if Emma was right? What if there was something or someone trapped within our home's walls, reaching out for help? Unable to shake the feeling, I slipped from bed, drawn to the pantry by an invisible thread. The house was silent, save for the soft snoring of my family. In the dim light, I opened the hidden door, the passageway yawning before me like a portal to another realm. I stepped inside, the air cool and musty, and it was there, in the shadows, that I felt her. Clara. An overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over me, as if I'd stumbled into a well of forgotten sorrow. My breath caught in my throat, and I whispered into the darkness, "What do you need?" I waited, heart pounding for a response. The silence stretched on, but then I felt it, a soft, almost imperceptible touch against my hand, a gentle caress that sent a shiver through me. It was both comforting and unnerving, a plea and a promise, wrapped in a single gesture. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that Clara was always with us. The air seemed charged, alive with a presence that went unseen, but was felt in the quiet moments, when the hustle and bustle of life faded into the background. Strange occurrences became commonplace. Objects moved from their usual places, soft murmurs in the walls, as if the house itself was speaking. I began to wonder if Clara was trying to communicate, to reach out to us in the only way she could. David grew more irritable, dismissing my concerns with a weariness that spoke of deeper troubles. "It's all in your head," he insisted, but I could see the strain in his eyes. the weight of something unsaid lingering in the air between us. It all came to a head one stormy night, the wind howling through the eaves like a banshee's wail. The power flickered, the lights dimming until we were plunged into darkness. Emma clung to me, her small body trembling with fear. "It's Clara," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm. "She's scared." I held her close, the realization dawning with a clarity that left me breathless. We needed to help her, to find a way to set Clara free. The storm raged outside, a reflection of the turmoil within, but I knew what needed to be done. With David's reluctant help, we gathered in the pantry, the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on the walls. Emma took my hand, her small fingers squeezing mine with a strength that belied her age. "What do we do?" David asked, his voice tinged with skepticism, but laced with the same hope that fluttered in my chest. "We ask her," I replied, the words feeling both absurd and perfectly right. "We ask Clara what she needs." Together, we stood in the dim light, the air heavy with anticipation. "Clara," I called softly, the name echoing in the small space. "We're here to help. What do you need?" The room felt charged, alive with an energy that seemed to pulse with every breath. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sensation of Clara's presence, allowing myself to be open to whatever she might reveal. And then it happened. A soft, gentle breeze, impossible in the enclosed space, brushed against our skin. Emma gasped, her eyes wide with wonder, and I felt the warmth of understanding settle over me like a cloak. "She's ready," Emma whispered, her voice filled with a certainty that left no room for doubt. We followed Emma's lead, moving as if guided by an unseen force. She led us through the passageway to the hidden room, the air thick with the scent of dust and memories. It was there, in the quiet stillness, that we found it. A small, forgotten locket, tarnished with age, lying beneath the chair. Emma reached for it, cradling the locket in her hands. "This is hers," she said, and I knew she was right. It was as if the locket held the final piece of a puzzle, one that had been waiting for us to find. With trembling fingers, Emma opened the locket, revealing a faded photograph of a young woman whose eyes seemed to hold secrets of their own. Clara's eyes. I felt a rush of emotions, a lifetime of hopes and dreams, captured in that single weathered image. As we stood together, the room seemed to exhale, the tension easing as if a long-held breath had finally been released. Clara's presence lingered, a gentle warmth that filled the space, and I knew she had found her peace. The storm outside subsided, the house settling into a quiet tranquility that felt like a blessing. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in our home shifted, the tensions easing as if a veil had been lifted. David and I found a newfound understanding, our family drawing closer in the wake of Clara's silent departure. Yet, even as life returned to normal, the memory of Clara lingered, a reminder of the unseen ties that bind us to the past. The pantry remained a place of solace, its hidden door now open, a portal to the stories that lay just beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. Every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a fleeting shadow that spoke of a presence unseen. I would smile, comforted by the knowledge that we had been part of something extraordinary, a bridge between worlds that had allowed Clara to finally find her way home. And so, we lived with the gentle echoes of her presence, a ghostly friend who had touched our lives in ways we could never have imagined. The house continued to speak in its own quiet language, a whisper of things forgotten and those yet to come, its secrets woven into the very fabric of our lives. When I first moved into my modest two-story home in the quiet suburbs, I relished the solitude it brought. My job as a freelance writer afforded me the luxury of working from home, and the gentle rustle of leaves outside my office window provided a constant, soothing background score to my thoughts. The neighborhood was characterized by a languid pace. Neighbors waved, but rarely intruded, and the occasional sound of children playing in the distance was but a faint echo. The house itself was an aging structure, but it exuded a quaint charm. The hardwood floors creaked with stories of their own, and the walls, adorned with faded floral wallpaper, seemed to whisper secrets from decades past. I cherished these creaks and whispers, embracing them as part of the house's personality. The first few months were blissfully uneventful, my days filled with writing and evenings with the occasional dinner with friends. It was on one of those crisp autumn evenings that I first encountered the disturbance. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and I had settled into my favorite armchair by the fireplace with a steaming mug of tea. The room was bathed in the soft glow of the fire, casting flickering shadows that danced on the walls. It was then that the phone rang, a shrill intrusion into the serene ambiance. I hesitated for a moment, a slight chill prickling my skin as I reached for the receiver. "Hello," I said, my voice steady, though a curious unease had settled in my chest. The voice on the other end was a familiar one, yet it was impossible. "It's been too long," the voice said gently, a feminine lilt that tugged at my heart with every syllable. "Clara?" I whispered, my mind reeling. Clara was gone. She had vanished from my life years ago, leaving behind only memories and an ache I had long tried to bury. "You sound surprised," she continued, a hint of amusement in her tone. "I'm just a cold caller tonight, reaching out with an offer." "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper now, my heart pounding in my chest. She laughed softly, a sound that once brought joy, but now chilled my very soul. "I have something to offer, something you've been missing. I think you know what it is." Before I could respond, the line went dead, leaving behind only the static hiss of silence. I placed the receiver back, my hands trembling slightly. Logic told me it was a prank, some cruel joke orchestrated by someone with knowledge of my past. Yet, a part of me, the part that still held on to the last vestiges of hope, wondered if it could be true. In the days that followed, I found myself plagued by a growing sense of unease. I reasoned with myself that it was just a voice, an irrational whisper of a past love that had taken root in my imagination. Yet, no amount of rational thought could quell the feeling that something, or someone, was drawing nearer. My work, usually a refuge, now became a task. Each stroke of the keyboard seemed labored, each sentence a struggle to compose. My mind wandered, often circling back to the mysterious call and Clara's voice. I found myself listening for the phone, anticipating its ring, dreading and yet longing for the connection it might bring. Then, one evening as I sat at my desk, the phone rang again. My hand hovered over the receiver, a battle waging within me. I finally answered, unable to resist the magnetic pull of curiosity. "Hello?" I breathed, my heart lodged in my throat. "Are you ready to accept my offer?" Clara's voice was smooth, coaxing, like a siren's song luring me toward rocky shores. "What is it that you're offering?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking. "A chance," she replied, enigmatically, "to reclaim what was lost." The line crackled, and I felt the words hovering in the air, thick with promise and peril. I wanted desperately to believe, to embrace the possibility that somehow I could have a second chance with Clara. But a darker part of me wondered what price I would have to pay. The calls became more frequent after that, always at night, always the same voice with the same offer. I became obsessed, trying to discern any hidden meanings in her words, searching for clues in the tone of her voice. My sleep was fitful, haunted by dreams of Clara, her face vivid and alive, yet always just out of reach. One night, as the winds howled outside and rain lashed against the windows, I found myself standing by the phone, waiting. I no longer knew what I hoped for, only that the need to hear Clara's voice had become a compulsion. The phone rang, and I answered immediately. "Clara," I said, my voice carrying a mix of desperation and longing. "Come outside," she instructed. I paused, glancing toward the window where shadows seemed to writhe just beyond the glass. "Why?" "Come and see," she replied, her voice tinged with an urgency that sent a shiver up my spine. Against my better judgment, I obeyed. The rain had dampened everything into a shimmering, ghostly scene. I stepped out onto the porch, the chill biting through my clothes. The street was empty, the world around me silent, save for the rhythmic patter of rain. Then I saw her, a figure standing beneath the street lamp, the light casting an ethereal glow around her. My heart seized in my chest as recognition washed over me. It was Clara, or at least something that resembled her, her features softened by the rain, her eyes bright and inviting. "Clara," I called out, my voice catching in my throat. She smiled, a slow, haunting curve of her lips. "Will you accept my offer now?" I hesitated, the logical part of my mind screaming at me to step back, to run. But the pull was too strong, the promise of what I had yearned for too enticing. I nodded slowly, my feet moving of their own accord, carrying me toward her. As I approached, the air seemed to thicken, a sense of impending doom settling over me. Clara reached out her hand, and I took it, the touch cool and unfamiliar, yet achingly familiar. Her grip tightened, and I felt a jolt, as if a current passed between us. The world around me shifted, the streetlights flickering, the shadows lengthening. I glanced back at my house, at the safety it represented, now feeling so far away. Clara's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment I saw something else behind them, a depth of sorrow and longing that mirrored my own. Why? I asked, the question laden with years of unanswered wonderings. To remember, she replied, her voice a whisper carried away by the wind. To reclaim what was lost. I nodded, the irresistible allure of closure drawing me in. The shadows closed in, and I felt a strange sense of peace, as if I was finally where I was meant to be. Clara leaned in, her lips brushing my ear as she whispered, "Welcome home." In that instant, the world folded in on itself, and I felt a rush of memories flooding my mind, each one vivid yet out of reach. Faces, places, moments of laughter and sorrow, all cascading through my consciousness like a river of forgotten dreams. Then, like a snapped string, everything went dark. I awoke in my armchair, the fire reduced to embers, the room dark and silent. My heart hammered in my chest, my mind scrambling to piece together the fragments of what had transpired. The phone sat on the side table, silent and still. Had it been real? A dream? A ghostly visitation? Or just the workings of an overactive mind? The house around me felt different now, as if imbued with a lingering presence. I could almost sense her, the echo of Clara's essence woven into the very fabric of the space. I stood shakily, the weight of what had happened pressing down on me. For days after, I drifted through life in a haze, reality mingling with memory, until the two were indistinguishable. I would catch glimpses of Clara in the corners of my vision, hear her laughter in the rustle of the wind, feel her touch in the cool evening breeze. The calls stopped, but the promise of her presence lingered like a shadow. Was it a blessing or a curse? I could not tell. But I knew that the house was alive in a way it had not been before. The whispers of its history, joined by the faint, haunting echoes of a love long lost, but never entirely gone. I found myself drawn to the phone still, an unspoken hope that it might ring once more. But even as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, the silence remained. Yet I felt her presence, an eternal companion in solitude, a reminder of paths not taken, of second chances offered and accepted. The house stood as a sentinel to these memories, a keeper of secrets both warm and chilling. And though life continued on its inexorable march, I knew that I would never truly be alone. Clara, or the idea of her, had taken root deep within the walls and within me, a constant haunting reminder of love's enduring specter. And so I lived, in that strange twilight between reality and memory, with the knowledge that some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed. I grew up in Olive Grove, a sleepy little farming community nestled in the southern reaches of the United States. It's a place where time seems to stand still, where the air is thick with the scent of magnolias and the sound of cicadas provides a perpetual soundtrack to life. Our family, the Carters, had been part of this community for generations. We were known for our sprawling farmhouse and the acres of fertile land that we worked tirelessly. The Carters were respected, if not entirely understood, by the other townsfolk. I always assumed that our family's peculiarities were just another part of small town life, until I began to notice that not everything was quite as it seemed. Normalcy was a word I once associated with my family, before I understood what lay beneath the surface. To outsiders, we appeared to be the perfect image of rural Southern charm. My parents, Martha and John Carter, were pillars of the community. My mother was renowned for her warm pies and her ever-present smile, while my father was a figure of strength and reliability, always willing to lend a hand to a neighbor in need. Then there were my siblings, my older brother David, a quiet but intense presence, and my younger sister Ellie, who was vivacious and full of life. I was the middle child, the observer, often standing on the sidelines as life in Olive Grove unfolded. For most of my childhood, I was blissfully unaware of the darker currents flowing beneath the surface of our family life. It wasn't until I turned 16 that I experienced my first real disturbance. It was a sweltering summer evening, the kind where the air clings to your skin and everything feels just a little too close. I was sitting on the porch, idly watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple when David approached me. He was unusually agitated, a far cry from his typically stoic demeanor. He suggested we take a walk down to the edge of the property where the old oak tree stood, a place we often went when we needed to talk in private. As we wandered through the fields, the world around us seemed to slip away, leaving only the rustling of leaves and the crunch of our footsteps on the dry earth. David was silent for a while, his eyes fixed on the horizon, before he finally spoke. "There's something you need to know," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Something about our family." His words held a weight that made my heart pound in my chest. I listened intently as he explained that our family was different. He spoke of traditions and secrets, things passed down through generations that were never to be uttered beyond the walls of our home. I struggled to grasp the full meaning of his words, but the unease in his eyes told me enough. David was scared, and that scared me. The first real jolt came a few days later. I was helping my mother in the kitchen when she asked me to run down to the cellar and fetch a jar of preserves. The cellar was a place I usually avoided. Its dim, musty interior always gave me the creeps. But my mother's request was simple enough, so I went without protest. As I descended the creaky wooden stairs, the cool dampness of the cellar enveloped me. Rows of shelves lined the walls, filled with jars and cans, an organized chaos that my mother managed with impeccable precision. I found the preserves easily enough, but as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. In the far corner of the cellar, partially obscured by shadows, was a large wooden chest. It was old and unremarkable at first glance, yet something drew me towards it. I hesitated for a moment, glancing back towards the stairs, before curiosity got the better of me. As I lifted the lid, a sharp metallic odor hit me, a scent I couldn't quite place, but that made my stomach churn. Inside, beneath layers of cloth, were bones. Small bones, human bones. Panic surged through me, and I slammed the lid shut, stumbling back and nearly knocking over a shelf in my haste. I fled up the stairs, my mind racing and heart pounding. My mother was still in the kitchen, her back turned as she kneaded dough. I could barely speak, my voice a trembling whisper, as I asked her what was in the chest. She paused for a moment, her hands stilling, before she turned to face me. Her eyes met mine with a calm that chilled me to the core. "It's part of who we are," she said simply, as if that explained everything. From that moment on, the veneer of normalcy was shattered. My eyes were opened to the myriad ways in which my family was not like others. I noticed the strange hushed conversations that occurred when they thought I wasn't listening, the peculiar rituals that took place during family gatherings, the meals that were always prepared with such care and attention suddenly took on a sinister undertone. I began to question everything, casting a suspicious eye over the people I had once trusted implicitly. As days turned into weeks, the situation escalated. I found myself increasingly at odds with my family, caught between the love I had always felt for them and the growing realization that they were involved in something horrific. I became paranoid, convinced that every bite I took, every dish I was served, might be tainted with the truth I was desperately trying to deny. One night, I overheard a conversation between my parents that confirmed my worst fears. They spoke in low tones, but their words were clear enough for me to understand. They were discussing the next one, a phrase that sent shivers down my spine. The implication was undeniable, and I knew I had to find out more. Driven by a desperation to understand the full extent of my family's secret, I started searching the house whenever I was alone. In the attic, I found old journals, their pages yellowed with age, filled with accounts of gatherings and feasts that sounded both familiar and alien. The entries detailed celebrations that centered around the consumption of flesh, human flesh. It was a tradition that had been part of our family for generations, a dark legacy passed down from ancestors who believed it brought them closer to some primal truth. My discovery left me reeling, my world unraveling with each word I read. The realization that my family were cannibals shook me to my core, and a seed of fear took root in my heart. I began to see them as strangers, their smiling faces masking the horror that lay beneath. The final confrontation came one stormy night, the sky fractured by lightning, the air thick with the scent of rain. I had decided to confront my family, to demand answers and perhaps to find a way to break free from the twisted web they had spun around me. As we sat around the dinner table, the familiar comfort of the setting turned menacing in the flickering candlelight. I summoned all the courage I had, my voice trembling as I spoke. "I know," I said, my words hanging in the air like a challenge. "I know what you are, what all of you are." My family's reaction was not what I expected. Instead of denial or outrage, there was a resigned acceptance in their eyes, a collective exhalation, as if they were relieved to finally let the truth breathe. "We were going to tell you," my father said, his voice steady but tinged with sadness. "But we hoped you would come to accept it willingly." The room was cold, despite the warmth of the fire, and I felt a shiver run through me. They spoke of the tradition, of how it bound us to our past, how it kept our family strong. But their words were hollow to me, twisted justifications for the unspeakable acts they committed. "You don't have to be part of this," David said, his eyes pleading with me to understand. "You can choose another path." But I couldn't hear him over the roar of my own thoughts, the realization that I had to escape. I had to leave Olive Grove and never look back. The decision was both terrifying and liberating, a break from the only life I had ever known. In the dead of night, with the storm raging outside, I packed what few belongings I could carry and slipped out into the darkness. The rain masked my footsteps as I made my way down the familiar path, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what I was leaving behind. As I reached the edge of our property, I turned back for one last look at the farmhouse, its windows glowing warmly against the night. It was a vision of home, of family, but now it was tainted by the truth I could no longer ignore. The road away from Olive Grove was long and winding, but with each step I felt the grip of fear loosen its hold on me. I walked until the dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight casting a golden hue over the landscape. It was a new day, and with it came a fragile sense of freedom. But even as I began to build a new life, far from the shadows of my past, the fear never completely left me. It lingered in the quiet moments, in the darkness before sleep, a reminder of the things I had seen and the secrets I had uncovered. I lived with the knowledge that my family was out there, continuing their dark traditions, bound by a legacy I had rejected, and I knew that they were waiting, hopeful that one day I would return to take my place among them. Yet despite the fear, there was also a flicker of hope, a belief that I could break the cycle and forge a new path. I was no longer just a carter from Olive Grove. I was more than the sum of my family's secrets. And though the shadows of my past would always be a part of me, I chose to walk towards the light. Life had always flowed with a serene predictability within the walls of our family home. Nestled at the end of a cul-de-sac, framed by tall oaks whose leaves whispered secrets in the wind, it was a place where echoes of laughter mingled with the soft hum of daily routines. I grew up amidst this quiet choreography, where mornings began with the gentle clinking of breakfast dishes and evenings concluded with the lullaby of distant crickets. My parents, always calm, always composed, were the architects of this tranquil existence. They smiled often, a smile that seemed to hold the world at bay, and their reassurances that all was right in our world wrapped around us like a warm blanket. Yet, beneath the placid surface of our lives, there were whispers I could not quite catch, shadows I could sense, but not see. As a child, I was often reminded to cover my ears when the world outside grew too loud or too frantic. "It's for your own good," my mother would say, her voice soothing, her hands gentle as she pressed my palms against my ears. For years, I accepted this without question, feeling the vibrations of the world in my bones rather than hearing them, cocooned in silence. The first disturbance came subtly, like the flicker of a candle in a drafty room. I was 16, on the cusp of shedding the innocence of childhood, when I began to notice the peculiarities of our family. It started with whispers caught in the stillness of the night. I would wake, my heart drumming a quiet tattoo in my chest, to hear my parents' voices drifting up the staircase. Their words were soft, indistinct, yet charged with an urgency that set my nerves on edge. They spoke of things that should not be spoken of, plans that seemed to weave their way through the fabric of our lives, altering its pattern in ways I couldn't comprehend. Curiosity became my companion, prodding me to venture further into the labyrinth of our family's secrets. I started paying closer attention, piecing together fragments of conversations, noticing the fleeting glances passed between my parents in the presence of others. There was a tension in their interactions, a crack in their flawless facade that hinted at something deep and unsettling lurking beneath. Yet, whenever I tried to confront them, the walls of silence would close around me, their smiles returning with a practiced ease that smothered my growing unease. As the weeks passed, the sense of normalcy that had once anchored me began to erode. I found myself drifting through each day, my senses heightened, attuned to the slightest shifts in the rhythm of our home. It was during one of these restless nights, when sleep eluded me and the house lay cloaked in darkness, that I stumbled upon the secret at the heart of our family. I had been restless, a fitful energy driving me from my bed. The moonlight spilled through the window, casting elongated shadows that stretched across the floor. I found myself drawn to the attic, a place I had rarely ventured, its door always closed and, until then, uninviting. As I ascended the creaking stairs, each step a question echoing in my mind, I wondered if I was ready for the answers that awaited me. The attic was a cathedral of shadows, filled with the relics of our past. Old furniture draped in dust-laden sheets, boxes stacked haphazardly, their contents long forgotten. And yet, amidst this clutter, I discovered a door I had never noticed before. It was small, unobtrusive, its surface blending seamlessly with the wooden panels of the wall. But it was ajar, and through it, a faint glow beckoned. I hesitated, a chill tracing a crooked path down my spine. Beyond the door lay a secret I had never dared to imagine. Taking a deep breath, I pushed it open, stepping into a room that bore the unmistakable stamp of my parents' meticulousness. It was an office, filled with the scent of old paper and the quiet menace of secrets kept too long. On the desk lay a journal, its pages covered in my mother's elegant script. I picked it up, my hands trembling with a mixture of fear and anticipation. As I read, the words unfolded a narrative that shattered the image of my family I had held dear. My parents, the paragons of calm and order, were architects of a life far removed from the one I had known. They were part of something larger, something dark, a family legacy built on manipulation and control. The journal detailed generations of carefully orchestrated chaos, a lineage of psychopaths who thrived beneath the veneer of normalcy. Each entry was a testament to a chilling indifference to the pain inflicted on others, a chronicle of calculated decisions that served only to tighten the web of their influence. And as I read, a horrifying understanding settled over me. I was not just their child, but the next in line to inherit this twisted dynasty. Panic clawed at my throat, my hands sweating as I fumbled to return the journal to its place. As I turned to leave, the door creaked open further, revealing my father standing in the threshold, his expression unreadable. There was no anger in his eyes, no disappointment, only a calm acceptance, as though he had anticipated this moment all along. We wondered how long it would take, he said, his voice as measured as ever. You're ready now? I wanted to scream, to deny everything, but the words lodged in my throat. My father stepped aside, gesturing for me to follow him back down the stairs, back into the world I thought I had known. The escalation of events that followed moved with a sinister inevitability. My parents began to include me in their plans, their conversations no longer whispers in the night, but open discussions over dinners that left me nauseous. Their teachings were subtle, insidious, each lesson a further step into the darkness they had carefully shielded me from. I tried to resist, to cling to the person I had been before the attic door had opened, but resistance was futile. Each day, I felt the tightness of their expectations binding me, forcing me into a mold that had been cast long before my birth. I could feel myself changing, my thoughts shifting in unfamiliar ways, my empathy eroding. The climax came on a night as serene as any other, a perfect night for the final test my parents had orchestrated. They had arranged a gathering, a dinner with guests unsuspecting of the true nature of their hosts. I was to prove myself, to show that I had embraced the legacy they were so eager to pass on. Throughout the evening, laughter and conversation flowed like wine, masking the undercurrent of tension that thrummed beneath. I moved through the rooms, my actions automatic, my mind detached, a spectator in my own life. I watched my parents, still the picture of charm, as they orchestrated the evening with a deftness that was terrifying in its ease. And then it happened. A moment of clarity, a piercing realization as I stood on the brink of becoming what they were. In that instant, the weight of their expectations fell away, replaced by a resolve I didn't know I possessed. I would not succumb to their legacy. I would not cover my ears any longer. With a calm I hadn't anticipated, I excused myself from the gathering, my heart pounding with the thrill of rebellion. I made my way back to the attic, to the journal that held the key to breaking free. As I reread the entries, their words seemed to lose power, the fear they once inspired dissolving into determination. I returned to the gathering, my decision made. Tonight would mark the end of this cycle, the severing of ties that had bound me to a past I no longer wished to inherit. With deliberate purpose, I exposed their secrets to our unsuspecting guests, each revelation a blow to the carefully constructed facade my parents had maintained. The room erupted into chaos, gasps and murmurs filling the space as the true nature of our family was laid bare. My parents, stripped of their masks, stood silent and still, their expressions unreadable. I watched them, my own fear giving way to a sense of liberation, a newfound understanding that I was free at last. Even as the guests filed out, their eyes averted, their whispers trailing behind them, I felt the lingering fear that had been my constant companion begin to dissipate. My parents said nothing, their silence a stark contrast to the cacophony that had filled our home moments before. In the days that followed, the weight of my decision settled over me like a mantle. My parents were gone, their presence a ghost that haunted the empty halls. I was left alone to sift through the remnants of my childhood, to rebuild my life from the ashes of the past. Yet, a part of me knew the fear would never truly leave. It lingered in the corners of my mind, a reminder of what once was, a specter that whispered of what could have been. And sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep claimed me, I would cover my ears, if only to remember the child I once was, and the silence that had shielded me from the world. It began on an uneventful evening, the kind where the quiet hum of the living room clock was the loudest sound in the house. My father, a man of routine and order, sat at his familiar spot by the kitchen table, his laptop open in front of him. He was an enigmatic figure, the sort of man who carried secrets in the lines of his forehead and the creases of his smile. His work, shrouded in mystery, was always just beyond the grasp of my curiosity. He had mentioned once, in passing, that he worked for a research facility, but he offered no further detail, and I dared not press. The facility, located in a remote area, was as obscure as his explanations. It was the kind of place that made its presence known only by the absence of any information about it. No signs, no maps, just a vague reference to something meaningful, perhaps to someone somewhere, but not to me. To me, it was as if it hardly existed at all. Our life together was ordinary, a rhythmic dance of predictability until that night. I remember how the light from his screen illuminated his face, casting eerie shadows across the room. It was late, and I hovered in the doorway, hesitating to break the serene silence. Eventually, fatigue won over curiosity, and I retired to bed, leaving him to his work. The world outside was still, and I drifted to sleep with the reassuring creaks of the old house settling around me. The first disturbance came the next morning when I awoke to find his laptop still open, a rare oversight. The air was heavy with the smell of freshly brewed coffee, absent of my father's usual presence. The steady click-clack of the keyboard, a familiar morning soundtrack, was missing. As I approached the table, a flicker of curiosity gave way to a surge of temptation. There was something magnetic about the open laptop, like a forbidden fruit inviting a reluctant bite. The screen displayed a document titled Project Ogrish. The name resonated with a dissonant chord, a melody of something dark, something hidden. I hesitated, my intuition tugging at the edges of my conscience. But eventually, the allure of the mystery overcame my initial reluctance. I sank into his chair and began to read. The document was a collection of found footage and cryptic notes, each entry more perplexing than the last. It chronicled a series of experiments conducted on unwitting subjects, their identities obscured by grainy video quality and shadowed corridors. The facility, it seemed, was a labyrinthine place, filled with sterile rooms and narrow hallways that seemed to stretch infinitely in every direction. The subjects themselves were ordinary people, plucked from the mundanity of their lives and thrust into a world of unknowable terror. The footage, though indistinct and poorly lit, revealed glimpses of the experiments, tests of psychological endurance, assessments of fear response to various stimuli, the gradual erosion of sanity under controlled conditions. The subjects were subjected to trials that contorted the mind and spirit, their reactions meticulously recorded and analyzed. The videos were interspersed with clinical notes, observations on the effects of isolation, manipulation, and the boundaries of human endurance. As the hours ticked by, the grisly puzzle began to coalesce in my mind. The experiments were not conducted for scientific advancement, nor for the benefit of mankind. They were for something else, something much darker. The phrase Project Ogrish seemed to embody the culmination of these sinister endeavors, a chilling testament to the depths of human depravity and the allure of absolute control. I found myself drawn into the chilling narrative, unable to tear my eyes away from the horror unfolding on the screen. The more I read, the more I felt the walls of the room closing in around me, an invisible weight pressing down on my chest. My father's involvement, once a source of pride, now filled me with a creeping sense of dread. What had he become a part of? What darkness lay within his soul? The escalation of my dread reached a fever pitch when I stumbled upon a series of entries marked with dates in the not-too-distant past. Recent activities, fresh horrors that made my skin crawl. The footage was clearer, the subjects more animated, their pleas more desperate. The final entry, a video time-stamped only a few days prior, showed an empty room. White walls, a single chair, and the distant sound of footsteps approaching. The screen flickered, and the video ended abruptly, leaving an ominous sense of incompletion. My father's voice startled me then, sharp and commanding, cutting through the oppressive silence like a knife. "What are you doing?" he demanded, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. I stumbled over my explanations, words tumbling from my mouth in a chaotic torrent. His anger was a tempest, but beneath it, I sensed something else. Fear. He closed the laptop with a decisive snap and ordered me to forget what I had seen. His eyes, usually so warm and reassuring, were now cold and edged with panic. I nodded, but the images lingered in the forefront of my mind, etched into my memory with indelible ink. From that moment on, the world seemed altered, tinged with an unsettling hue. The house, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. My father's presence, once comforting, now carried an undercurrent of menace. I watched him closely, searching for signs of the man I had known, but finding only a shadow of his former self. The knowledge of what lay beyond the surface of our normalcy had changed everything. The climax arrived with an inevitability that sent shivers down my spine. Days after the confrontation, I noticed my father becoming increasingly withdrawn. He spent hours locked away in his study, emerging only when necessary. The tension between us was palpable, a taut string ready to snap. I watched him with growing apprehension, every creak of the floorboards at night a reminder of the secrets we shared. One evening, as the sky turned to a deep indigo, I heard the familiar hum of his laptop once again. Unable to resist, I crept down the hallway, the sound of my own breath thunderous in my ears. I paused outside his study, the door slightly ajar, and peered inside. He sat there, head bowed, hands clasped in front of him. The screen was filled with a wall of text, the words blurred and incomprehensible from my vantage point. He must have sensed my presence, for he looked up suddenly, his eyes meeting mine. There was a moment, frozen in time, where understanding passed between us. He knew that I knew, and I knew that he was trapped, as much by his own actions as by the unseen forces that held him in their grasp. In a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "I had no choice." The words hung in the air, heavy with resignation and regret. I turned away, my heart pounding in my chest, and returned to my room, the weight of his confession adding to the burden I already carried. In the days that followed, a lingering fear settled in, a constant companion in the shadows of my mind. My father's involvement in Project Ogrish remained an unspoken truth between us, a specter that haunted the periphery of our existence. The knowledge of what transpired within the walls of that distant facility refused to dissipate, an echo that reverberated through my every waking moment. The world beyond our home felt different, as if the veil of normalcy had been lifted to reveal the sinister machinations lurking below. I found myself questioning everything, every interaction, every routine, wondering if the darkness that had consumed my father would one day come for me. And so, life continued, a fragile facade covering the abyss beneath. The ticking of the clock resumed its cadence, the rhythm of our days seemingly unchanged. Yet every so often, I would catch a glimpse of my father, his eyes distant and haunted, and I would remember. I would remember the open laptop, the flickering screen, and the chilling truth of Project Ogrish. In the quiet moments, when the house settled into its familiar creaks and groans, I would find myself staring into the darkness, my mind a flurry of unanswered questions. What had really happened in that facility? How far did the tendrils of its influence reach? And most importantly, would I ever truly escape the shadow it had cast over my life? These thoughts would swirl and churn, a relentless storm that left me breathless and trembling. The fear, once a fleeting sensation, had become a permanent fixture, a reminder of the night the world changed. In its wake, I was left with a lingering dread, an unsettling awareness of the fragility of our reality and the darkness that lay just beneath its surface. It was a darkness that, like the ticking of the clock, was always there, waiting, watching, just beyond the edge of the light. Growing up, my father worked in a nondescript research facility situated in a remote area, a location so isolated that it felt like a world away from the reality everyone else inhabited. He never spoke much about his job, which always struck me as odd. His silence was an unchanging constant, like the rhythmic ticking of a clock in an otherwise silent room. He would leave for work before sunrise and return home just in time for dinner, his eyes carrying the weariness of unseen burdens. Life at home followed a predictable pattern of normalcy, a continuous flow of mundane activities that rarely deviated from the expected. Yet, beneath this veneer of normality, I sensed an undercurrent of something unspoken, a faint tension that lingered like a shadow in the periphery of my awareness. It was on a night much like any other, under a sky painted with stars that resembled scattered diamonds, when the fragile balance of my world began to unravel. I remember the evening vividly. My father had returned late, his demeanor more distant than usual. He exchanged perfunctory pleasantries, his mind seemingly elsewhere, before retreating to his study. I watched him as he walked away, a specter shrouded in a cloak of his own making. The study door closed with a soft click, the sound resonating with an air of finality. It was later that night when the first disturbance occurred. I had awoken in the middle of the night, compelled by an inexplicable urge to venture downstairs. As I descended the staircase, the house was steeped in an eerie silence, the kind that seems to amplify every creak of the wooden floorboards. The study door was ajar, a sliver of light spilling out like a beacon in the darkness. Cautiously, I approached and peered inside. My father had left his laptop open on the desk, the screen casting a ghostly glow across the room. Curiosity got the better of me, and I entered, drawn towards the illuminated device. The screen displayed a folder ominously titled Project Ogrish. My heart pounded in my chest as I hesitated, thoughts racing. My father's job had always been shrouded in secrecy, and now the opportunity to peer behind the curtain lay before me. I clicked on the folder, opening it to reveal a collection of documents and files, some marked with a red classified stamp. I began to read through them. The documents were clinical, detailing experiments that sounded something out of a dystopian nightmare. They described a series of tests conducted on unwitting subjects, individuals who had no knowledge of their participation in this grim research. The project aimed to explore the depths of human fear and the psychological effects of certain stimuli. Each file was more chilling than the last, painting a portrait of ethical boundaries crossed without hesitation. Among the files was a series of videos listed as found footage. My fingers trembled as I clicked on the first one. The footage was grainy, captured from hidden cameras that recorded the subjects in their most vulnerable moments. Each video depicted a carefully orchestrated scenario designed to invoke terror, leaving the subjects in states of confusion and distress. As I watched, a deep sense of unease settled over me, a persistent whisper in the back of my mind that something was terribly wrong. The subjects' expressions of fear were haunting, their eyes wide with panic, movements frantic as they navigated through a maze of psychological torment. One video, in particular, caught my attention. The subject was a woman, her face partially obscured by shadows, yet there was something eerily familiar about her. The scene unfolded slowly, her fear palpable through the screen. I couldn't shake the feeling that I knew her, that her terror was not just a performance for the cameras, but a genuine cry for help. Over the following days, the oddities escalated. I found myself haunted by the images I had seen, the memory of those videos invading my thoughts and dreams. My father remained oblivious, or perhaps chose to ignore the changes in me, continuing his routine with mechanical precision. I began to notice subtle shifts in his behavior as well. He was more reserved, his eyes clouded with an undefined apprehension. At times, he seemed lost in thought, as if wrestling with unseen demons. Our conversations grew shorter, punctuated by uncomfortable silences that spoke louder than words ever could. Driven by a need to understand, I delved deeper into the files whenever I could, piecing together fragments of the disturbing story. Each discovery was like pulling at a loose thread, unraveling a tapestry woven from secrecy and manipulation. The experiments were more widespread than I had initially understood, their reach extending beyond the confines of the facility into the broader world. The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. The implications of these experiments were staggering. If the project continued unchecked, the psychological impact on society could be catastrophic. My father's involvement in such a project both terrified and angered me. How could he partake in something so inherently wrong? The final straw came when I stumbled upon a document marked as Subject Profiles. I opened it with trepidation, my heart sinking as I scrolled through the list. Each entry was accompanied by a photograph and a brief description. My breath caught in my throat as I recognized one of the faces. It was her, the woman from the video, the familiarity now unmistakable. She had been a neighbor, someone I remembered from my childhood, now a ghost of her former self. Everything came to a head one stormy night. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows as if in protest of the secrets they enclosed. I confronted my father, fueled by a mix of fear and righteous indignation. As we faced each other in the dim light of the study, the air between us crackled with unspoken truths and buried guilt. "Dad," I began, my voice trembling, "I know about Project Ogrish." He froze, his expression a mask of shock, quickly followed by resignation. The silence stretched on, an eternity contained in mere moments. Finally he spoke, his voice heavy with a weariness that belied his age. "I never wanted you to find out," he admitted, each word a reluctant confession. "It was never supposed to be like this." "How could you?" I demanded, the anger I had suppressed boiling over. "How could you be a part of something so monstrous?" He sighed, the sound filled with the weight of countless regrets. "It started as something else, something promising, but it spiraled out of control. I tried to stop it, but what?" I pressed, needing answers. "Why didn't you stop when you had the chance?" He looked at me then, his eyes filled with a profound sadness. "Because they made it impossible. They have leverage over everyone involved. Once you're in, there's no getting out." The reality of his words hit me like a physical blow, a chilling confirmation of my worst fears. The project was not just a moral aberration, but a trap, ensnaring those within its grasp with ruthless efficiency. Our conversation continued late into the night, unraveling a web of deceit that spanned years. My father revealed the intricate machinations behind the project, a network of power and control that extended far beyond what I could have imagined. By the time dawn broke, the truth lay bare, a stark contrast to the serene beauty of the world outside. In the weeks that followed, the knowledge of Project Ogrish weighed heavily on me, a specter that refused to be exorcised. My relationship with my father was irrevocably altered, our interactions laced with a tension that could not be dispelled. Though we shared the burden of this dark secret, the trust we once had was shattered, leaving only the jagged edges of betrayal. The facility was eventually shut down, its operations dismantled under the guise of routine restructuring. Official documentation, cited budgetary constraints and a shift in organizational priorities as the reasons for its closure. To the outside world, it was just another bureaucratic decision, devoid of any sinister implications. But I knew better. The project had not been eradicated, merely relocated, its insidious tendrils merely biding time until they could re-emerge. The world continued to spin, blissfully unaware of the horrors lurking beneath its surface, but I remained vigilant, haunted by the knowledge of what lay hidden in the shadows. The fear lingered like a persistent echo, a reminder of the darkness humanity was capable of when unchecked by conscience. Though the immediate threat had passed, the specter of Project Ogrish haunted my thoughts, a constant companion in the quiet moments between heartbeats. Sometimes, as I lay awake at night, I imagined the faces of those unwitting subjects, their stories untold and their lives irreparably altered. I wondered if they sensed the invisible chains that bound them, the unseen puppeteers, pulling the strings of their existence. In the end, all I was left with was a profound sense of loss, not just for the innocence that was stripped away, but for the humanity eroded by the relentless pursuit of knowledge. My father's laptop remained the same, an innocuous device that belied the horrors it had once revealed. But I would never look at it the same way again, nor could I erase the memory of that night when the world I thought I knew was irrevocably changed. And so, I live with the lingering fear, a silent vigil against the return of the darkness that once crept so close. For now, the secrets remain buried, but I know that beneath the surface, the shadows are restless, waiting for their moment to rise again. The facility loomed large against the desolate backdrop of the landscape, a stark concrete testament to human ingenuity and secrecy. My father had worked there for as long as I could remember, a dedicated researcher whose work was shrouded in mystery. He rarely spoke about the specifics of his job, only mentioning the usual mundane details of office life that made it sound like any other 9 to 5. I had grown accustomed to his silence about the projects he worked on and never pressed him for details. Our home was situated in a remote area, a mere couple of miles from the facility. It was an old house, creaking and groaning with the weight of its years, but holding a quaint charm that always felt comforting. It was a quiet life, one where the monotony of each day was only ever broken by my father's occasional late nights at work, or the infrequent visits by other researchers who always seemed to carry an air of quiet urgency about them. One evening, as I meandered through the house, the soft hum of static and a faint undercurrent of my father's voice reached my ears from his study. The door, usually closed and locked when he wasn't around, was ajar. Curiosity piqued, I approached cautiously. It was unusual for him to leave his workspace unsecured, especially with all the classified work he dealt with. But it was possible he simply forgot, in his haste, to return home for dinner. Inside, the dim light of his laptop screen cast flickering shadows across the walls, illuminating stacks of papers and books in untidy piles. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the doorknob. A part of me felt an unwarranted sense of intrusion. The study was my father's domain, a place I rarely ventured into. But the pull of the unknown was strong, a tantalizing whisper in the back of my mind urging me forward. The laptop was open, displaying a folder ominously titled Project Ogrish. The name seemed innocuous at first, a string of letters with no apparent meaning. But as my eyes lingered on it, a knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach. The cursor hovered over the folder, and with a hesitant click, it opened to reveal a series of files, each labeled with a date and a code. A lump formed in my throat as I scrolled through them, my curiosity now mingled with a sense of apprehension. The first video was dated several months back, and, with a mix of trepidation and intrigue, I clicked play. The footage was shaky, as if taken by handheld cameras, showing corridors and rooms that bore a striking resemblance to the facility where my father worked. The camera panned to a group of individuals in lab coats, their faces obscured by masks, speaking in hushed tones about an upcoming trial. Words like subjects and monitoring results floated through the garbled audio, and my heart began to race. I paused the video, glancing nervously at the door as though expecting my father to suddenly appear. But the house was silent, the only sound the distant rustle of wind through the trees outside. Swallowing hard, I resumed the video. The scene shifted to a small, windowless room where a person sat alone, their expression vacant and eyes unfocused. As the camera zoomed in, I noticed electrodes attached to their temples, wires snaking away to a machine that beeped rhythmically in the background. The unsettling scene sent a chill down my spine. The subsequent files revealed more of the same. Subjects in various states of distress, some visibly agitated while others sat motionless, their faces blank slates devoid of emotion. The voiceovers became increasingly concerning as they referenced behavioral modifications and cognitive reprogramming. I felt as though I had stumbled upon something I was never meant to see, a clandestine world of experiments that seemed more suited to the realm of fiction than reality. As I watched, I became aware of a growing sense of dread. The subjects were unwitting participants in something far beyond their comprehension, their fates sealed by the hands of unseen puppet masters. The ethical implications were staggering, and I couldn't shake the feeling that my father was somehow complicit in this. Was this what he had been working on all these years? Had he known the true nature of these experiments? My initial shock soon gave way to a need for answers. I delved deeper into the files, searching for any clue that might shed light on the purpose of Project Ogrish. Among the documents, I found detailed reports outlining the experiment's goals and methodology, altering neural pathways to eliminate certain behaviors deemed undesirable, enhancing cognitive abilities, and ultimately creating a more efficient human being. The language was clinical and detached, yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of ambition and hubris. The more I read, the more disturbed I became. It was clear that the researchers saw their subjects as mere data points, tools to be used and discarded in pursuit of their goals. The ethical lines had not just been blurred, they had been obliterated. My father's signature was on some of these documents, a testament to his involvement. My mind raced with conflicting emotions, betrayal, anger, confusion. but above all, fear for what these experiments could mean for the future. The final video was the most chilling of all. It showed a subject undergoing a procedure meant to erase a memory, their cries echoing through the room as the camera captured every agonizing second. The researchers watched impassively, making notes and exchanging observations as though the person before them were no more than a lab rat. I felt a wave of revulsion and horror wash over me, the reality of what I had uncovered settling heavily on my shoulders. Suddenly, a noise outside the study wrenched me from my thoughts. I quickly closed the laptop, my heart hammering in my chest as I listened intently. It was my father, returning from the kitchen, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Panic surged through me, and I hurriedly slipped out of the study, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. Dinner was a tense affair. I could barely look at my father, my mind replaying the images and conversations from the files I had just seen. He seemed oblivious to my inner turmoil, chatting as if nothing was amiss, but I found it impossible to engage. I excused myself as soon as I could, retreating to my room under the pretense of needing rest. Lying in bed, the magnitude of what I had discovered weighed heavily on my mind. The project was more than just a breach of ethics. It was a violation of human rights, a manipulation of lives without consent or conscience. And my father, my own father, was part of it. The man I had looked up to, respected, was now someone I barely recognized. I felt as though a chasm had opened between us, one that could never be bridged. In the days that followed, I found myself living in a constant state of fear and paranoia. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow hiding unseen threats. I avoided my father as much as possible, my interactions with him awkward and stilted. I couldn't bring myself to confront him, terrified of what his response might be. Instead, I immersed myself in researching the project, desperate to find some way to stop the horrors I had witnessed. But the more I delved into the depths of Project Ogrish, the more it seemed like an insurmountable monster. The facility was impenetrable, its secrets guarded by layers of bureaucracy and security measures. It was as if I were fighting a ghost, something intangible and ever-present. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that every move I made was being monitored. The paranoia was suffocating, a constant reminder of the danger I was in. One night, I awoke to the sound of footsteps outside my door. My heart leapt into my throat as I lay perfectly still, straining to hear any indication of who or what might be lurking in the darkness. The door creaked open ever so slightly, and I held my breath, fear gripping me in its icy claws. But after a few agonizing moments, the footsteps retreated, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts. I knew then that I had to act, had to do something before it was too late. Gathering my courage, I resolved to confront my father, to demand answers, and, if necessary, to expose the truth of Project Ogrish to the world. It was a daunting prospect, but I couldn't stand by and do nothing while innocent lives were being destroyed. The confrontation was fraught with tension, my words tumbling out in a torrent of anger and accusation. My father's reaction was one of shock and denial, but as I pressed him, The mask of ignorance slowly began to crumble. He admitted to knowing more than he had let on, to being aware of the project's darker aspects, but feeling powerless to stop it. It was a small consolation, but it was something. Together, we formulated a plan to gather evidence and bring the truth to light. It was risky, fraught with potential consequences, but it was the only way to stop the nightmare of Project Ogrish. As we worked together, the bond between us began to mend, strengthened by a shared sense of purpose and determination. In the end, our efforts paid off. Whistleblowers from within the facility came forward, their testimony corroborated by the evidence we had collected. The project was exposed, the facility shut down, and the researchers held accountable for their actions. It was a bittersweet victory, the knowledge of what had been done a lingering shadow over our lives. Even now, years later, the specter of Project Ogrish haunts me. The memories of those videos, the faces of the subjects, are etched into my mind, a reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of human ambition. I often wonder how many other secrets lie hidden in the remote corners of the world, waiting to be uncovered, and I fear for what might be revealed. The scars of what I discovered will never fully heal, leaving me forever vigilant, my trust forever fractured. I always thought of my father as a simple man, a scientist, sure, but to me, he was just Dad. He was a man of routine and quiet habits, living a life as predictable as the sunrise. Our home was a modest one, nestled in the outskirts of a remote town, surrounded by verdant woods. It was the kind of place where silence was a familiar companion, and the night skies were vast, untainted by the glare of city lights. In the evenings after dinner, Dad would retreat to his study, where the soft glow of his laptop often spilled through the half-open door into the darkened hallway. I never questioned what he was working on. As a child, I was under the impression that my father was simply a researcher involved in harmless academic endeavors. The nature of his work was never a subject of dinner table discussions, not because it was a guarded secret, but because it seemed as dull as the buzz of an overhead light. His face, usually hidden behind the reflection of his computer glasses, bore the expression of deep concentration. Research, she'd say, when I asked about him. Important work. One evening as I returned home, I found the house unusually quiet. Mom was away visiting relatives, leaving the place under my care. I noticed his study door was ajar, and the gentle hum of his laptop was the only sound breaking the stillness. Out of curiosity, and perhaps a sliver of rebellion, I stepped inside. The room was a familiar sight, shelves packed with books, a paper-strewn desk, and the old leather chair, facing the open laptop. I hesitated for a moment. It felt like a breach of privacy, but an irresistible curiosity tugged at me. The screen displayed a document titled Project Ogrish. I had never heard of it before, and an uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. I sat down and began to read. The document was a jumble of jargon, but as I scrolled, a clearer picture began to emerge. Project Ogrish was an experimental study undertaken at a research facility, precisely the one where Dad worked. The project involved subjects, human subjects, who were unwittingly part of some sort of psychological experiment. The idea was to explore the boundaries of fear, to observe how far the human psyche could be stretched before it snapped. My heart pounded as I read case notes, each account more disturbing than the last. One entry stood out. It detailed a subject known as Subject 14. The notes described a series of experiments where the subject was isolated in a room with minimal light, exposed to unnerving sounds at irregular intervals. The objective was to induce a state of paranoia, to push the subject into believing in unseen threats. The data was clinical, cold. It spoke of rising heart rates, spikes in stress hormones, and most chillingly, the subject's gradual descent into madness. I felt a chill run down my spine. The date of the entry was recent, too recent. A thought nagged at me, an unsettling realization that the horror I was reading about was happening now, perhaps not far from where I was sitting. I pushed the laptop away and leaned back in the chair, trying to process what I had just discovered. The next day, I confronted Dad after breakfast. My voice trembled as I asked him about Project Ogrish. For a moment, he was silent, his face an unreadable mask. Finally, he sighed, a weary, defeated sound. He didn't deny it. Instead, he began to explain, his voice low and devoid of its usual warmth. "It's not what you think," he said. "The project is sanctioned by the government. It's an essential study for understanding human psychology, for the greater good." But his words felt hollow, rehearsed. I could see the conflict in his eyes, a flicker of doubt that betrayed his calm demeanor. I pressed him further, demanding to know why these experiments were conducted without the subject's knowledge. His answer was as unsettling as the experiments themselves. "True results," he said, "can only be obtained under genuine conditions. If the subjects knew, it would skew the data. It was a necessary deceit." I refused to accept his justification. Our conversation ended in an uncomfortable silence, each of us retreating to our corners of the house, burdened by the weight of the truth. Over the following days, the unease between us grew. Dad continued his work as if nothing had changed, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that I had stumbled upon something I was never meant to see. As the weeks passed, strange occurrences began to unfold. I started noticing emails from unknown senders on Dad's laptop, messages that were cryptically worded and unsettlingly vague. They spoke of subjects breaching containment and needing immediate attention. The messages were always deleted soon after they arrived, but not before I caught glimpses of their ominous content. My sleep was haunted by dreams of darkened rooms and shadowy figures, reflections of the horrors described in the Project Ogrish document. I became increasingly paranoid, jumping at shadows and flinching at sudden noises. It was as if the experiments had extended their reach beyond the confines of the facility, invading my consciousness. One night, while the rest of the world slept, I awoke to a soft creaking sound. It was coming from the study. With my heart in my throat, I stepped into the hallway and peered down the corridor. The study door was ajar, just as it had been the night I found the document. The dim light of the laptop cast long shadows across the floor. Curiosity mingled with dread as I approached. The screen displayed a video file, paused on the first frame. It was labeled Session 14, Final Observation. My hands trembled as I clicked play. The footage was grainy, clearly taken from a hidden camera. It showed a small, dimly lit room. In the center sat a man, presumably Subject 14, his appearance disheveled, eyes wide with terror. He was muttering to himself, words barely audible over the crackling of the audio. As the video progressed, the man's behavior became increasingly erratic. He clutched his head, as if trying to ward off unseen forces, his eyes darting around the room, as though expecting something to leap out from the shadows. A sudden noise in the video made me jump, a clang like metal striking metal. The man reacted violently, standing abruptly and backing into a corner, his eyes wild and pleading. His lips moved, forming words that sent a chill through me. It's here. I can feel it watching. The video ended there, a static-filled screen returning to the fore. I sat frozen, the horrific implications of what I had just witnessed sinking in. This wasn't just an experiment. It was a nightmare brought to life, all under the guise of research, and my father was part of it. The days that followed were tense. I struggled to maintain a facade of normalcy, but the knowledge of what was happening in that facility weighed heavily on me. I couldn't unsee what I had seen, couldn't unknow what I had discovered. My relationship with Dad grew strained, unspoken accusations hanging in the air between us. Then, one evening, he didn't come home. Hours turned into a restless night, and by morning, panic had taken root. I considered calling the authorities, but something held me back. An instinct that told me this was not a matter for regular police intervention. Desperate for answers, I returned to the study, hoping to find some clue. The laptop was gone, along with any trace of its disturbing contents. I felt a heavy sense of finality, as if my connection to the world of Project Ogrish had been severed. Yet, the unease persisted. I started noticing things. An unfamiliar car parked down the street, a sense of being watched, the flicker of a shadow just outside my field of vision. It was as if the paranoia of the experiments had seeped into my life, an unshakable presence that refused to be ignored. Weeks turned into months. I eventually moved away, seeking distance from the memories that haunted me. But the fear lingered, a constant companion. Even in a new city, with new surroundings, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was watching, waiting. I never saw Dad again. He vanished without a trace, leaving behind only questions and a legacy of unease. Occasionally, I'd catch whispers of strange happenings, stories of experiments in isolated facilities, and I'd wonder if they were connected, if the shadow of Project Ogrish still loomed large in some corner of the world. The world went on, oblivious to the dark corners where fear was cultivated into chaos. I tried to move on, to live a life untouched by the horrors I had uncovered. But at night, when the world was wrapped in silence, when shadows stretched long and the wind whispered through the trees, the fear would return. It was a fear born not just of the unknown, but of the realization that some truths are better left undiscovered, some doors better left unopened. And as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I'd wonder if somewhere, in some hidden room, another Subject 14 was whispering into the darkness. It's here. I can feel it watching. The late afternoon sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the small trailer park on the edge of town. I often found solace in the quiet, contemplative moments just before dusk, when the world seemed to hold its breath. It was during one of these moments, the air thick with the scent of pine and the distant sound of cicadas, that I found myself once again at Uncle Rupert's trailer. Uncle Rupert had been gone for 3 years now, his departure abrupt and unexplained, leaving behind a life filled with curiosities and oddities that sparked both intrigue and unease. His trailer sat at the very end of the dirt road, surrounded by overgrown grass and a sense of abandonment that seemed to echo the mysteries of his life. Rupert had been a collector of unusual items, a fascination that bordered on obsession. His trailer was filled with artifacts from distant lands, ancient relics, and peculiar trinkets that he claimed held stories of their own. Yet, among all his treasures, there was one particular find that always drew my attention: a box of blank VHS tapes. I visited Uncle Rupert's trailer out of a sense of duty to maintain the place in his absence, and perhaps in some small way to keep him alive in my memory. As I dusted the shelves and swept the floor, my eyes inevitably fell upon the tapes. They were ordinary in appearance, their labels yellowed with age, and sat in a nondescript cardboard box tucked neatly under his desk. On a whim, driven by curiosity or perhaps a deeper sense of unfinished business, I decided to take the tapes home with me that day. My house, an old Victorian on the outskirts of town, was as much a refuge as it was a relic in its own right. Its creaky floorboards and drafty windows were comforting in their familiarity. That evening, as the sun descended into the embrace of night, I sat in my living room with the tapes stacked beside the television. The air was still, the only sound the faint ticking of the clock that hung above the mantel. I inserted the first tape into the VCR, half expecting nothing more than the gentle hiss of static. Yet, as the screen flickered to life, I was met with an image that defied expectation. The screen showed a room, dimly lit and unfamiliar, a place I had never seen before. The camera was stationary, aimed at a single wooden chair placed in the center. There was no sound, only the soft hum of the television as I watched, transfixed. Minutes passed, perhaps even an hour, and yet the scene remained unchanged. There was something unsettling about the stillness, the emptiness of the room, and the anticipation that something, anything, might happen. It wasn't until the tape abruptly ended, the screen cutting to black, that I realized how tense I had become. I removed the tape, my hand trembling slightly, and placed it back into the box. The strange recording left a lingering unease, a sense that I had witnessed something not meant for my eyes. Yet, despite the discomfort, my curiosity was piqued. Over the following nights, I made my way through the tapes, each presenting a different room, a different chair, but always the same unnerving silence and stillness. The recordings were mundane in their simplicity, yet they carried a weight that pressed heavily upon my mind. I found myself watching them obsessively, searching for patterns, for meaning, in the randomness of it all. As the days stretched into weeks, the boundary between my waking life and the world, captured on those tapes, began to blur. The images haunted my thoughts, creeping into my dreams, where I found myself wandering through those unknown rooms, always drawn to the solitary chair at their center. It became a fixation, an obsession that I could neither understand nor shake. The tapes had a hold on me, a pull that was both inexplicable and irresistible. It was on a particularly somber evening, the sky overcast and threatening rain, that the first disturbance occurred. I was sitting in my study, the tapes lined up neatly beside me, when I noticed an anomaly in one of the recordings. There, in the corner of the screen, a shadow flickered, an ephemeral figure that seemed to move independently of the static surroundings. The shadow was fleeting, barely perceptible, yet its presence was undeniable. It was the first time the tapes had deviated from their unchanging monotony, and it filled me with both dread and excitement. I rewound the tape, my eyes glued to the screen, but the shadow refused to reveal itself again. It was as if it had vanished into the ether, leaving behind only a sense of unease that clung to the air. The discovery of the shadow marked a turning point, the beginning of an escalation that I could neither anticipate nor control. The tapes, once a source of passive curiosity, became an all-consuming force in my life. I spent hours analyzing them, replaying segments, searching for signs of the shadow's return. Sleep eluded me as I pored over the recordings, my mind a labyrinth of theories and suspicions. The presence of the shadow suggested a consciousness, a malignant awareness that lurked just beyond the edge of perception. Yet, despite my growing apprehension, I felt compelled to continue, driven by a need to understand the mystery that had ensnared me. The boundary between reality and illusion began to fray, my waking hours haunted by the specter of a presence I could not name. The rooms on the tapes became more familiar than my own, their silent chairs a symbol of something that eluded understanding. My thoughts were consumed by the shadow, its brief appearance a puzzle I was determined to solve. As days melded into nights, I found myself losing track of time, my life an endless cycle of waking and watching. The tapes held a hypnotic power, drawing me into their world with a grip that tightened with each passing day. I became a prisoner of my own obsession, trapped in a loop of fear and fascination. It was during this period of escalating tension that I noticed the first signs of intrusion within my own home. It began with small, seemingly innocuous occurrences: a misplaced book, a door left ajar. At first, I dismissed these as oversights, products of a mind preoccupied with the tapes. Yet, as the incidents multiplied, their nature became more deliberate, more insidious. I would find chairs moved from their usual places, always positioned in ways that echoed the recordings. The unsettling familiarity of these arrangements sent shivers down my spine, a stark reminder of the connection between the tapes and my own reality. Each discovery heightened my anxiety, the eerie sense that my life was being orchestrated by an unseen hand. My once peaceful home had become a landscape of dread, a mirror of the world captured on those tapes. Sleep brought little respite as my dreams continued to echo the waking nightmares I experienced. The shadow, once confined to the tapes, began to drift into my reality, a dark silhouette glimpsed in the periphery of my vision. I would catch fleeting glimpses out of the corner of my eye, a presence that vanished whenever I turned to face it. It became a constant companion, a reminder of the thin veil that separated my world from the one on the tapes. The escalation reached its peak one stormy night, the wind howling outside as I sat alone in the living room. The atmosphere was charged with electricity, a prelude to the storm that raged beyond the windows. I was watching the tapes again, my gaze fixed on the familiar room with its solitary chair, when the power flickered, plunging the house into darkness. In the silence that followed, I felt a chill run down my spine, an awareness that I was not alone. The shadow, no longer confined to the screen, manifested before me, a dark figure that seemed to absorb the very light from the room. It stood beside the television, its outline indistinct, yet deeply unsettling. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing like a drum in the stillness. I was frozen, caught between the urge to flee and the compulsion to confront this apparition. The shadow did not move, did not speak, yet its presence was suffocating, an oppressive force that seemed to fill the room. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the power returned, the room flooding with light and warmth. The shadow was gone, leaving behind only the lingering fear that clung to my soul. The encounter marked the climax of my ordeal, a confrontation with a force that defied comprehension. In the days that followed, I withdrew from the tapes, their once irresistible allure replaced by a deep-seated dread. I could no longer bring myself to watch them, to invite the shadow back into my life. I focused on reclaiming my home, restoring a sense of normalcy that had been so thoroughly disrupted. Yet, despite my efforts, the fear persisted, a constant undercurrent that colored my every thought. The tapes remained a silent threat, their presence a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of understanding. I often contemplated destroying them, ridding myself of their influence once and for all. Yet something held me back, a fear that doing so might unleash something far worse. And so they remained, hidden away in a locked cabinet, a secret that whispered of unfinished stories and unanswered questions. The shadow had retreated, but the fear it inspired lingered, a haunting reminder of the thin line between reality and the unknown. I moved through my days with a cautious awareness, always attuned to the possibility of its return. My life resumed its outward semblance of normalcy, yet I remained forever changed, marked by the encounter with the tapes and the shadow they had unleashed. As the seasons turned and time marched inexorably forward, I learned to live with the fear, to accept it as a part of me. It became a silent companion, a reminder of the mysteries that existed beyond the veil of perception. Though the tapes gathered dust, untouched and unexamined. Their presence was a constant in my life, a symbol of the unknown that lay just beyond the reach of understanding. I often wondered about Uncle Rupert, about the secrets he had uncovered, and the knowledge he had taken with him. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, I felt a kinship with him, a shared experience that connected us across time and space. The blank tapes, with their cursed allure, had opened a door to a world I could never fully comprehend, a world that remained just out of reach, waiting for the curious and the unwary. And so, I continued on, haunted yet hopeful, my life a delicate balance between the light of the known and the shadows of the unknowable. The tapes and the shadow were a part of me now, a story that echoed through the corridors of my mind, a reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved. There is something inherently comforting about the familiar hum of daily life that quietly unfolds within the walls of a family home. Ours was an ordinary house, nestled in a suburban neighborhood where little seemed to change from one year to the next. Its rooms were filled with the echoes of laughter and the soft murmurs of everyday conversations. Rituals were observed with the diligence of tradition. Breakfast at 7, television blaring in the evening, and stories exchanged over dinner that tied the past to the present in a seamless thread. Our basement, however, stood apart from this daily rhythm. It was an untouched realm, cloaked in darkness and forgotten by time, its secrets buried beneath layers of dust and neglect. When I was young, I would occasionally dare a glance down the creaky stairs, my imagination painting shadows into monsters. But as I grew older, the basement became just another part of the house that existed in the periphery of my consciousness, a place I rarely ventured, yet knew was there. It was a rainy Saturday afternoon when the first disturbance came, breaking the monotony of my routine. My mother had asked me to retrieve an old heirloom she was certain was stored away downstairs, a request that seemed simple enough at the time. Armed with a flashlight and a vague description of what I was looking for, I descended into the basement, each step creaking like a distant memory trying to resurface. The air was cool and musty, the smell of forgotten things leaching into my nostrils as I surveyed the cobwebbed landscape before me. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, their contents a mystery. I began my search, moving aside relics of past decades, until I stumbled upon something unexpected, a stack of old VHS tapes, their labels yellowed and peeling. They were nestled in a corner, hidden beneath a moth-eaten cloth. I picked up one of the tapes, squinting to make out the faded writing. It simply read, "Family Memories." Curiosity piqued. I gathered the tapes and carried them upstairs, momentarily forgetting my original task. There was no VCR in the house anymore, a fact I quickly remedied with a visit to a local thrift store. By the evening, I was seated in front of the television, a mix of nostalgia and anticipation swirling within me as I inserted the first tape. The screen flickered to life, the familiar static giving way to a scene of my parents' wedding. Joyful faces filled the screen, their youthful exuberance captured in grainy detail. I watched, enraptured, the memories flowing like a forgotten river suddenly bursting its banks. These weren't just forgotten moments. They were pieces of our history, snippets of a life that seemed both intimate and distant. As I played through the tapes, a pattern emerged. Interspersed with the joyful celebrations and mundane family gatherings were brief, unsettling clips. Moments that seemed out of place. A darkened room where a shadow moved unnaturally. Faces contorted in silent screams and distorted audio that sent a shiver down my spine. These clips were brief, mere seconds long, but their presence lingered like an unwelcome guest. At first, I dismissed them as errors, perhaps the result of magnetic interference or degradation over time. But as I continued watching, it became clear that these were no accidents. Each tape held its own set of disturbing images, woven into the fabric of our family's recorded history with deliberate intent. Who had filmed these, and why had they been mixed in with our memories? It was a mystery that gnawed at the edges of my mind, refusing to be dismissed. The tapes were not merely cursed media, but seemed to carry a heavier weight, a connection to something lurking just out of sight. Determined to uncover the truth, I spent the following days immersed in research, delving into the history of our house, the tapes, and the people who once inhabited this space. What I discovered both intrigued and unsettled me. The house had belonged to a man named Thomas Ellison, a filmmaker of sorts, though not in the traditional sense. Ellison was fascinated by the concept of capturing the human soul on film, a pursuit that bordered on obsession. He believed that by filming people during moments of intense emotion, he could reveal their true essence, peeling back the layers to expose something raw and primal. Ellison's work was largely unrecognized, his films relegated to obscure showings and private viewings. But those who knew of him spoke of a magnetic presence, a man whose charm was only overshadowed by the darkness that seemed to seep into his work. His films were not simply records of life, but were said to capture something much more sinister, something that could not be seen with the naked eye, but only through the lens of a camera. The more I learned, the more I began to understand the nature of the tapes. They were remnants of Ellison's attempts to capture the soul, his attempts to bottle the intangible. But something had gone wrong. The dark energy he sought to capture had instead captured him, weaving itself into the tapes like a parasite feeding on forgotten memories. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the basement. A sense of unease settled into my bones. The tapes were a conduit, a gateway through which the past bled into the present. I needed to know what Ellison had captured, what had been left behind in his wake. I needed to find the truth within the frames of those cursed tapes. As I sorted through the tapes once more, I found one I hadn't noticed before. Its label was blank, a stark contrast to the others. With a mixture of dread and anticipation, I played it, the screen filling with static, before settling into a scene that made my blood run cold. It was a view of our living room, the camera angle familiar, as if someone had filmed from just outside our window. My heart pounded as I watched the figures move within the frame. My family, unaware of being observed. The scene shifted, the camera now in a darkened room that seemed somehow familiar. I realized with a jolt that it was our basement, but not as I had ever seen it. The darkness seemed alive, shifting and pulsating with a malicious intent. And there, in the center of the room, was a figure, its features obscured, yet unmistakably human. Ellison. It had to be him. He stood silent and still, his presence a haunting reminder of his obsession. As the scene unfolded, the figure slowly turned, fixing its gaze directly at the camera. Or was it at me? The hairs on my neck stood on end, a primal instinct warning me of the threat that lay in that gaze. The screen went black, the tape ending abruptly, leaving me with a chilling sense of being watched. It was as if Ellison's spirit had reached through the screen, tying itself to me, whispering secrets I could neither hear nor understand. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch, elongating into the corners where the light dared not go. In the days that followed, the boundaries between the past and present blurred, the darkness from the tapes seeping into the fabric of our home. Unexplained noises echoed through the halls at night. Shadows moved independently of their sources, and the air grew heavy with a presence that was impossible to ignore. Despite my fear, I continued to delve into the tapes, convinced that the answer lay within them. But with each viewing, the line between observation and participation faded, and I found myself wondering if I too was being drawn into Ellison's twisted game. Was I merely an observer, or had I become a part of the story captured on those tapes? The climax of this psychological unraveling came one night when the house was silent, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Awakened by a sense of urgency, I was drawn back to the basement, feeling compelled to confront whatever it was that Ellison had left behind. As I descended the stairs, my flashlight flickered ominously, casting my shadow against the wall in distorted relief. The basement seemed different, as if the very walls had shifted to accommodate the unseen presence that now dominated the space. At the far end, a figure stood waiting, its outline indistinct, yet I could feel its gaze upon me. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, the air growing colder with each step. The figure remained still, a silent sentinel guarding the secrets that lay within. It was then that I realized the truth. The tapes were not just a record of the past, but a means of communication, a way for Ellison to reach out from beyond and draw others into his dark world. With a final burst of courage, I reached out, my fingers brushing the surface of the last tape, and in that moment, I felt a connection snap into place, a tether binding me to the darkness. The figure moved then, its form dissolving into shadow, and I understood that I was gazing into the abyss of my own making. The basement returned to silence, my breath the only sound in the oppressive stillness. I gathered the tapes, my hands shaking, and knew that I must rid myself of their influence. I would bury them deep, far from the reach of curious eyes, where they could no longer whisper their terrible truths. But as I turned to leave, a chilling thought crept into my mind. Could the darkness be truly contained? Or had it found a new host in me, ready to spread its insidious touch. The question lingered, unanswered and unanswerable. As I made my way back up the stairs, the weight of the tapes a reminder of the legacy I could not escape. In the days and weeks that followed, life returned to its semblance of normalcy, the tapes hidden away, yet their presence felt in the quiet moments when shadows seemed to flicker in the corner of my vision. I would find myself pausing, listening for the whisper of a camera's click or the creak of a floorboard where none should be. The fear had settled deep within me, a constant reminder that the past is never truly forgotten, nor can it be fully erased. It lives on, captured in the frames of old tapes and the recesses of memory, waiting for the right moment to resurface and claim its due. And so, we live on, our days punctuated by the ordinary, yet shadowed by the extraordinary. The tapes remain hidden, but their specter lingers, a silent testament to the folly of seeking answers that were never meant to be found. In the end, the only certainty is the knowledge that the past is always watching, waiting to be unearthed by those who dare to look too closely. Life in the suburbs had always felt like a sequence of uneventful snapshots. Each frame was predictable, each day a rerun of the one before. I had settled into the monotony of it all without much resistance, greeting the dawn with a routine that hummed softly as background noise in my life. My home was a picturesque house nestled among others just like it, each with its own sun-dappled lawn and a mailbox standing at attention by the curb. It was a place where the hustle of the outside world seemed an echo in the distance, muted and irrelevant. My job as a video editor helped maintain this rhythm. I worked from home, my days spent splicing together moments, crafting narratives from fragments of reality. It was solitary work that I thrived on, each project a new puzzle that left little room for the unexpected. My evenings were spent in front of a different screen, partaking in the gentle comfort of familiar television shows or the occasional film. It was during one of these evenings, while browsing through an online auction site for old film equipment, that I stumbled upon a listing that piqued my curiosity. An old box of videotapes, unmarked and covered in a layer of dust. The seller claimed they had been found in the attic of a recently purchased home. Intrigued by the mystery and the potential of undiscovered footage, I placed a bid. A week later, a cardboard box arrived on my doorstep, the past contained within it. The tapes were a mix of formats, some VHS, others the smaller mini DV cassettes. As I began to sift through them, I was struck by the absence of any labeling or identification. There was a certain allure to their anonymity, a promise of tales untold, locked away and waiting for someone to unearth them. I set an old VHS player in the corner of my living room, the CRT television my portal into whatever world these tapes would reveal. The first few were mundane, snippets of family gatherings, vacations, and the occasional child's birthday party. The faces were unfamiliar, but their laughter universal, each frame a testament to moments treasured and preserved. Then there was the tape that changed everything. Its surface was no different from the others, but as the static cleared, I was greeted by a sight that felt all too personal. The camera appeared to be fixed in place, focusing on a room much like mine. The furniture, though different, was similarly arranged. A couch against the wall, a television, a coffee table cluttered with the debris of everyday life. The room was dimly lit, shadows pooling in the corners like ink. I watched with growing unease, the sense that I was intruding on something not meant for my eyes becoming ever stronger. There was no movement, no sign of life, only the oppressive silence pressing in from all sides. I nearly stopped the tape, but something compelled me to continue, a whisper of curiosity that refused to be silenced. Minutes passed without incident, a still life captured in time, until the screen flickered. At first, I thought it a glitch, the age of the tape perhaps compromising its stability. But then the image returned, subtly wrong. The perspective had shifted, though the camera had not moved. It was as though the room itself had warped, its angles sharper, the shadows longer and more pronounced. And then there was a figure. It stood in the corner, indistinct and shrouded in darkness. It was a silhouette, devoid of detail, yet undeniably human in shape. I felt a chill race up my spine, a primal instinct urging me away from the screen. But I remained, transfixed by the figure that did not move, did not breathe, only existed within those confines. As suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone, the room returning to its previous state of eerie calm. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, my heartbeat a steady drumbeat in my ears. The remainder of the tape was uneventful, the room empty, the shadows merely shadows once more. Disturbed but intrigued, I found myself unable to let the matter rest. I returned to the box, pulling out tape after tape, searching for any further traces of the figure. Some tapes were blank, others filled with more mundane recordings. I began to lose myself in this quest for an answer, my work neglected, the days blurring into nights. It was during one of these long nights, the clock ticking relentlessly towards dawn, that I stumbled upon another tape of the same room. This time, the figure appeared sooner, its presence more defined. I could make out the suggestion of features, a face that seemed to shift and change, like smoke caught in an updraft. It did not move, yet I felt its gaze, a weight pressing down on me from the screen. Sleep eluded me that night. The figure's image burned into my mind. Each shadow in my own home seemed to stretch towards me, reaching with invisible fingers. I told myself it was only a trick of the mind, a fabrication born of fatigue and imagination. Yet when dawn broke, it brought no relief. I needed answers. Desperation drove me to seek the assistance of a friend and fellow filmmaker, Alex, whose experience with experimental films seemed fitting for the task at hand. I invited him over, hoping his fresh perspective would shed light on this peculiar phenomenon. Alex was captivated by the tapes, his interest piqued by their eerie nature. We spent hours reviewing them, dissecting every frame. He theorized that it could be an intricate hoax or perhaps an avant-garde project left unfinished. Yet, like me, he felt the inexplicable pull towards the figure, an enigma begging to be unraveled. As days turned into weeks, our obsession grew. We compared notes, analyzed footage, even attempted to track down the previous owner of the tapes, though our efforts yielded no results. The mystery deepened, the figure's presence more frequent and defined with each new tape we discovered. The climax came unexpectedly during a night like so many before it. We had just finished reviewing yet another tape, the figure now almost familiar in its form. As Alex prepared to leave, we both heard it, a faint whispering that seemed to emanate from the television itself. We froze, eyes locked on the screen where the image remained static, the room unchanged. The whispering grew louder, a symphony of voices, each distinct yet inseparable from the others. We leaned in closer, straining to understand their message, when the screen flickered violently, the image distorting before our eyes. The figure, now unmistakably human, stepped forward, its face still obscured, but its intent clear. We stumbled backwards, the air thick with a sudden, oppressive weight. The television switched off. With a resounding finality, the room plunged into darkness. We sat in stunned silence, the implications of what we had witnessed settling over us like a shroud. In the days that followed, Alex and I distanced ourselves from the tapes, an unspoken agreement to leave the mystery unsolved. The tapes remained in the box, untouched, their secrets locked away once more. Yet, the fear lingered, a shadow that refused to be dispelled by light or logic. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, the corners of my vision always seeking the figure that had stepped from the screen. The world seemed subtly altered, a reality tinged with the supernatural, the tapes a reminder of the unknown that lurks just beyond the veil of the everyday. As time passed, the edge of fear dulled, though it never faded entirely. I returned to my routine, the familiar rhythms of life offering comfort amidst the lingering unease. The tapes remained a testament to that brief descent into mystery. A chapter closed, yet never truly forgotten. And sometimes, when the night draws long and shadows stretch across the walls, I feel its presence once more. A fleeting glimpse, a whisper in the dark, reminding me of the tapes and the secrets they hold. In those moments, I understand that some stories are not meant to be told, some mysteries destined to remain unsolved, leaving only echoes in their wake. I had always taken quiet solace in the familiar confines of my flat, nestled comfortably atop an old brick building in the heart of a city that never seemed to rest. The muted hum of traffic outside was a constant companion, a reassuring lullaby sung by the world beyond. The walls of my living space were lined with memories and knickknacks, photos of past travels, books I'd yet to read, and cushions that bore the gentle imprint of my repose. A place of refuge and routine, the flat was a sanctuary against the chaos of life, a place where time could stretch and yawn without the pressure to progress. On a particular evening, as the sun's last golden rays began to retreat behind the skyline, I found myself indulging in a simple pleasure, sorting through the half-forgotten boxes that lingered in my storage closet. It was a task I had avoided, one I now approached with a curious nostalgia, hoping to unearth something of interest, or at least reclaim some semblance of order. The boxes were mostly filled with the detritus of years gone by, clothes that no longer fit, old magazines, and forgotten gadgets. Among these, tucked away in a corner, was a package I didn't remember placing there. It was unremarkable in appearance, wrapped loosely in brown paper, with my name scrawled across its surface in a handwriting I did not recognize. There was no return address, no indication as to its origin or sender. Curiosity piqued. I took it to the living room, where the dim light cast long shadows against the walls. I sat in my worn armchair, the package resting on my lap, weighing it thoughtfully in my hands. It was light, with a solidity that suggested something substantial inside. With a sense of quiet anticipation, I peeled away the paper, revealing a plain, unmarked VHS tape. A relic from another era. The tape was an artifact from a time when home movies were captured in physical form rather than digital, when the whirring of a cassette was the preamble to a captured memory. A strange sense of familiarity washed over me, mingled with the indefinable eeriness of the unknown. I wondered who might have sent it and why. My old VHS player, a forgotten staple of my entertainment center, sat beneath the television, more ornament than utility these days. I hesitated only briefly before sliding the tape into the machine, the mechanism clunking into life with a mechanical groan. The screen flickered, and then the image resolved into view. At first, the footage was mundane, the shaky lens of a handheld camera panning across an ordinary living room, much like my own. The room was sparse, but warmly lit, the kind of space that suggested cozy evenings and quiet contentment. I watched as the camera settled on a figure seated on a couch, a man in his 40s, with a kind face that seemed vaguely familiar. He spoke directly to the camera, his voice low and steady. "If you're watching this, then perhaps you found it as I did." His gaze was intense, as though he could see beyond the screen, beyond time itself. I can't explain how it came to me, only that it did. And now, it is yours. A chill prickled along my spine, the kind that accompanies an unbidden realization. Was this man speaking to me, or was it a prelude to something more sinister? The camera's perspective shifted, now focused on a window. Outside, the scene was familiar, a cityscape not unlike my own, with towering buildings and the distant sweep of headlights. The footage continued in this manner, alternating between scenes of the man's quotidian life and cryptic monologues addressed to whoever might be watching. As the tape played, I felt increasingly drawn into his world, as though the boundary between reality and recording was blurring, the walls of my flat subtly shifting to match those on the screen. The man spoke of things that were unsettling in their simplicity, moments that seemed innocuous, yet were laced with a tension that belied their surface. "Pay attention to what you see," he would say, his voice a soft insistence that raised goosebumps on my arms. "Look beyond the obvious." It was then that the first true disturbance occurred. As the camera once again panned across the familiar setting, a shadow flitted across the screen, just a brief flicker, almost imperceptible, yet enough to draw my focus, my heart quickening in response. The man paused, eyes darting to the periphery of his vision, a fleeting unease passing over his features. I rewound the tape, playing the scene again, but the shadow remained elusive. a phantom of memory and light. A sense of intrusion crept over me, as if unseen eyes were watching, as if the boundaries of my flat were less secure than I had always believed. The tape continued, the narrative weaving a tapestry that was at once personal and alien. Days seemed to pass on the screen, though how much of it was true time and how much an illusion I could not say. The man began to speak of dreams, of visions that haunted his nights and seeped into his waking hours. He spoke of feeling watched, of an inexplicable presence that lingered just out of reach. As he spoke, I felt an odd resonance, as if his experience were a reflection of my own. In the days since the package's arrival, I had felt a growing sense of unease within the walls of my flat, a disquiet that settled like dust in the corners of my mind. At night, I found myself waking to shadows that danced in the corners of my bedroom, the soft creak of floorboards suggesting a presence that should not be there. The tape was nearing its end, the man's messages becoming more urgent, his voice tinged with a desperation that was impossible to ignore. "It's here," he said, eyes wide with a fear that was palpable even through the screen. "It's always been here, waiting." The camera trembled, as though in the grip of unseen hands, the image distorting before it cut to black. For a moment, I sat in silence, the room around me thick with an oppressive stillness. The tape, now spent, lay inert in the player, its secrets discharged and yet unrevealed. A sense of inevitability settled over me, a realization that the boundaries between my world and that of the tape had dissolved. The shadows in my flat seemed to pulse with a life of their own, a silent testament to the unseen presence the man had spoken of. In the ensuing days, my life took on the texture of a waking dream, each moment imbued with a sense of otherness that defied explanation. My flat, once a sanctuary, now felt like a labyrinth of flickering shadows and whispered secrets. Each creak of the floor, each flicker of light, seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand. I tried to continue with my routine, but the sense of being watched never abated. It was as if the flat itself had become a character in this unfolding drama, its walls bearing witness to the unseen story that played out in silence. Nights became a trial, sleep a series of fractured episodes punctuated by the sensation of being observed. In those moments of half-sleep, I found myself standing at the window, staring out at the cityscape, so reminiscent of the one on the tape. It was then that I saw it, the figure standing across the street, unmoving and indistinct in the half-light. A silhouette that mirrored my own, a silent watcher that seemed to echo the man's warnings. I watched it for what felt like eternity, waiting for a movement, a sign of recognition. But it remained still, a shadow among shadows, a presence that defied the boundaries of reality and dream. It was then I realized that the man on the tape had not been speaking merely to me but to the very essence of the space we shared, a dialogue across time and place that transcended the ordinary. The climax came not with a bang, but with a whisper, a soft susurration that filled the room as the figure across the street turned away, dissolving into the night. In that moment, I understood that the package, The tape, the man, all were part of a continuum that connected us, a thread woven through the fabric of existence. I retrieved the tape from the player, its weight in my hands, a reminder of the journey it had set in motion. I considered destroying it, severing the connection it had forged, but a deeper understanding stayed my hand. The tape was not just an artifact of fear, but a testament to the shared human experience, of isolation, of connection, of the unseen threads that bind us. In the days that followed, the presence in my flat seemed to dissipate, the sense of being watched retreating into the periphery of my awareness. Yet, the shadows remained, a lingering reminder of the boundaries I had crossed, the truths I had glimpsed. And so, life continued, the flat returning to its semblance of normalcy, its walls once again a refuge against the world outside. Yet, the memory of the tape lingered, a ghost of a story untold, a reminder that reality is but a fragile construct, easily fractured by the unknown. I kept the tape, tucked away in the same storage closet where it had first been found. A talisman of sorts, a reminder of the mysteries that lurk in the spaces between. And though the tape's journey had ended, its echoes remained, a whisper in the quiet moments of solitude, a reminder that the unseen world is never truly far away. I remember my grandmother's house, not just as a place, but as a living memory, a vessel for nostalgia and shadowed corners. Nestled in an ancient neighborhood at the edge of town, the house breathed with the charm of yesteryears. It was a sprawling Victorian affair, with gabled roofs and peeling paint that spoke of a dignity worn by time. The garden, once a riot of colors and fragrances, had grown wild, the flowers tangled with weeds, as if nature itself had woven a shroud over the past. Visiting her was a ritual of serenity, a pause in life's ceaseless race. Every summer, my parents would drop me off at her doorstep, and I would spend weeks ensconced in her gentle presence. The days moved sluggishly, filled with the scent of baked bread and the soft sound of her knitting needles clicking together. In the evenings, we would sit by the fireplace, where she'd tell me stories of when the world seemed larger and time stretched like the horizon itself. Her house was a place of comfort, except for the attic. It loomed above our heads, an ever-present shadow, sealed by a door that groaned with age. I was forbidden to enter, warned by whispered tales of ghosts and echoes of those long gone. The attic was the heart of mystery, a repository of forgotten things. The summer I turned 13, my grandmother fell ill. Her once vibrant spirit was subdued, leaving the house with an unsettling quiet. My parents decided it was time to clear out some old things, a practical endeavor intruding on the reverie of my childhood refuge. It was amidst this upheaval that I found the tape. The attic, as I finally discovered, was exactly as one might imagine, dust-laden and filled with the detritus of lives lived. Boxes were stacked precariously, their labels faded, and the air was thick with the scent of mothballs and old paper. In one such box, tucked beneath a pile of yellowed newspapers, was a VHS tape wrapped in clear plastic. It was unmarked, save for a small piece of masking tape with my grandmother's neat script, "For when it's time." The discovery was innocuous enough. A relic from the age of video rentals, its presence was a curiosity rather than a cause for alarm. Intrigued, I pocketed the tape, intent on exploring its contents later. That evening, after my parents had retired and my grandmother was asleep, I crept into the living room and inserted the tape into the VCR. Static filled the screen, that familiar and comforting fuzz of gray and white noise. For a moment, I wondered if the tape was blank, but then the image coalesced. It was a home video, the colors washed out and the edges blurred. I recognized the living room, a younger version of it, before the carpet had faded and the wallpaper stained with time. There was a young girl there, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, playing with a dollhouse. Her hair was dark and curly, her face obscured by shadow. The camera lingered on her, and I waited for something to happen, but nothing did. The scene persisted, the girl's movements slow and deliberate, as if time itself was languishing. I fast-forwarded, the remote clutched tightly in my hand. The screen flickered, and the image changed. Now the room was empty, the camera fixed on the window, where rain streaked the glass in long, silver trails. There was something profoundly unsettling about the image, the way the rain seemed to whisper against the glass, as if speaking a language just beyond comprehension. I felt a chill creep over me, a prickling at the base of my neck. The sense of unease was inexplicable but undeniable, and yet I could not look away. The screen flickered again, and this time, the perspective had shifted. The camera was in the hallway, pointed at the attic door. The frame was off kilter, as if the camera had been set down carelessly, and the door was ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. I could hear the faintest of noises, a soft rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat pulsing beneath the floorboards. I leaned forward, my breath shallow, the remote forgotten in my lap. The sense of trespass was overwhelming, as if the tape was a window not just into the past, but into a secret never meant to be revealed. The thumping grew louder, and I realized it wasn't a heartbeat, but something else. Something that sounded like footsteps. My pulse quickened, and I pressed stop. The silence that followed as profound as a scream. I sat there, heart pounding, the room around me dark and suddenly unfamiliar. The shadows seemed deeper, the night outside pressing in, and for the first time, my grandmother's house felt like a stranger. The next morning, I returned to the attic, the memory of the tape fresh and insistent. The daylight should have dispelled the unease, but as I climbed the stairs, I felt the air grow cooler, as if the sun's reach stopped just short of the threshold. I pushed the door open, its creak like an old wound reopening. The boxes remained, silent sentinels of times past, but the atmosphere felt altered, charged with a subtle malevolence. I moved cautiously, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight, until I reached the spot where I had found the tape. There, set between two boxes, was the dollhouse. It was the same one from the video, its paint chipped and faded, the furniture within arranged with meticulous care. I reached out, my fingers brushing the roof, when a voice broke the silence. Why did you watch it?" The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it froze me in place. I turned, expecting my grandmother, but the attic was empty. The light from the single window illuminated the dust in lazy swirls, but there was no one else there. I backed away, my heart a drumbeat in my ears, and stumbled down the stairs. I didn't mention the tape to anyone, the experience too strange and personal to share. My grandmother recovered slowly, but her vitality never quite returned, and the house remained under the shadow of that summer. As the years passed, I visited less frequently, the demands of adult life pulling me away. The memory of the tape faded, becoming one of those curious relics of childhood, half remembered and softened by time. But then, one night, as I lay in my own bed miles away, I heard a sound. It was the faintest of noises, a rhythmic thumping, like footsteps on the stairs, drawing closer. I held my breath, the darkness pressing in, as the sound ceased just outside my door. The doorknob turned slowly, and I felt a chill so profound it seemed to seep into my bones. The door opened a crack, revealing nothing but the shadows of the hallway beyond. I lay paralyzed, the silence a living thing, until the door closed again, and the footsteps retreated into nothingness. I never found the source of the noise, but I knew then that whatever lingered in my grandmother's house had followed me. The tape's malevolence, once dormant, had awakened, its presence like a shadow cast across the light of my days. I moved soon after, hoping distance would dispel the fear, but it remained, an unwelcome companion. The footsteps would come and go, unpredictable as the wind, leaving behind a chill that seeped into my dreams. The house was sold, my grandmother's things dispersed, but the tape was never found again. Perhaps it was lost among the boxes. Perhaps it found its way into another's hands, a new story waiting to unfold. But for me, its echo lingers, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Time has blurred the sharp edges of that summer, but the sense of unease remains, a whisper in the quiet moments, a shadow at the edge of sight. I live my life with one eye on the darkened corners, the spaces where reality thins and something else presses through. Perhaps it is imagination, or perhaps it is the echo of a forgotten truth, one that lingers just beyond reach, waiting for the moment when it's time to be seen again. The town of Elder Hollow lay nestled in the crook of a lazy river, surrounded by a thick cloak of oak and pine that seemed to guard it from the outside world. A place where the past still whispered through the cracks of time-worn buildings and cobblestone streets. Life here unfolded with a certain predictability. The sun rose and fell at the same time every day, casting long shadows over the old mill by the river, and the church bells tolled every hour as they had for 100 years. The residents of Elder Hollow were content with their routines, finding comfort in the familiar rhythm of life. It was in this setting of quiet normalcy that I found myself after a rather tumultuous few years in the city. My name is Michael, and I had retreated to Elder Hollow, seeking solace and perhaps a little peace of mind. I rented a small house at the edge of town, a modest structure with a gabled roof and a porch that creaked underfoot. The house, like the town, had a history. It had once belonged to an elderly couple, the Andersons, who were known for their love of antiquities, particularly old films and vintage cinema memorabilia. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. I found work at the local library, a quiet job that suited my temperament. I spent my free time reading or walking through the woods, savoring the tranquility I had longed for. I even made a few acquaintances at the local diner, where the waitress, Sarah, never failed to greet me with a warm smile and a hot cup of coffee. It was one evening, as the days began to shorten and the air took on the crispness of approaching winter, that I first stumbled upon the tapes. I was rummaging through the attic, seeking an extra blanket, when I found a dusty cardboard box tucked away in a corner. Inside, neatly stacked, were a collection of VHS tapes, labeled with simple dates spanning the late 1970s to the early 1990s. Curiosity piqued, I carried the box downstairs, setting it on the coffee table in the living room. The tapes were oddly compelling, each bearing a handwritten date in neat cursive. I had always been a film enthusiast, and the prospect of discovering forgotten gems was too tempting to resist. So I dusted off an old VCR I found in a closet and began to watch. The first few tapes were as I expected, old movies, some familiar, others obscure. But then I noticed something peculiar. Occasionally, between the reels of classic cinema, there were snippets of what seemed to be home videos. These brief segments were unsettling in their randomness. A few seconds of a woman sitting at a dining table, her expression unreadable, a hand reaching towards the camera as if to block the lens, a flickering image of the Andersons' living room, eerily unchanged from my own. As the days passed, the tapes began to take on an increasingly sinister tone. The home video clips grew more frequent and more bizarre. A shadow moving across the wall of an empty room, a child's voice singing a lullaby, the words distorted and echoing, the sound of footsteps on creaking floorboards, yet no one visible on screen. The more I watched, the more I felt as though something was watching back, a presence lurking just beyond the flickering images. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination, a byproduct of isolation and too much time spent in the company of ghosts from the past. But the feeling persisted, a gnawing unease that settled in the pit of my stomach and refused to leave. I found myself drawn to the tapes, compelled to watch them even as they filled me with dread. One night, as wind howled outside and rain lashed against the windows, I inserted a tape labeled simply with the date March 5th, 1986. The screen flickered to life, revealing a grainy image of the Andersons' living room. The camera was angled towards a mirror on the wall, its surface reflecting the dimly lit room. I watched as the image wavered, the shadows deepening, and then I noticed movement. At first, it was just a flicker, something shifting in the corner of the mirror. I leaned forward, squinting at the screen. There, within the depths of the reflection, was a figure, a woman, her face obscured by shadows. She stood motionless, staring towards the camera, or perhaps through it, her presence palpable and unnerving. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. The air in the room seemed to thicken, growing heavy with an unseen weight. I reached to stop the tape, but my hand hesitated, frozen by a mix of fear and fascination. The figure in the mirror shifted slightly, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of her eyes, dark, hollow, and filled with something indescribable. The screen flickered, the image distorting, and then the tape ended abruptly. I sat there, staring at the static, my mind racing. Who was she, and why was she on the tapes? I spent the night in restless contemplation, my thoughts spiraling into a tangled web of half-formed theories and creeping dread. The following day, I sought answers. I visited the town archives, poring over old newspapers and records, searching for any mention of the Andersons or their obsession with film. Sarah, noticing my distracted demeanor, inquired about my research. I told her of the tapes and the apparition in the mirror, half expecting her to dismiss my tale as nonsense. Instead, she listened intently, her brow furrowing with concern. "You should speak with Mrs. Callahan," she suggested. "She used to be friends with the Andersons. Maybe she knows something." And so, armed with new hope, I made my way to Mrs. Callahan's home, a charming cottage adorned with flowers and a picket fence. She was a kindly woman, her eyes bright with a youthful curiosity despite her years. I explained my discovery, my words tumbling out in a rushed torrent. Mrs. Callahan listened quietly before nodding, a distant look in her eyes. "Ah, the Andersons," she said softly. "They were quite the pair. Loved their films, yes, but there was something else." She paused, as if weighing her words. "They were part of a small group, a sort of film club, I suppose. They believed that cinema could capture more than just the physical world. They thought it could record echoes of the past." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I pressed for more information, but Mrs. Callahan simply shook her head. "I don't know much more than that," she admitted, "but I do remember Shirley Anderson mentioning something about a house where time seemed to stand still." As I left Mrs. Callahan's cottage, a sense of unease settled over me like a shroud. The notion of a house where time stood still, where the past lingered in the shadows, resonated with a truth I could not ignore. The Andersons had indeed captured something on those tapes, something beyond the veil of the ordinary. Back at the house, the tapes awaited. I resumed my viewing, driven by a need to understand, to connect the fragments into a coherent whole. The footage grew increasingly surreal, the boundaries between reality and imagination blurring with each frame. I began to lose track of time, my days and nights merging into a continuous cycle of watching and wondering. The figure in the mirror reappeared often, her presence becoming more defined, more real. I started to sense her presence even when I wasn't watching the tapes. A subtle shift in the air, a flicker at the edge of my vision. She was there, always watching, always waiting. As the days wore on, the sense of foreboding intensified. I began hearing whispers, faint and indecipherable, carried on the wind that swept through the trees outside. Objects in the house seemed to move on their own, a book falling from the shelf, a chair slightly askew. I felt as though I were living in two worlds, the tangible and the spectral, each bleeding into the other. The climax of this strange ordeal came one stormy night. I had just finished watching another tape, my mind weary from the relentless parade of haunting images. I stood in the dimly lit kitchen, staring out at the rain-soaked landscape, when a sudden chill swept through the room, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. Turning slowly, I found myself face to face with the woman from the tapes. She stood in the doorway, her form ethereal, yet undeniably present. Her eyes, those hollow orbs of darkness, fixed on me with an intensity that rooted me to the spot. We stood there, caught in a moment that defied all logic, the world around us slipping into silence. I wanted to speak, to ask her who she was, what she wanted, but the words died in my throat. Instead, she moved, gliding past me with a grace that seemed otherworldly. She paused before the mirror in the living room, her reflection merging with her image until they were one and the same. In that instant, I understood. The tapes, the house, the whispers, they were all connected, threads woven into the fabric of a story that transcended time. The Andersons had not just captured echoes of the past. They had opened a doorway, a portal through which the past could reach into the present. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, the woman was gone, leaving only the faintest echo of her presence lingering in the air. I stood there, alone once more, the weight of the truth settling over me like a heavy cloak. In the weeks that followed, I tried to return to my routine, to find solace in the mundane. But the house and the town of Elder Hollow had changed for me. The tapes remained, silent witnesses to a mystery that would never be fully unraveled. I considered leaving, but something held me back. A sense of connection to a story that was now part of my own. The fear lingered, a shadow that followed me through the days, whispering reminders of the unknown that lay just beyond the edge of sight. The house, with its creaking floors and dusty corners, had become a place where the past and present coexisted, a sanctuary for spirits caught in the in-between. I learned to live with the haunting, to accept the presence that shared my home. Sometimes, late at night, I would sit by the flickering glow of the VCR, watching the tapes again. The woman in the mirror would appear, her gaze steady and knowing, a reminder that some stories are never truly over. In Elder Hollow, time moved differently. The boundaries between what was and what is forever blurred. The tapes, the haunted echoes of a forgotten past, remained a testament to the mysteries that lay beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen. And so, life continued in the small town, the river flowing endlessly by, carrying with it the secrets of a world that was both familiar and strange. I had come seeking peace, but found instead a deeper understanding of the unseen, a glimpse into the shadows that danced at the edge of reality. In the hushed corridors of the Marriott, where the echo of footsteps against polished tiles sang a soft harmony of solitude, I found myself enveloped by the semblance of normalcy. As an employee responsible for maintaining the pristine condition of the rooms, I took solace in the routine, each day blending seamlessly into the next, offering comfort in its predictability. The hotel itself was a marvel of understated elegance, its design a dance of modernity and tradition. Each room held a story, a transient moment in the lives of strangers passing through. I learned to appreciate the stillness, the quiet moments before the guests arrived, where the rooms were empty canvases, waiting to be filled with the laughter, whispers, and secrets of visitors. It was during one such quiet afternoon that I first noticed a small disturbance in my day-to-day life. I had just finished up in room 412, a corner suite with a magnificent view of the city skyline. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a warm glow through the large windows. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A slip of paper partially tucked under the bed. Curiosity piqued, I bent down to retrieve it. It was a note, hastily scrawled and slightly crumpled. Its message was direct, unsettling in its brevity. I know what you've done. My fingers lingered on the paper, tracing the letters as if they held secrets in their curves and angles. I felt a chill despite the room's warmth, but I dismissed it as a prank or perhaps an accident, an errant piece of luggage or a discarded thought from a previous guest. I crumpled the note further and let it fall into the wastebasket, convincing myself that it was of no consequence. Yet, as I moved through the hotel, a disquieting presence seemed to shadow me. I noticed subtle changes, door handles that seemed to turn of their own volition, whispers carried by drafts in hallways where no one stood, and the nagging sensation of being watched. It was as if the hotel itself had become a living entity, breathing silently, observing my every step. The next day, as I entered room 412, a faint scent of perfume lingered, unfamiliar, yet disturbingly intimate. The room was immaculate, save for a single red rose lying on the bed. Its petals, dark and velvety, were striking against the crisp white sheets. There was no accompanying note, no indication of who might have left it. The guest records showed that the room had not been booked since my last visit. A gnawing unease settled in the pit of my stomach. I considered confiding in a colleague, but found myself unable to articulate the strange occurrences without sounding irrational. Instead, I continued with my duties, wary but determined to maintain a facade of calm. As days passed, the incidents grew bolder. I found personal items relocated, lights flickering with intentional precision, familiar music drifting through the air with no discernible source. It was as if someone, or something, was orchestrating these events to unsettle me, to draw me into a game whose rules I did not understand. The climax of this unnerving experience came one night as I was ending my shift. The hotel was quiet, the guests tucked away in their rooms, leaving the corridors empty and echoing with silence. As I approached the elevator, a figure emerged from the shadows. A man, his silhouette sharp against the dim lights. His face was partially obscured, but I recognized the intensity in his eyes, a gaze that penetrated my defenses and laid bare my vulnerability. He stepped forward, his movements deliberate and slow. "You can't ignore me forever," he said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to reverberate within the walls. "You know why I'm here." I did not reply, my voice frozen within my throat. Instead, I backed away, an instinctive retreat into the relative safety of the corridor. But he advanced with a relentless determination, his footsteps echoing ominously. I turned and fled, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm in my chest. The hotel's familiar layout twisted and turned into a labyrinthine nightmare as I sought refuge. Doors closed, locks clicked, yet I felt his presence, a shadow that stretched and morphed, always just at the edge of my awareness. Finally, I burst into the sanctuary of the staff lounge, my sanctuary now tainted with fear. I locked the door behind me, collapsing onto a chair as I tried to steady my breaths. The room was quiet, the hum of the air conditioning a gentle lullaby that failed to comfort. It was there, in the solitude of my fears, that I found the final piece of the puzzle. A letter lay on the table, my name scrawled across it in the same bold hand as the note I had found earlier. I opened it with trembling hands, the words within unraveling the mystery that had engulfed me. The letter was from a former lover, their words a confession of jealousy and torment. They had been watching, orchestrating the events that had upended my life, fueled by a twisted love that sought not my happiness, but my fear. The realization was both a relief and a horror. The knowledge of their identity, a burden that now weighed heavily upon me. As I sat there, the letter in hand, I realized that the true horror was not in the pursuit itself, but in the lingering shadow it cast over my life. The hotel, once a place of comfort and routine, had become a stage for my deepest fears. Though the physical threat had been unveiled and could be addressed, the psychological impact remained. In the following days, the hotel returned to its quiet elegance, the disturbances ceasing as abruptly as they had begun. Yet the fear lingered, a specter that haunted the periphery of my thoughts, whispering of vulnerability and betrayal. I continued my work, the corridors and rooms now imbued with memories of shadows and whispered threats. The Marriott, with its polished marble floors and glistening chandeliers, remained unchanged to the casual observer. But to me, it was now a living reminder of the thin veil that separates normalcy from the horrors that lurk beneath its surface. In the stillness, I learned to listen to the creaks and whispers, the subtle shifts in air that spoke of the unseen, and to carry the weight of fear with a quiet resilience. It began as any ordinary evening might unfold at a remote Motel 6, nestled 6 miles away from the closest sign of civilization, a small town that no one ever really visited unless they had business there. The motel sat like a forgotten relic at the side of the highway, a beacon for weary travelers who had no better option. The neon sign flickered intermittently, casting a dull glow on the desolate surroundings. The sky was a deep shade of indigo, speckled with stars that seemed to twinkle more vividly out here, away from the pollution of city lights. I worked the night shift, a routine I had grown accustomed to over the years. It was a quiet life, a predictable one, which suited me just fine. Most nights were uneventful, punctuated only by the occasional night owl looking for a room or the sound of tires crunching gravel as a latecomer pulled into the lock. The solitude of the job was a comforting cocoon, a refuge from the chaos of the world beyond. The motel itself was nothing remarkable. A series of plain, single-story rooms laid out in a narrow U-shape around a cracked asphalt lot. Each door bore the scars of time, flaking paint and rusted hinges, but inside, the rooms were clean and serviceable, if not a bit outdated. The air carried a faint scent of bleach and old carpet, a familiar aroma that had become synonymous with my nights here. The guests that night were few. An older couple from Wisconsin had checked in earlier, their car laden with luggage and road maps. They had been heading south, likely in search of warmer climes. There was also a businessman, his nasal voice still echoing in my mind from the series of phone calls he had made upon arrival. And finally, a lone traveler, a young woman with weary eyes, who had signed in just before dusk. As the clock ticked toward midnight, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the sparse trees that lined the edge of the property. I sat behind the reception desk, a book in hand, the pages illuminated by the soft glow of a desk lamp. The world outside seemed wrapped in a peaceful silence, the kind of tranquility that often accompanies nights spent far from the bustling heart of modern life. But then, as if on cue, the serenity fractured. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out entirely, plunging the motel into an oppressive darkness. I blinked, momentarily disoriented, the sudden absence of light disarming in its totality. I fumbled for my phone, using its screen to cast a weak beam into the void. The power outages were not entirely uncommon in these parts, especially given the antiquated infrastructure that serviced this stretch of the highway. Yet there was something about this blackout that felt different, a sinister quality that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. I could hear a faint rustling, the sound of movement, but the darkness swallowed any further clues. I decided to step outside, hoping to find some clue as to the source of the disturbance. As I pushed open the door to the office, the night air rushed in, cool and invigorating. The stars overhead seemed brighter now, as if compensating for the absence of artificial light. I walked along the length of the building, the beam of my phone tracing the outlines of the parked cars, the details rendered ghostly in the pallid light. It was then that I noticed the first signs of strangeness. The air was heavy, charged with a palpable tension that set my nerves on edge. As I approached room 7, where the older couple had checked in, I heard something, a guttural, animalistic sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I paused, unsure whether to knock or retreat. My hand hovered over the door, indecisive, when suddenly it flew open. The man from Wisconsin stood there, his eyes wild and unfocused, his demeanor unrecognizable from the kindly gentleman who had checked in earlier. He let out a snarl, a feral sound that sent me stumbling backward in shock. His face was contorted in an unnatural grimace, the veins in his neck bulging as if under immense pressure. He lunged toward me, but before he could reach, the woman, his wife I presumed, appeared behind him, her movements jerky and erratic. Panicked, I scrambled back, almost dropping my phone in the process. The light from the screen cast eerie shadows across their faces, highlighting the transformation that had overtaken them. They seemed less like people and more like creatures driven by some primal, destructive instinct. I retreated further, my heart pounding in my chest, the thumping deafening in the silence. Instinct propelled me back to the office, where I locked the door behind me, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I grabbed the emergency flashlight from beneath the counter, its beam more robust than my phone's. In the seclusion of the darkened office, I tried to make sense of what I had just witnessed. It was as if the blackout had triggered something in the guests, something monstrous and inexplicable. With the flashlight in hand, I ventured back outside, determined to check on the other guests. The businessman was my next stop. His room was further down the line, and I approached cautiously, my senses heightened by the adrenaline coursing through my veins. The door was ajar, swaying slightly as I neared, and from within, I heard the telltale sounds of chaos, furniture being overturned, the unmistakable thud of something heavy hitting the floor. I hesitated at the threshold, shining the light into the gloom. The room was in disarray, the contents scattered as if a tornado had swept through. The businessman was nowhere to be seen, but as I scanned the area, I caught sight of a figure huddled in a corner, rocking back and forth, his hands clawing at his face. "Sir?" I called, my voice steady despite the fear constricting my throat. He looked up, his eyes catching the light, and I saw the same madness lurking there. He let out a low growl, more beast than man, and started to rise, his movements disjointed and unsettling. I backed away slowly, unwilling to provoke him further. As I retreated, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, the oppressive darkness pressing in from all sides, alive with silent menace. The young woman was my final check. Her room was the furthest from the office, its door firmly closed. With each step, I felt the weight of dread settling heavier, the atmosphere thick with an unseen presence. I knocked gently, half hoping there would be no response. But there was. A low, keening wail emerged from within, a sound so raw and filled with despair that it cut through the quiet night like a knife. I pressed my ear to the door, listening intently. It was a voice, her voice, pleading for something in a language I couldn't understand. The words were foreign, ancient, each syllable resonating with power and an aching sorrow. I felt a chill race down my spine, and I backed away, the sound still echoing in my mind. Whatever was happening, this place, this motel, had become a nexus of something dark and inexplicable, an epicenter for a force beyond comprehension. Retreating to the office once more, I considered my options. The phone lines were dead, the usual hum of electricity absent, replaced by a silence that felt almost sentient. The thought of getting into my car and driving away was tempting, but a sense of duty held me back. These guests, no matter what they had become, were my responsibility. I spent the remainder of the night in a state of hypervigilance, the flashlight my only companion. Every creak and whisper of the building around me was amplified, each sound a potential threat. I felt as if I were standing on the precipice of a great and terrible secret, one that the motel had kept hidden for far too long. As dawn's first light crept over the horizon, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to lift slightly. the rising sun pushing back the shadows. I ventured outside once more, the world returning to its familiar state of ordinariness. The guests were nowhere to be seen, their rooms empty when I checked. It was as if they had simply vanished with the night, leaving no trace of their presence. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the lingering sensation of eyes upon me as I went about my tasks. Despite the daylight, I felt no relief, only a deep, abiding unease that settled in my bones. The motel, with its faded walls and echoing corridors, seemed to mock me, a reminder of the night's events and the secret it held. In the days that followed, I searched for answers, combing through local legends and whispered stories about the area. There were tales of ancient curses, of lands haunted by the restless spirits of those wronged long ago. But none offered a concrete explanation, only fragments of a larger puzzle, pieces that refused to fit neatly together. The motel continued to operate, its doors open to the world, yet I knew that it would never be the same for me. The events of that night had left an indelible mark, a shadow on my soul that would follow me for all my days. And though the guests never returned, their absence was a presence all its own, a constant reminder of the darkness that lies just beneath the surface of our reality. I remained vigilant, wary of the creeping night and the secrets it might reveal. Every flicker of the lights, every distant rumble of thunder was a harbinger of the unknown, a reminder that the motel was more than just a place of rest. It was a gateway, a threshold to something beyond understanding, a place where the line between human and beast blurred, where sanity teetered on the brink of oblivion. In the end, I realized that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled, some secrets best left undisturbed. The motel stood as a silent sentinel, watching over the highway, its secrets intact, its story unfinished. And I, a guardian of sorts, waited in the shadows, ever watchful, ever wary, knowing that one day the darkness might return, bringing with it the echoes of that cursed night, a night that would haunt me forever. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the Motel 6. It was a lonely outpost among fields and sparse trees, standing like a sentinel 6 miles from the nearest town, where the highway dared to lose itself in the expanse of solitude. The sign, bold and lit with flickering neon, announced its presence more out of necessity than desire. It seemed to beckon me, promising a brief respite from a journey I was eager to end. Upon entering the lobby, I was struck by the unexpected warmth it exuded. It was not the sterile, impersonal space I had anticipated, but rather it was worn with an air of weary charm. The clerk, a gentleman with a soft voice and an apologetic smile, informed me with practiced monotony that the rooms were clean, offering everything one might need for a night's stay. I took the key, number 13, dangling from a faded plastic fob. The room was as advertised, with its functional furniture and a bedspread patterned in an outdated floral design. I set down my bags and allowed myself to collapse onto the bed. The hum of the highway outside was a soft lullaby, a reminder of the world I had momentarily escaped. It was, by all appearances, just another night on the road. I awoke to a stillness that was both comforting and unsettling. Outside, the wind had picked up, rustling through the dry leaves and whispering ancient secrets. I pulled back the curtains, peering into the ink-black night, the parking lot lit only by the dim glow of the distant highway lights. Unease pricked at me, finding solace in the shadowed corners of my room. The first disturbance came unexpectedly, a sudden flicker, followed by complete darkness. The power had gone out. I lay in the bed, the silence now oppressive, my mind racing through rational explanations. Perhaps it was a storm, though there had been no sign of one before I arrived. Outside, the wind continued its mournful song, but now it was accompanied by something else, a distant shuffle, a murmur that seemed to grow closer. Climbing from the bed, I felt my way to the door, cracking it open. The hallway was a cavern of shadows, broken only by the intermittent flash of lightning in the sky. Other doors creaked open, and the occupants, silhouettes of curiosity, stepped into the passageway. We exchanged nervous glances, strangers bound by circumstance and an unspoken fear. A voice, rough and barely civil, cut through the murmur. One of the guests, a man with a coarse demeanor, suggested we investigate, find the source of the outage. Reluctantly, we formed a small group and moved toward the lobby, our path lit by the meager glow of a solitary flashlight held by the clerk. As we neared the lobby, a low growl resonated, deep and primal, sending shivers along my spine. The clerk stopped abruptly, his face a mask of confusion and discomfort. It was then that I noticed the glint in his eyes, a reflection of something dark and hungry. Without warning, chaos erupted. The clerk turned, his face twisted into a snarl, and lunged at the guest nearest him. A scream pierced the air, followed by the frenetic sound of scuffling feet and panicked breaths. I stumbled back, my heart pounding a relentless rhythm against my ribs. The others, caught in a frenzy of confusion and terror, scattered in all directions. Some ran blindly into the night, while others disappeared into the depths of the motel. I found myself alone, the walls closing in, the air thick with dread. Instinctively, I retreated to my room, slamming the door behind me and securing it with every available lock. My mind raced, replaying the events in an endless loop, each iteration more disturbing than the last. The clerk's transformation had been swift, a transition from man to beast, driven by a darkness I couldn't comprehend. I sank to the floor, my back pressed against the door, listening. Outside, the night was alive with sounds, footsteps, snarls, and the occasional cry of pain or fear. Each noise was a reminder of the peril that lurked just beyond the thin veneer of my sanctuary. Time became an elusive concept, each minute stretching into eternity. The darkness was unyielding, a cloak that smothered hope and clarity. I knew I couldn't remain hidden forever, yet the thought of facing whatever monstrosity lay outside paralyzed me. Desperation forced my hand. I crept to the window, pushing the curtains aside just enough to peer into the night. The parking lot was a tide of shadows, shifting and swaying with each gust of wind. I could see movement, a figure, or perhaps several, pacing with predatory grace. clarity came with the realization. The blackout had awakened something within the guests, a primal instinct buried beneath layers of civility. They had become something other, their humanity eclipsed by a ravenous, feral nature. Gathering courage, I slipped out the window, my feet landing silently on the cool earth. The air was electric, charged with the remnants of a long-forgotten curse. I kept to the shadows, making my way toward the highway, the distant hum a beacon of hope. As I neared the edge of the lot, a flash of movement caught my eye. One of the transformed guests was nearby, their eyes glinting with an unnatural light. I froze, my breath caught in my throat, but they seemed more interested in some unseen quarry, darting into the woods without a second glance in my direction. With trembling resolve, I pressed on, reaching the highway at last. It stretched out before me, a ribbon of salvation, and I began to run, my strides fueled by adrenaline and fear. The sky began to lighten, the first hints of dawn painting the horizon in gentle hues. With each step, the motel faded into the background, its secrets sealed once more by the cloak of day. But even as I reached the safety of the town, I couldn't shake the lingering fear. The Motel 6 had left its mark on me, a shadow that followed in my wake. I could never forget the darkness that had claimed it, nor the transformation that had turned ordinary people into something monstrous. Life returned to its routine, but every night as I lay in bed, I could hear the echoes of that fateful night in the silence. The world was not as it seemed, and the shadows held secrets that defied understanding. The Motel 6 remained, a hushed whisper among travelers, its reputation tainted by the stories that followed. And while others might pass it by without a thought, I knew the truth. There were places in the world that held a dark magic, capable of twisting the human soul into something unrecognizable. Even now, the memory haunts me, a reminder that darkness dwells in the most unassuming places, waiting for the moment to reveal its true nature. And in those moments of stillness, I wonder if the motel still stands, a sentinel of shadows, guarding its secrets from the unwary traveler. The fear lingers, a specter of the night that refuses to fade. It whispers to me, a constant companion, a reminder of the thin veneer that separates our world from the unknown. And so, I live with the knowledge that some doors, once opened, can never be closed, and the darkness that lies beyond is a part of us, waiting to be awakened. The motel was a relic from a bygone era, standing stubbornly on the outskirts of a quiet town that had long since been bypassed by progress. Its neon sign flickered intermittently, casting an unsteady glow that was more haunting than welcoming. I arrived at the motel on a cool autumn evening, seeking nothing more than a night's rest on my journey to somewhere indefinitely better. The reception area was dimly lit, with faded floral wallpaper that peeled slightly at the corners, and a heavy wooden counter that had seen better days. A bell sat on the counter, tarnished and silent, only singing its metallic ring when I tapped it impatiently. The woman behind the counter was as much a fixture as the building itself. She had a weary yet knowing smile, the kind that suggested she'd seen every kind of traveler and heard every kind of story. Her hair was pulled back tightly into a bun, and her eyes, though tired, were sharp. She handed me a key with a brass tag, its number etched deeply. a relic of a time when keys were trusted companions rather than cards or codes. Room 7. The room was modest, with a heavy quilt covering a bed that sagged in the middle. There was a small television, a relic from the early 90s, perched on a rickety stand, and a single window that looked out onto the parking lot. Beyond the lot, a dense forest loomed, its trees reaching upward like skeletal fingers, clawing at the sky. The air was quiet, almost oppressively so, with only the distant hoot of an owl and the rustle of leaves disturbed by the wind. After settling in, I found myself restless, drawn to the outdoors by an inexplicable urge. The night air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of the forest. As I wandered around the perimeter of the motel, I noticed the building's age more acutely. Each creak of the wooden boards beneath my feet told stories of countless travelers who had passed this way before me. That was when I noticed a subtle but distinct change. A draft, almost imperceptible at first, seemed to emanate from somewhere below. It was different from the cool autumn air, carrying with it a stale, almost metallic scent that was out of place in the open air. Curiosity pulled me towards the source of this disturbance. At the far end of the motel, partially obscured by overgrown bushes, was a small weathered door. It was an entrance to what I assumed was a basement or storage area, though it seemed odd for a building like this to have such a feature. The door was slightly ajar, and as I approached, the draft grew stronger, carrying with it a sense of foreboding that settled into the pit of my stomach. Against my better judgment, I pushed the door open wider. It groaned on its hinges, protesting this rare movement. Inside, a narrow staircase descended into darkness. With only the light from my phone to guide me, I cautiously made my way down. The air grew colder, and the metallic scent intensified, mingling with a musty odor that was almost suffocating. The steps were uneven, some missing entirely, and I had to move slowly to ensure I didn't lose my footing. As I reached the bottom, I found myself in a cavernous chamber that seemed too large to exist beneath a simple motel. The walls were lined with old stone, and the floor was packed earth, dotted with puddles of stagnant water. In the center of the room stood an altar, a grotesque structure hewn from dark stone. It was old, older than the motel or the town, perhaps. Symbols that I didn't recognize were carved deeply into its surface, and though I couldn't understand their meaning, they filled me with an overwhelming sense of dread. Around the altar were objects that seemed out of place: antique mirrors, rusted tools, and broken furniture, all arranged with a chaotic purpose. I should have left then, turned and run back up the stairs into the safety of my unremarkable room. But something compelled me to stay, to explore further. As I moved around the chamber, my phone's light reflected off something shiny, catching my attention. It was a mirror, larger and more ornate than the others. Its frame was gilded with intricate designs that seemed to writhe and twist in the dim light. The glass was cloudy and cracked, but it held my gaze. As I stared into it, I felt a strange pull, as if it were drawing me in. Unsettling images began to flicker across its surface. Distorted faces, eyes wide with terror, mouths open in silent screams. The longer I stared, the stronger the pull became, until I felt as if I were falling into the mirror itself. Panicked, I tore my gaze away, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away from the mirror, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The chamber felt alive around me, the shadows deepening and shifting, whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand. It was then that I noticed something else, a dark figure standing at the edge of the light. At first, I thought it was a trick of the shadows, but as my eyes adjusted, the figure remained, solid and real. It was tall, its features obscured by a hooded cloak. It stood perfectly still, watching me with an intensity that was almost palpable. Fear rooted me to the spot, my mind racing with possibilities. Was it someone from the motel, a fellow traveler who had stumbled upon the chamber as I had? Or was it something else entirely, something not bound by the natural laws of this world? I didn't have time to ponder these questions, for the figure began to move, gliding silently across the chamber floor towards me. Its presence was overwhelming, a suffocating pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Instinct screamed at me to flee, but my body refused to obey, trapped in the grip of unrelenting terror. The figure stopped mere feet away, its shadow falling over me like a shroud. From beneath the hood, a pair of eyes locked onto mine, glowing faintly in the darkness. They were not the eyes of a human. There was no warmth, no life in them, only an abyssal hunger that seemed to pierce through my very soul. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat echoing loudly in the stillness. The figure raised a hand, its skin pale and smooth, almost luminous in the feeble light. It reached towards me, and I could feel an icy chill radiating from its touch. In that moment, something snapped within me. A primal instinct surged to the surface, breaking the paralysis that held me. I stumbled backward, turning and racing for the stairs. I didn't look back to see if the figure followed. Every fiber of my being focused on escape. I crashed through the door at the top of the stairs, slamming it shut behind me. My heart was pounding, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I leaned against the door, struggling to catch my breath. The motel seemed unchanged, a silent sentinel against the night. But I was changed, irrevocably altered by what I had seen. As I returned to my room, every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every sound magnified in my heightened state of fear. Sleep was impossible, my mind replaying the events in the chamber over and over. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the whisper of the wind against the window. Morning couldn't come fast enough, but when it did, it brought no respite, only the harsh reality of what I had encountered. I checked out at first light, the woman at the desk offering the same knowing smile as she took the key. Her eyes lingered on me, as if she could see the change that had been wrought within. As I drove away, the motel receded in my rearview mirror, but the unease lingered, a constant companion on the road ahead. That night, beneath the unforgiving glare of my headlights, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed by eyes that glowed with an unholy light. Though I left the motel far behind, its shadow clung to me, a reminder of the darkness that lay hidden beneath the surface of the ordinary. Perhaps I should have warned someone, called the authorities, or told the townspeople of the chamber and its dark occupant. But who would believe such a tale? It was easier to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, a nightmare conjured by the isolation of the road and the eerie atmosphere of the motel. Yet deep down, I knew the truth. There was something there, something that defied comprehension, waiting in the shadows for the next curious soul to wander too far, to delve too deep, and to awaken the horror that lay beneath. And so I drove, with the knowledge that some things are better left undisturbed, their secrets buried in the silence of the earth, where they can do no harm. But in the quiet moments, when the world is still and the mind begins to wander, I remember the glowing eyes and the icy touch, and I am reminded that there are places where the darkness never sleeps. It waits patiently, biding its time, until the day comes when someone, somewhere, will once again hear its call and answer as I did, drawn into a world where nightmares are real and shadows hold the power to consume. Though I have moved on, the memory of that night remains vivid, etched into my mind like a scar. I often wonder about the others who have stayed at the motel since, if they too have felt the chill of the draft or seen the flicker of shadows beneath the ground. Perhaps they have, and like me, they have chosen silence, carrying the burden of their secret with them as they continue their own journeys. Or perhaps the figure beneath remains undisturbed, waiting with eternal patience for the next intruder to stumble unwittingly into its lair. In the end, it matters little. The world is full of such places, hidden from view, where reality blurs with the fantastic and the mundane cloaks the terrifying. All we can do is hope to avoid them, to pass by unnoticed, and to resist the lure of the unknown. Yet, despite the fear and the nightmares, there is a part of me that is grateful for the encounter, for the reminder that there are still mysteries in the world, waiting to be uncovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. As I travel on, I find myself drawn to the strange and unusual, ever watchful for signs of the extraordinary. I have learned to trust my instincts, to recognize the subtle shifts in the air that signal the presence of something otherworldly. And though I carry the memory of that night with me always, it is tempered by the knowledge that I survived, that I escaped the shadows and lived to tell the tale. It is a small comfort, but a comfort nonetheless, in a world where darkness lurks just beneath the surface, waiting for the chance to rise once more. I had heard about the motel on the outskirts of town, a relic from the past where the highway once thrived, before the new bypass rerouted the flow of travelers. In its dilapidated state, the motel stood like a forgotten sentinel, its sign flickering occasionally with a ghostly hum. I was drawn to it, partly due to the rumors that whispered about its dark past, and partly because I needed a place to stay as I wandered aimlessly, a lost soul seeking refuge. The reception area was deserted when I arrived, save for a bell on the counter that seemed strangely out of place in its pristine shine. I rang it, the sound echoing unnaturally in the hollow silence. Shortly, an elderly man appeared from the shadows, his movements slow and deliberate. He had an air about him, as though he carried the weight of 1,000 stories, all untold, all haunting. He handed me a key without asking for my details, his eyes meeting mine briefly. There was something unsettling in his gaze, a flicker of recognition that I couldn't quite place. Room 7. I glanced at the key, its heavy brass catching the light, yet somehow feeling cold in my palm. The room was modest, a relic of bygone days. The wallpaper, once vibrant, now peeled at the edges, exposing the rawness beneath. A television sat in one corner, an ancient model that I doubted worked. The bed, though neatly made, seemed like it had absorbed the sorrow of countless weary travelers. I settled in, trying to shake off the unease that clung to the air like a lingering fog. Later that evening, as I lay in bed, the muffled sounds of voices seeped through the walls. A family, it seemed, with the muted warmth of laughter and the comforting cadence of conversation. It was strange considering I had seen no other guests. I found it oddly soothing, a reminder of normalcy in this forgotten place. But then came the first disturbance. The sounds grew louder, more distinct, as though they were moving through the walls. My curiosity piqued. I pressed my ear against the faded wallpaper. I could hear them clearly. A father, a mother, a child. Each voice distinct, yet oddly toneless, as if reciting lines from a script. The night's embrace was restless, my dreams fragmented and elusive. Images of faces, unfamiliar yet hauntingly close, flitted through my mind. I awoke with a start, sweat clinging to my skin despite the chill in the air. The voices were gone, leaving only the oppressive silence that seemed to amplify the motel's desolation. The next day, I explored the grounds, hoping to unravel the mystery that had wrapped itself around me. A strange compulsion urged me to understand the motel's secrets. The other rooms, though identical in architecture, seemed locked in time, untouched by the decay that had claimed the exterior. I felt watched, as if unseen eyes followed my every step. That evening, the voices returned, more insistent, clawing at the silence with a fervor that sent shivers down my spine. I ventured outside, drawn by a force I couldn't comprehend. As I crossed the threshold of the room, the air felt thick, charged with a static energy that prickled my skin. The courtyard was strangely illuminated, bathed in a light that seemed to come from nowhere. There, I saw them, the family, spectral figures that shimmered at the edge of perception. They moved with a peculiar grace, their features blurred and indistinct, yet their presence undeniable. I watched, entranced, as they reenacted scenes of domestic life. Their movements fluid yet devoid of true warmth or emotion. A ghostly tableau that played out with a haunting familiarity, as if they were trapped in an endless loop, compelled to relive moments of a past long forgotten. Each night the performance repeated, growing more vivid, more desperate. The father's voice, once calm, now carried an edge of pleading. The mother's laughter held a hint of hysteria, and the child's playful tones twisted into cries of despair. I tried to speak to them, to break the cycle, but my voice was swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere, leaving me powerless in the face of their torment. The escalation was subtle, insidious. Shadows lengthened, stretched into corners, untouched by light. Objects in my room began to move of their own accord, a subtle shift here, an inexplicable displacement there. I felt the motel's influence creeping into my thoughts, weaving itself into my very being. One night, as I lay in bed, paralyzed by a sense of impending doom, I felt a presence beside me. It was cold, an unnatural chill that seeped into my bones. I dared not turn my head, fearing what I might see. Yet, I knew instinctively, the family had found me, reaching out from their spectral prison. The climax came with a force that shattered the illusion of my solitary existence. I was trapped, caught in the web of their cursed existence. The walls of my room seemed to pulse with life, the voices crescendoing into a cacophony of despair that threatened to consume me. I was no longer an observer, but a participant in their twisted dance. In that moment of heightened terror, I understood the truth. The family was not merely trapped. They were guardians of a malevolent force that sought to escape the confines of the motel. I felt its dark intent clawing at the edges of my mind, seeking entry, seeking freedom. In a final act of desperation, I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold, intangible forms of the family. A surge of energy coursed through me, a flash of clarity amidst the chaos. I pleaded with them, not with words, but with the raw emotion of my will. To free them was to bind the force, to seal it away for another generation. As the dawn broke, the motel seemed to exhale, the pressure lifting as if a storm had passed. I found myself alone, the room untouched by the night's events, yet profoundly altered. The key lay on the bedside table, its weight no longer oppressive, but comforting in its familiarity. I left the motel behind, my steps lighter, yet my heart heavy with the knowledge that the cycle would continue. The family, trapped in their spectral vigil, had entrusted me with their secret, their burden. I carried it with me, a silent witness to the motel's haunting legacy. And though I have moved on, the lingering fear remains, a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. I sense it in quiet moments, in the space between heartbeats, a reminder that some places are cursed not by choice, but by the echoes of those who came before. The motel was modestly nestled at the edge of a dense forest, with its back to a sprawling cave system that stretched for miles beneath the earth. It was a place that could easily be forgotten by travelers, situated on a road less traveled, where the asphalt seemed to narrow as if being swallowed by the surrounding wilderness. My name is Sam, and for the past 5 years, I've managed this peculiar establishment. It was a job that found me rather than the other way around, as if the universe had conspired to lead me here. The motel was a relic from the 1960s, with its pastel colors and retro signage that flickered in the twilight. To most, it appeared to be merely a quaint stopover, but for those who stayed longer, there was an unsettling charm, one that lingered with an inexplicable gravity. I was the only caretaker, a role that had become an indefinite calling. The previous caretaker had disappeared without a trace, a mystery that was whispered among the few locals who cared to remember. Initially, there was nothing overtly strange about the place. My duties were typical: check in weary guests, maintain the grounds, and ensure the rooms were clean. The pay was modest, but the room and board were free, and the solitude was exactly what I thought I needed. The first few months passed quietly, with only the occasional guest trickling through, each with their own stories and reasons for stopping at a motel so removed from the beaten path. But as the days turned into nights, and the nights crept into weeks, I began to notice things, unsettling things. It started with the whispers carried on the wind, so faint that I thought them to be tricks of my imagination. They would ebb and flow like the tide, rising in intensity at dusk and fading at dawn. Sometimes I could almost make out words or phrases, but just as I grasped their meaning, they would elude me, slipping back into the shadows where they belonged. My dreams changed too. They became vivid, unsettlingly so, filled with images of the cave system behind the motel. In these dreams, I would wander through the labyrinthine tunnels, lost and yet guided by an unseen force that seemed to know me intimately. I would wake drenched in sweat, my heart pounding with the certainty that something from those dreams lingered in the waking world. The first true disturbance came one stormy night when the motel was vacant, save for a single guest. An older gentleman, Mr. Carl, had checked in earlier, seeking refuge from the heavy rain. He was a quiet man with distant eyes, the kind of guest who kept to himself and left no real impression. That night, as the rain lashed against the windows and thunder rolled through the valley, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing down the hallway. I left my room to investigate, the corridor dimly lit by the flickering fluorescent lights. As I approached Mr. Carl's room, I noticed the door was ajar, swinging slightly with each gust of wind that seeped through the cracks. Inside, the room was empty, except for a single note on the bed, written in a hurried scrawl. "You're always welcome." I searched the premises, calling out to Mr. Carl, but he was nowhere to be found. The rain continued its relentless assault, drowning out any answers the night might have whispered to me. The authorities were of little help, noting the transient nature of our guests and the likelihood that Mr. Carl had simply left in the middle of the night. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. As weeks turned into months, similar occurrences unfolded. Guests would arrive and depart, but a few would leave behind the same note. "You're always welcome," penned in different handwritings. Each time, they vanished without a trace, leaving their belongings and the echoes of their presence behind. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if they were building towards something. I began to feel the eyes of the forest upon me, their gaze heavy and unyielding. The dreams became darker, filled with shadows that slithered and writhed like living things, beckoning me deeper into the caves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a dusky glow, I received an unexpected visitor. A young woman, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity, stood at the threshold of the motel. She introduced herself as Claire, a journalist investigating the history of the area. she had heard rumors of the motel's strange happenings and was eager to uncover the truth. Claire was relentless in her pursuit, her presence a whirlwind of questions and determination. Together, we pored over old records and local tales, piecing together the motel's storied past. It seemed that the land it occupied had been sacred to the indigenous people, a place of power linked to the cave system. Legends spoke of ancient rituals and guardians bound to protect the secrets within. The more we uncovered, the more the motel seemed to take on a life of its own. The whispers became voices, distinct and echoing with a primal authority. The shadows grew bolder, stretching across rooms and revealing glimpses of another world just beyond our understanding. And then, one fateful night, the escalation reached its peak. It began with a tremor that shook the very foundation of the motel, a rumbling that seemed to emanate from the depths of the caves. The lights flickered and died, plunging me and Claire into darkness. Outside, the forest was alive with movement, as if the trees themselves were converging upon us. Guided by instinct and a compulsion I could not resist, I found myself drawn to the entrance of the caves. Claire followed, her flashlight casting jittery beams that danced against the cavern walls. The air was thick with anticipation, each step echoing with the tension of an unseen presence. Deep within the labyrinth, we discovered a chamber, its walls carved with ancient symbols that pulsed with an eerie luminescence. In the center stood a figure, cloaked in shadows yet undeniably human. It was Mr. Carl, or rather, what he had become. His eyes were vacant, his expression serene as he gestured to join him. "This is the price," he intoned, his voice a blend of many, resonating with the cadence of the earth itself. Eternal life, bound to this place. The realization washed over me like a cold wave. The motel was more than just a structure. It was a gateway, a prison, and a promise of immortality at a cost. The caretakers were chosen, bound to the land and its secrets, forever part of its tapestry. Claire's face mirrored my own horror as she backed away, the shadows reaching for her with tendrils of longing. It was then that I understood the choice before me. To remain was to accept the eternal binding, to become one with the whispers and shadows, to be forgotten by the world above. To leave was to break the cycle, but at what cost? As the dawn light crept into the cave, the whispers softened, retreating to the edges of perception. Claire and I stumbled out into the light, the weight of what we had seen pressing down upon us. The motel stood unchanged, its facade a deceptive mask for the ancient power within. Days passed, and the quiet returned, but it was a fragile peace, undercut by the knowledge of the lurking presence. Claire left, her story untold, perhaps realizing some truths were better left buried. I remained, the motel now a cocoon of solitude that both comforted and suffocated. Each day was a reminder of the choice I had made, the whispers ever present, their invitation eternal. The forest watched with eyes unseen, waiting for the day I would answer their call. And so, the motel stands, a beacon on the edge of the world, always welcoming those who seek its refuge. But for those who linger too long, the price is steep, a secret bound in stone and shadow, echoing through time. The sun had just begun to set, casting a warm golden glow through the windows of our family home. The light filtered through the leaves of the old oak tree in the front yard, dancing in playful patterns on the floor. It was a sight I had seen 1,000 times before, and yet it never failed to bring a sense of peace and serenity to the living room. The house was old, but it was filled with memories, laughter, and the comforting knowledge that it was the place my family had always called home. My wife, Sarah, was in the kitchen, humming a soft tune as she prepared dinner. Our daughter, Emily, was sitting cross-legged on the floor, her attention absorbed by the colorful pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Occasionally, she would look up and flash me a smile, her eyes full of the innocence and joy of childhood. I watched her, feeling a deep sense of contentment, grateful for the simple pleasures of life. The tranquility of the evening was suddenly interrupted by a chill that crept through the room. It was as if a window had been left open on a winter's night, sending an unexpected shiver down my spine. I looked around, puzzled, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Sarah seemed undisturbed in the kitchen, her gentle humming continuing unabated. Emily, focused on her puzzle, appeared equally oblivious to the sudden change in atmosphere. "Daddy, can you help me with this piece?" Emily's voice broke the silence, her small hand holding up a piece of the puzzle. I walked over to her, kneeling by her side. The puzzle was of a vibrant garden, flowers blooming in every imaginable color. Together, we managed to find the right spot for the piece, and she clapped her hands in delight. It wasn't long before I felt it again, a presence, subtle yet undeniable, standing just beyond the threshold of my awareness. It was like the echo of a voice, just out of reach, whispering my name. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the sensation. Perhaps it was the stress of work or the exhaustion from a restless night's sleep. But the feeling lingered, casting a shadow over the warmth of our home. That night, as I lay in bed beside Sarah, sleep eluded me. Our bedroom was dark, save for the faint glow of the street lamp filtering through the curtains. I could hear the soothing rhythm of Sarah's breath as she slept, each exhale a reminder of the life and love we shared. Yet, the sense of unease persisted, clinging to me like a shroud. I closed my eyes, willing myself to drift into the embrace of sleep. A noise, soft yet distinct, pulled me from the brink of slumber. It was the sound of a child's laughter, echoing faintly through the halls. I sat up, heart racing, straining to listen in the stillness that followed. The laughter came again, this time closer, a melodic giggle that tugged at the edges of my memory. "Emily?" I whispered into the darkness, though I knew she was asleep in her room. I slipped out of bed, careful not to disturb Sarah, and made my way down the hall. Emily's door was ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to spill into the corridor. I peeked inside, my breath catching in my throat. Emily was there, sleeping soundly, her small form curled beneath her blanket. I exhaled softly, relief washing over me. But the laughter continued, drawing me further down the hallway, past the shadows that seemed to stretch and shift in the moonlight. It led me to the living room, where the golden glow of daylight had been replaced by the silvery sheen of night. The room was empty, yet the laughter persisted. It was a haunting echo, as if the walls themselves were whispering secrets from long ago. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. The laughter ceased abruptly, leaving a silence so profound it was almost tangible. I stood there for a moment, heart pounding, before turning back towards the bedroom. As I did, the air grew cold once more, a lingering presence brushing against my skin like a forgotten memory. The following morning, I awoke to the sound of Emily's voice. "Daddy, are you okay?" she asked, her eyes searching mine. I forced a smile, nodding as I ruffled her hair. But her question lingered, echoing in my mind as I went about my day. Was I okay? And what was it that had been haunting the corners of our home? Days passed, the laughter revisiting me each night, a spectral reminder of something lost and forgotten. I began to notice other things too. A soft humming in the distance, the scent of roses where none should be, the fleeting sensation of being watched. Each experience was subtle, easily dismissed in the light of day, yet they collected in my mind like pieces of a puzzle, forming a picture I couldn't quite see. On an evening much like the first, I found myself in the living room once more, the twilight casting long shadows across the walls. Emily was asleep, Sarah dozing beside me as we watched an old film. The warmth of her presence should have been comforting, but the chill had returned, more insistent now, a silent urging that couldn't be ignored. I turned to Sarah, about to speak, when the laughter returned, louder and more distinct than before. It was not merely a sound now, it was a presence, filling the room with an energy that was both familiar and strange. I stood up, compelled to follow its call, my heart heavy with a mix of dread and curiosity. The laughter led me to the window, where the old oak tree stood silhouetted against the night sky. Its branches swayed gently in the breeze, casting moving shadows on the ground. And there, beneath its boughs, stood a figure, a child, her form faint but unmistakable in the moonlight. I blinked, certain it was a trick of the light, yet the figure remained, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that sent a shiver through my soul. She seemed to smile, a soft curve of her lips that was both comforting and unsettling. I couldn't move, rooted to the spot by a force beyond comprehension. "Daddy," the voice came, soft and melodic, echoing through the night. "Are you okay?" The words were the same as Emily's, yet they resonated differently, a deeper connection that transcended time and space. My heart ached with a longing I could not understand, and tears filled my eyes as I struggled to respond. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, though the words felt inadequate in the face of such a revelation. The child did not answer, her form beginning to fade as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. I reached out, desperate to hold on to this moment, but she was gone, leaving only the rustling of leaves in her wake. In the days that followed, the encounters grew more frequent, the apparitions lingering longer each time. The child would appear in the garden, on the stairs, in the reflections of windows, always watching, always silent. She was both a stranger and something intimately familiar, a paradox that haunted the edges of my consciousness. My nights were filled with restless dreams, visions of a life that might have been. I saw a girl laughing as she played beneath the oak tree, her hair catching the sunlight as she ran through fields of wildflowers. Her laughter was the same as Emily's, yet it carried an echo of something lost, a bittersweet melody that tugged at my heart. "Are you okay, Daddy?" The question haunted my waking hours, an insistent reminder of the child who had become a part of our lives, an enigma wrapped in the shroud of the past. I found myself drawn to the old oak tree, spending hours beneath its branches, searching for answers in the patterns of light and shadow. One evening, as the sky darkened and the first stars appeared, I felt her presence beside me. She was more tangible now, a spectral figure of light and memory, her eyes searching mine with a depth that seemed to bridge the chasm of time. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. The wind rustled the leaves, a gentle murmur that was both comforting and otherworldly. She reached out, her hand almost touching mine, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. "To watch over you," she replied, her voice a soft caress that lingered in the air. "To make sure you're okay." Her words were a balm to my soul, easing the ache of unspoken grief. Yet they also carried a weight of sorrow, a reminder of the fragility of life and the bonds that transcend its boundaries. I closed my eyes, feeling her presence wrap around me like a gentle embrace, a connection that was as real as it was ephemeral. When I opened my eyes, she was gone, leaving only the whisper of wind through the leaves. I sat there for a long time, the stars overhead bearing silent witness to the passage of time. And as the night deepened, the sense of lingering fear began to fade, replaced by a quiet acceptance, a realization that some mysteries are not meant to be understood, only embraced. The following day, as the sun rose over our home, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. The child had become a part of our lives, a guardian spirit who watched over us from the shadows, her presence a reminder of the love that endures beyond the veil of the world. "Daddy, are you okay?" Emily asked, her voice filled with the innocence of childhood. I smiled, pulling her close, my heart full of gratitude for the life we shared. "Yes, Emily," I replied, my voice steady and sure. "I'm okay." And in that moment, beneath the canopy of the old oak tree, I knew that we were watched over, cared for by a presence that was both a part of us and beyond our understanding. The fear had become a gentle whisper, a reminder of the unseen connections that bind us all, a mystery that had found its place in the fabric of our lives. The soft glow of dawn filtered through the delicate curtains of my suburban home, a quaint little house nestled among a row of identical structures. The neighborhood was a symphony of chirping sparrows and the distant hum of early morning traffic. I took a deep breath, savoring the moment as I wrapped my hands around a steaming cup of coffee. Life, as I knew it, was routine and comforting, the days blending seamlessly into one another like brush strokes on a canvas. My husband, Mark, was already dressed for work, his tie perfectly knotted, an ever-present smile playing on his lips. He kissed me lightly on the cheek, whispering a promise to return by dinner. Our daughter, Emily, was still asleep, her 6-year-old form cocooned in pastel sheets. Her presence was a constant source of joy, her laughter a melody that soothed any lingering disquietude. As she slept, I often found myself standing at her doorway, marveling at the sheer innocence that radiated from her small frame. The morning unfolded like any other. I prepared breakfast, tidied the rooms, and made a mental checklist of the errands to run. Emily stirred awake, her tiny footsteps padding across the hardwood floor. We settled into a comfortable routine, breakfast done, dishes washed, and the day ahead laid out with precision. It was a comforting normalcy, one that gave me a sense of purpose. But life has a way of shifting beneath our feet, subtly and imperceptibly at first. The first signs were barely noticeable, like whispers in a breeze, dismissible if you weren't paying attention. It began with the phone calls, unknown numbers that rang incessantly, only to fall silent the moment I answered. I chalked it up to telemarketers, a nuisance but no real threat. Then came the letters. Anonymous envelopes slipped into our mailbox, each one containing a single sheet of paper with a simple, unsettling message: she knows. I dismissed them as pranks, albeit ones that left a disquieting impression. Mark was unconcerned, his reassurance a balm that momentarily eased my anxiety. Some juvenile prankster, he suggested, probably bored and looking for some mischief. He was so confident, his demeanor unruffled, and I let his calmness seep into my bones. Yet, there was a part of me that couldn't shake the feeling of unease, like an itch just out of reach. Days turned into weeks, and the disturbances persisted, seemingly growing bolder with each passing day. I felt watched, an unsettling sensation that shadowed my every move. The feeling was most intense in Emily's room, where the air seemed to thicken with an unspoken tension. I began to notice small things out of place. A toy shifted slightly from where it had been left, or a window open that I was sure I'd closed. When I mentioned these to Mark, he dismissed them as lapses in memory, yet I couldn't ignore the creeping sense of intrusion. The nights became restless. Shadows danced across the walls with a malevolent grace, and the wind howled with a voice that chilled my spine. I found myself wandering the halls at night, plagued by the sensation that something lurked just beyond the edges of my perception. My reflection in the hallway mirror seemed to mock me, its eyes dark and hollow, filled with an understanding that eluded me. Then, one evening, an event transpired that shattered the fragile peace we'd maintained. It was late, the sky a deep indigo, stars obscured by thick clouds. Emily had drifted off after an evening of play, her soft breathing a lullaby that filled the room. I was in the kitchen, tidying up after dinner, when I heard it. A muffled sound, like a cry swallowed by the walls. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest, the sound echoing in my mind. It came again, unmistakable now, a child's voice pleading, "Help me." Panic surged through me as I raced up the stairs, my feet barely touching the steps. I burst into Emily's room, my breath caught in my throat. She lay there, untouched, her sleep undisturbed. The room was as it should be, yet the feeling of wrongness persisted, clinging to the air like a shroud. I checked the windows, the closet, peered under the bed. Nothing. There was no sign of disturbance, no evidence that anyone but Emily had been in the room. I returned downstairs, shaken but trying to rationalize the experience. Perhaps it had been a trick of the wind, or my mind playing games. Yet, deep down, I knew that explanation rang hollow. The following day, I confided in Mark, but he was dismissive, attributing my anxiety to stress and lack of sleep. "Why don't you take a day for yourself?" he suggested, his eyes filled with concern. "Get some rest, maybe see a friend." I took his advice, hoping a day away would clear my mind. But the unease followed me, a specter that refused to be banished. I returned home to find Mark and Emily in good spirits, their laughter a balm to my frazzled nerves. For a brief moment, normalcy returned, the warmth of family life enveloping us. But it was short-lived. That night, as I lay in bed, the house silent save for the rhythmic ticking of the clock, I heard it again. The voice, more insistent, a child's plaintive wail, echoing through the corridors. "Help me," it pleaded, the words tinged with desperation. I leapt from the bed, my heart pounding, driven by a primal need to protect my child. The house was cloaked in darkness as I moved through it, each room a shadowy tableau. Emily's door was ajar, the hallway light casting a sliver of illumination across her sleeping form. She was safe, untouched by whatever haunted these walls. I stepped into her room, the air thick with anticipation, and there, in the darkness, I felt it. A presence, watching, waiting. Unable to shake the feeling, I turned, my gaze falling on the mirror opposite Emily's bed. My reflection stared back, an unfamiliar face, twisted with fear. But it was the reflection beside mine that sent a shiver down my spine. A shadowy figure stood there, its form indistinct, a dark blur that seemed to pulse with malevolence. Panic gripped me as I blinked, and when my eyes reopened, the figure was gone, leaving only the echo of a child's cry in its wake. I stumbled back, my mind reeling, and in that moment, I understood. The whispers, the shifting objects, the voice, they were all connected, part of a pattern I had been too blind to see. The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. Something wanted Emily. The next morning, I was a woman transformed. My nerves taut, I felt every creak and groan of the house with an acute awareness. My daughter remained blissfully unaware, her world filled with laughter and innocence. But I couldn't shake the fear that had taken root, a gnawing dread that grew with each passing hour. I decided to dig into the house's history, seeking answers to the questions that plagued me. Hours were spent at the local library, poring over microfilm and dusty records, tracing the lineage of our home. It was there, in the brittle pages of a forgotten newspaper, that I found my answer. Years ago, our house had been the site of a tragedy. A girl, not much older than Emily, had vanished without a trace, her disappearance a mystery that had haunted the community. Her name was Anna, and though her fate remained unresolved, whispers of foul play lingered. The more I read, the more a pattern emerged, one that suggested her spirit lingered, trapped within the confines of our home. Armed with this knowledge, I returned home, my resolve steeled. I would not allow this specter from the past to harm my family. That evening, I laid a plan, determined to confront the entity that haunted us. I spent hours preparing, gathering items I hoped would offer protection: salt, sage, symbols of faith. I waited until the house was shrouded in darkness, the world outside silent and still. It came as I knew it would, the air thickening with a presence that defied understanding. I felt its eyes on me, a weight that was both oppressive and undeniable. I moved through the house, scattering salt in doorways, whispering prayers under my breath. The atmosphere crackled with energy, charged with a tension that was almost palpable. In Emily's room, the air seemed to freeze, a chill that seeped into my bones. I called out, my voice steady, demanding that the spirit show itself. There was a moment of silence, stretched taut, and then I saw it. The figure from the mirror, no longer a shadow, but a girl, her eyes wide with sorrow and longing. Anna. She hovered near the bed, her form translucent, her mouth forming words that echoed in my mind. "Help me," she repeated, the plea a whisper that resonated deep within. I reached out, compelled by a force beyond reason, my hand passing through her form. She flickered, her image blurring, and for a moment, I saw the truth. The pain, the fear, the yearning for justice that had kept her bound. Compassion replaced my fear as I realized she was not the threat I had imagined, but a lost soul seeking retribution. Her death had gone unanswered, her cries for help drowned out by the passage of time. Empowered by this revelation, I promised her what she sought: justice. The following days were a blur of activity. I reached out to the local authorities, reopening the case that had long been considered cold. The evidence was scant, the trail long faded, but I persisted, driven by a need to set things right. My determination bore fruit, as old secrets were unearthed, truths whispered by those who had long held their silence. In a stunning turn of events, a suspect was apprehended, a man who had lived undetected in our midst, his sins buried beneath layers of respectability. Anna's story was brought to light, her memory honored, her spirit finally laid to rest. The atmosphere in our home shifted, the air lighter, the sense of unease dispelled. But even as the world returned to normal, the echoes of that time lingered, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next. I often found myself reflecting on those events, my heart heavy with the knowledge of how close we had come to the brink. Though the presence was gone, I couldn't shake the feeling that something remained, a shadow at the edge of my vision, a whisper in the night. It was as if the house had retained a memory of those dark days, a subtle reminder that some stories never truly end. Emily remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired, her innocence preserved. But I knew, deep down, that the experience had changed me irrevocably. I was no longer the same person. My understanding of the world forever altered. As I stand at the window, watching the sun dip below the horizon, I feel a presence at my side. It is not malevolent. Rather, it is a comforting sense of being watched over, protected. In the silence, I hear a whisper, soft as a breeze. "Thank you," it says, a final farewell from the girl who had been trapped in darkness for far too long. The world moves on, as it always does, but I hold on to the lessons learned, the understanding that sometimes the past reaches out, seeking resolution, seeking peace, and though the fear has faded, a part of me remains wary, attuned to the unseen, the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp. For that is the nature of life, a tapestry woven with strands of the known and the unknown, the living and the departed, each thread a connection to something greater than ourselves. The autumn leaves had begun to fall, a golden cascade lining the streets of our small suburban town. Life had measured its pace with the steady regularity of the seasons, and I found solace in the mundane rituals of day-to-day living. I had my routines, a morning coffee, a walk with our dog through the park, and an evening where I sat by the window, reading old letters. These letters were all I had left of her, my daughter, Emily, whose presence had vanished like a dream evaporating with the dawn. It had been 3 years since she went missing, 3 years since our world was turned inside out. Yet, every day, I imagined her face in those old photographs, her laughter echoing in the quiet spaces of our home. The day Emily disappeared was unremarkable in its normalcy. She had gone to school, kissed me goodbye, and never returned. The search that followed was thorough yet fruitless. No trace of her was found. The police eventually labeled the case cold, and I was left with an aching void and unanswered questions. Friends and neighbors offered condolences, but their words were hollow, unable to fill the emptiness that had carved itself into my heart. In the evenings, when the world was silent, I would sit by the window and watch the shadows lengthen, hoping that one day she would step through the door, smiling, as if she'd just been out playing in the yard. It was on a crisp October evening that the first disturbance rippled through my carefully maintained facade of normalcy. I was sitting in my usual spot by the window when the doorbell rang. A peculiar unease settled over me as I rose to answer it. Visitors were rare in the evening, and the hour was late. I opened the door to find a girl standing on the porch, her hair wind-tossed and her eyes wide with something that I can only describe as longing. "Mom," she said, her voice a haunting echo from the past. It was Emily. I blinked, convinced I was caught in a cruel dream. She looked older, her features sharper, but there was no mistaking her. She had the same eyes, the same gentle curve of her smile that could light up the darkest of days. I pulled her into my arms, tears streaming down my face as every suppressed emotion flooded to the surface. joy, disbelief, and a lingering shadow of fear. "Where have you been?" I asked, my voice shaking with a multitude of questions. Her response was vague, cloaked in mystery. "I've been away," she said softly, "but I'm home now." There was something in her tone, a calmness that was unfamiliar, yet I was too overwhelmed to fully grasp it. Over the next few days, Emily settled back in as if she had never been gone. Her return was the talk of the town, whispers trailing us everywhere we went. People were curious, naturally, but they kept their distance, allowing us the space to reconnect as a family. For a time, life seemed to tilt back toward normalcy, with Emily resuming her old routines and slipping naturally into her place at home. Yet underneath the surface, something was amiss. I would catch her staring into space, her gaze unfocused and distant. At night, I heard her murmuring in her sleep, words that were unintelligible, yet filled with an unsettling resonance. There were moments when I'd find her standing at the window, looking out into the night with an expression of profound melancholy. When I asked her about it, she'd smile and assure me everything was all right. But a mother's instinct is rarely wrong. I knew that something was haunting her. The escalation came gradually, as subtle as the changing seasons. Strange occurrences began to plague our home. Lights flickered incessantly, shadows seemed to move of their own volition, and there was a chill in the air that no amount of warmth could dispel. Emily became increasingly withdrawn, her previously luminous presence now shrouded in an aura of impenetrable mystery. She spoke less, and when she did, her words were tinged with a cryptic quality that left me feeling unsettled. I began to notice things missing, little things at first, a book, a picture frame, a favorite mug. But then, larger items disappeared, only to return in odd places with no explanation. The sense of unease grew, a creeping vine twisting through the fabric of our home. It wasn't long before I started hearing whispers in the night, a chorus of voices just beyond comprehension, weaving through the silence. Desperate for answers, I confronted Emily, hoping to unravel the enigma that hung between us. "Emily," I said gently, "where were you? What happened?" She hesitated, the flicker of fear passing through her eyes. "I was lost," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Somewhere dark. They let me go, but they're still with me." "Who are they?" I pressed, my heart pounding in anticipation of a truth I wasn't certain I wanted to hear. Emily's eyes met mine, and in that moment, it felt as though a veil had lifted, revealing the depths of her soul. "Spirits," she said, her voice steady and eerily calm. "They're here, watching." The revelation was chilling, a cold hand gripping my heart. I wanted to dismiss her words as the ramblings of a troubled mind, but the evidence was all around us. The inexplicable phenomena, the pervasive sense of being watched. My rational mind waged war with the intuition that had been screaming at me since her return. As the days passed, the disturbances intensified. Objects flew off shelves, doors slammed shut of their own accord, and the whispers grew louder, forming a cacophony that echoed through the house. I felt trapped in a waking nightmare, each day blurring into the next as reality seemed to unravel at the seams. One evening, when the wind howled outside and the moon cast an eerie glow over the town, the climax unfolded in a sequence of events that felt both inevitable and surreal. I awoke to find Emily standing at the foot of my bed, her expression serene, yet tinged with an otherworldly sadness. "They want you to know," she said, her voice carrying an unsettling gravity. "They want you to understand." Before I could respond, the air around us seemed to thicken, charged with an energy that was palpable and oppressive. Shadows danced along the walls, forming shapes that defied explanation. The whispers crescendoed into a chorus of anguish, their voices a symphony of despair that pierced the silence. "Emily, what is this?" I cried out, fear and confusion tightening their grip on me. "They're lost," she replied softly. "They want peace." In that moment, I understood. The spirits that lingered were not here to harm us, but to communicate, to reach out from their shadowed realm in search of solace. Emily, in her time away, had become a conduit, a bridge between worlds. Her return was not just a miracle. It was a plea for understanding, a call to acknowledge the presence of those who could not rest. The realization brought with it a sense of calm, a clarity that cut through the fear. I reached for Emily's hand, squeezing it gently as a silent promise passed between us. Together, we would help these restless souls find the peace they sought. In the days that followed, the disturbances abated, the atmosphere in our home shifting from tension to quietude. Emily and I worked together, learning to listen to the whispers, to discern the stories hidden within their spectral cadence. We performed small rituals, lighting candles and speaking words of comfort, offering a beacon of hope to those trapped in the shadows. Life resumed a semblance of normalcy, but the experience left an indelible mark on us both. Emily seemed lighter, her eyes brighter, as if the weight of her burden had been lifted. The house, too, felt different, warmer, more welcoming, as though it had been cleansed of its lingering unease. Yet, the fear lingered, a shadow that stretched beyond the bounds of our understanding. It was not a fear of the spirits or the supernatural, but of the unknown, the vast expanse of mystery that lay beyond the veil of our perception. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of the lights, held the potential to remind us of the tenuous balance we now walked. In the quiet moments, when Emily and I sat together by the window, watching the world beyond, I would sometimes catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a fleeting shadow, a whisper of presence. It was a reminder that we were part of something larger, something that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Though the fear was ever present, it was tempered by a sense of connection, a recognition of our place in the tapestry of existence. We continued to live our lives, bound by the knowledge of the unseen and the understanding that Emily's return had opened a door that could never be closed. And in that acceptance, we found a measure of peace, knowing that we were not alone, that the echoes of the past would always be with us, guiding us through the shadows of the unknown. The day was like any other in our quiet little suburb, a small town where each house stood neatly aligned, each garden meticulously pruned, and every face familiar in the way only small communities can breed familiarity. It was the kind of place where the sun always seemed to cast a warm, golden hue on the sidewalks, where children rode their bikes in languid loops, and adults exchanged pleasantries about weather and work from porch to porch. Life here was predictable, and after the heartache we had endured, predictability was a refuge. 3 years ago, my daughter Emily vanished without a trace. She was 10 at the time, a vibrant force of nature with laughter that bubbled over like a brook and eyes that sparkled with mischief and love. Her disappearance had been like a black hole, swallowing the light from our family and leaving a void that felt endless. Weeks turned into months, and months into years, with each day stretching painfully into the next. Her room remained untouched, a shrine to her memory, filled with toys that yearned for her touch and books waiting for her to return and read them. I remember the day she vanished with a clarity that tormented me. It was a Sunday afternoon, the kind of day where the world seemed to be cocooned in tranquility. Emily had gone to play in the yard, her laughter ringing out like a joyful bell. But when I called her in for dinner, she was gone. The police searched, the community rallied, but all efforts led to dead ends. Eventually, the world moved on, expecting us to do the same. But how could we? Morning routines became a salve. I'd wake, prepare breakfast for just my husband and myself, and then sit on our front porch, sipping coffee as the neighborhood slowly came alive. On this particular morning, I noticed the way the light filtered through the oak tree branches, casting playful shadows on the pavement. Lost in thought, I almost didn't hear the knock at the door. When it came again, insistent, I put down my mug and opened the door. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I thought I might faint. There, standing before me, was Emily. My heart lurched and my mind raced, struggling to comprehend the image before me. She looked the same as the day she disappeared, unchanged, as if time had merely paused for her. Those same sparkling eyes met mine, but there was something different in them, an unfamiliar depth, an echo of something I couldn't name. "Mom," she said, her voice carrying the soft lilt of familiarity and the sharp edge of the uncanny. I reached out with trembling hands, my heart pounding furiously in my chest as I pulled her into a tight embrace. She felt solid and real against me, dispelling the fear that I was dreaming. Tears streamed down my face, wetting her hair as I held her, too afraid to let go. "How?" I managed to whisper, my voice choked with emotion. "Where have you been?" But Emily merely smiled, a serene, almost knowing smile that sent shivers down my spine. "I'm home now," she replied softly. "That's all that matters." The days that followed her return were surreal. The initial shock rippled through our community, each neighbor expressing disbelief and cautious joy. The police came and went, but Emily's story was as elusive as the day she vanished. She couldn't, or wouldn't, explain where she'd been. Her answers were vague, veering into the strange and fantastical, leaving us with more questions than answers. She spoke of a place between, where shadows danced and time was as fluid as water. A place where she was never alone, but never truly with anyone either. While her words unnerved me, I clung to the relief of her presence. Having her back at the dinner table, hearing her laughter fill our home once again, it was a balm for an ache I had thought eternal. Yet, even as I basked in her return, a nagging unease settled deep within me. There were small things, subtle shifts in her behavior that I couldn't quite pinpoint. A certain stillness in her, an uncanny ability to appear and disappear without a sound, and a tendency to stare into the distance as if listening to a voice only she could hear. One evening, as I watched her from the kitchen, I noticed her standing at the window, silhouetted by the dying light of the day, her eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. I approached quietly, hesitant to break whatever spell held her. "Emily?" I called softly. She turned to me slowly, her features bathed in shadows. "They're watching," she said with a small, enigmatic smile. "Who's watching, sweetheart?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The ones from the between," she replied, her voice almost a whisper. "They're always watching." Her words sent a chill through me, like the ghost of a winter breeze on a summer night. I tried to brush it off, attributing it to a child's imagination, a coping mechanism for whatever she had endured. But the feeling of being watched lingered long after she had gone to bed, casting long shadows in the corners of my mind. The next few weeks unfolded in an uneasy rhythm. Emily's presence seemed to be a catalyst for strange occurrences around the house. Items would go missing, only to reappear in odd places. The lights flickered unpredictably, often leaving us in darkness that felt heavier than it should. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I'd hear whispers, soft, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to seep from the walls. Our once peaceful home now felt different, as if another presence had moved in with us, one that was not entirely benign. My husband, ever the rationalist, dismissed these incidents as electrical faults and forgetfulness, but I could see the doubt creeping into his features, mirrored in my own. One particularly restless night, I awoke to find the space beside me empty. My heart skipped as I realized my husband was not in bed. I rose, the wooden floor cold against my feet, and ventured through the darkened house, drawn inexplicably to Emily's room. The door was ajar, and soft light spilled into the hallway. Peering inside, I found Emily sitting cross-legged on her bed, her gaze locked on the wall opposite her, where shadows seemed to ripple and shift like dark water. My husband stood beside her, seemingly transfixed by the same unseen spectacle. "Tom," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper, afraid of breaking the strange spell that held them. He turned to me slowly, his eyes glazed and distant. "They have secrets," Emily said, her voice ringing with an eerie clarity. "They whisper them to me." "What secrets?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and curiosity. Emily's smile was small and secretive. "Secrets of the between," she replied, her words echoing in the stillness. "Things that were, and things that will be." The air felt thick with tension, like the charged atmosphere before a storm. I took a cautious step forward, reaching for Tom, pulling him gently away from whatever had captured his attention. He blinked, confusion clouding his features, but he allowed me to lead him back to bed, leaving Emily to her whispers and shadows. The following days were a swirl of worry and weary vigilance. I kept a close watch on Emily, my heart aching to understand what she had become entangled with. She moved through the days with an ethereal grace, her presence both comforting and unsettling. The sense of being watched intensified, and I began to see fleeting figures at the edge of my vision. Slender silhouettes that vanished when I turned to look directly. One afternoon, while Emily was out playing in the yard, I ventured into her room. It felt different, colder, almost like a place forgotten by the sun. I moved with careful steps, drawn to her small desk where numerous drawings were scattered. They were depictions of shadowy figures, their forms reminiscent of human shapes, but twisted and elongated, set against a backdrop of swirling darkness. My heart pounded as I leafed through them, each image more disquieting than the last. A soft rustle behind me made me jump. I turned to find Emily standing in the doorway, watching me with those deep, knowing eyes. "They like it when I draw them," she said simply, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "It makes them feel real." I struggled for words, my throat tight with a mix of fear and love. "Emily, why are they here?" She paused, her expression thoughtful, then replied with a haunting simplicity. "They followed me home. They wanted to see where I came from." The realization that these entities had traveled with her from whatever liminal space she had occupied struck me with a visceral dread. Yet, I felt a compulsion to understand, to protect her from whatever malevolent force might be lurking behind those shadowy forms. As the days turned to weeks, the sense of unease grew, twisting into a constant companion. The figures became bolder, lingering at the edge of my vision, their presence an oppressive weight on my psyche. Emily seemed unfazed, moving through our world with the same ethereal grace, her interactions with the shadows becoming a natural part of her routine. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the house was bathed in twilight, I felt an overwhelming compulsion to confront whatever had taken root in our home. I gathered my courage and approached Emily's room, the air thick with an otherworldly charge. Inside, the shadows moved like a living tapestry across the walls, their forms more distinct and sinister than ever before. Emily sat in the midst of them, her face serene, watching their dance with an unsettling calm. "Emily," I called softly, stepping into the room. "It's time for this to end. We need to let them go." She turned to me, her expression unreadable. "They won't leave," she said, her voice a gentle murmur. "Not until they've taken what they came for." My heart sank at her words, the weight of their implications settling over me like a shroud. "What do they want?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Emily's gaze bore into mine, filled with an ancient wisdom that belied her years. "They want what was taken from them," she replied, her voice a haunting melody. They want something that belongs to this world. Before I could press further, the shadows surged forward, enveloping the room in inky darkness. I felt their presence, cold and vast, pressing in from all sides. Panic clawed at the edges of my mind, but I forced myself to remain grounded, focusing on the love I held for Emily, using it as an anchor against the encroaching void. In the heart of that darkness, I heard their whispers, fragments of a story long forgotten, of lives interrupted and promises broken. The weight of their sorrow was overwhelming, a torrent of emotions that threatened to drown me. But through the chaos, Emily's voice rang clear, guiding me back to the light. "They just want to be remembered," she said softly, as the shadows began to recede, leaving behind a lingering chill. "They need someone to hold their story, to keep it alive." Her words hung in the air, a revelation that settled over me with a profound clarity. These entities, whatever they were not here to harm, but to find closure, to be brought into the light of remembrance. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in our home shifted. Emily continued to draw, her images transforming from dark, shadowy figures to vibrant depictions of light and life. The sense of being watched faded, replaced by a quiet peace that settled over the house like a gentle rain. Though the shadows were gone, their presence lingered in my thoughts, a reminder of the fragility of the boundary between our world and whatever lay beyond. Emily remained unchanged by time, her laughter a joyous symphony that filled our home, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As summer turned to autumn, I found myself on the porch once again, watching the leaves dance in the wind. The world around me felt renewed, vibrant with the promise of a new day. And though a part of me would always wonder about the mysteries of the between, I knew that for now, our family was whole. Emily was home, and that was all that truly mattered. The soft hum of the kettle resonated gently in the kitchen, a comforting melody in my otherwise silent house. I watched the steam curl upward, dissipating into the morning air, just as I prepared my solitary breakfast ritual of toast and tea. This was my routine now, a quiet life on the outskirts of a small town suburb, where the days blurred together into a seamless tapestry of sameness. I had learned to find solace in these small rituals, to bury the aching void of my daughter's absence in the methodical motions of daily life. It had been 3 years since Emily disappeared. 3 agonizing years since that sunny afternoon when she ran out to play with her friends and never returned. The search parties, the police investigations, the endless questions with no answers, they all led to dead ends and faded into a grim acceptance of the unknown. People in town were kind, but kept their distance, as though grief were contagious, and I was a walking reminder of the fragility of their own loved ones. Yet, just as the kettle whistled its crescendo, a knock echoed through the quietude of my home, startling me. I wasn't expecting anyone, and visitors were a rarity. I hesitated, teacup in hand, before setting it down and moving toward the door, a strange sense of anticipation prickling my skin. I opened the door to find her standing there, a vision from a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. Emily, my Emily, but not quite. The girl before me wore the same familiar features, the cascade of chestnut hair, the deep-set, curious eyes. Yet there was something different in her gaze, an unsettling depth that seemed to pierce right through me. "Hello, Mom," she said, her voice a haunting echo of a memory. I stood paralyzed, my mind struggling to reconcile the impossible. She looked older, of course, as time had not stood still for either of us. But it was more than age. It was as if she had lived a lifetime in those 3 years, and perhaps she had. "Emily?" I whispered, the name of fragile hope escaping my lips. She nodded, a small, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I reached out instinctively, my fingers trembling as they brushed against her cheek, real and warm. A sob choked its way up my throat, and I pulled her into a tight embrace, the scent of her hair a nostalgic balm to my fractured soul. But even as I held her, I felt a coldness emanate from her skin, a chill that seemed to seep into my bones. As the initial shock ebbed away, questions flooded my mind, each one vying for release. Where had she been? How had she survived? What had happened to her? But all those inquiries tangled into silence, overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of her presence. "Can I come in?" she asked, her voice soft, almost pleading. Of course. I stepped aside, and she walked in with an air of familiarity, as though she had never left. The day unfolded with an eerie normalcy. I found myself making tea again, this time for both of us, watching her as she sat at the kitchen table, her fingers tracing the grain of the wood, her eyes lingering on each corner of the room, as if reacquainting herself with a long-lost friend. We spoke little, words trembling through the tension of the moment, and I let her lead the conversation, careful not to push too hard, too fast. "Do you remember this place?" I asked, my voice tentative. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze meeting mine with an inscrutable expression. Bits and pieces, like fragments of a dream. It was then I noticed the shadows under her eyes, the pallor of her skin, and a chill seeped through me once more. Something was not right. But how could I question the miracle of her return? Could a mother's love not forgive all transgressions, all impossibilities? As the day gave way to evening, Emily remained, her presence both comforting and disquieting. I found myself watching her closely, noting every gesture, every flicker of emotion. Her laughter was the same, yet tinged with an edge of something darker, something that lay just beneath the surface. That night, she slept in her old room, a place I had left untouched since her disappearance. I stood by the door, watching her form rise and fall with breath, a miracle I dared not question aloud. Yet sleep eluded me, haunted by an unease I couldn't shake, and I found myself wandering the house, each creak of the floorboards echoing like a ghostly whisper. In the days that followed, Emily's presence became both a balm and a burden. She began to recount stories of her time away, snippets of a life that seemed both fantastical and terrifying. Her words painted a world of shadowy figures and hidden realms, a place where time twisted and reality blurred. She spoke of beings who watched and whispered, guardians and captors in equal measure. I listened, torn between disbelief and a mounting dread. "Why did you come back?" I asked one evening as we sat by the window, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Emily turned to me, her eyes reflecting the dying light, and for a moment I saw something ancient and knowing within them. "I had to," she replied simply, yet the weight of her words lingered, heavy and impenetrable. As days turned into weeks, the atmosphere in the house shifted. I couldn't quite place when it started, but the air grew thick with an oppressive presence. Strange occurrences began to unravel the fragile semblance of normalcy we had tried to cultivate. Doors creaked open of their own accord. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision, and at night, whispers threaded through the air, too soft to understand, but impossible to ignore. I tried to rationalize, to attribute these happenings to stress and exhaustion, but the truth loomed ever larger, undeniable and terrifying. Emily was different, changed in ways that defied understanding. She seemed to know things before they happened, her eyes distant and knowing, as though she carried the weight of secrets too profound to voice. One night, driven by a restless curiosity and mounting fear, I ventured into her room while she slept, searching for answers in the silence. Her journal lay on the bedside table, its pages worn and stained. Hesitation clawed at me, but I opened it, driven by a desperate need to understand. The entries were scattered, a tapestry of thoughts and experiences that painted a portrait of a fractured mind. She wrote of the place she had been taken to, a realm between worlds where shadows danced and time stretched like elastic. Her words spoke of figures who loomed at the edges of her awareness, watching, waiting. Her final entry sent a chill racing down my spine. "I cannot stay. They will come for me, and I must be ready." In that moment, I understood. Emily's return was not the miracle I had longed for, but something far more complex and terrifying. She had crossed a boundary, touched a world that should remain unseen, and now that world reached back for her. As realization settled in, the house seemed to shudder, as if acknowledging the truth I had uncovered. The whispers grew louder, the shadows more insistent, and I felt their gaze upon me, probing, questioning. I confronted Emily the next morning, the words spilling out of me in a torrent of fear and desperation. "What is happening, Emily? What have you brought back with you?" She looked at me with those ancient eyes, sadness etched into her features. "I'm sorry, Mom," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought I could keep them at bay, but they're already here." A cold despair settled over me, and I understood then that I was powerless to stop whatever was coming. Emily's presence was both a gift and a curse, a tether to a world beyond comprehension. In the days that followed, the disturbances escalated. The house became a living entity, groaning under the strain of an unseen force. Lights flickered and died, mirrors cracked without warning, and a chill permeated every corner. Emily's health deteriorated, her vibrant spirit dimming as though the very life was being drained from her. I watched, helpless, as the fabric of our reality unraveled. And then, one night, the climax I had feared unfolded. Shadows congealed into form, a presence that filled the room with an oppressive force. Emily stood at the center, her eyes closed, a tranquility about her that was both eerie and profound. "I'm sorry," she whispered to me, as if from a great distance. "But it's time." The shadows closed in, enveloping her in a cocoon of darkness. I screamed, reaching out, but my hands passed through empty air. And then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The room was empty, and Emily was gone. Again. The silence that followed was absolute, a void that stretched into the corners of my soul. I stumbled back, the weight of what I had lost crushing me. Emily had returned only to be taken once more, her presence a fleeting echo of a reality forever altered. In the aftermath, the house returned to its stillness, the disturbances ceasing as abruptly as they had begun. But the fear lingered, a constant shadow that refused to dissipate. I knew now that the boundaries between worlds were fragile, and that my daughter had been a bridge between them. Life continued in the small-town suburb, the routine of daily life, a comforting distraction from the truth that lay beneath. But in moments of quiet, I felt the presence that watched and waited, a reminder of the unknown that lurked just beyond the veil of perception. Emily's return had been both a gift and a curse, a lesson in the unfathomable depths of love and loss. And though she was gone, her memory remained, a haunting specter that whispered of things unseen and a world forever changed. I had often heard of the island, nestled quietly within the vastness of Lake Michigan, an experimental community so shrouded in secrecy that its existence seemed more like an urban legend than reality. Rumors swirled about a place where the government had once conducted genetic experiments, a laboratory hidden within a seemingly quaint township. Yet, it was not until a brisk autumn day when I received an invitation, an unexpected letter that would unravel the truth behind these whispers. The invitation was handwritten, its ink slightly smudged as if penned in haste. It was a call to visit the island, an opportunity to see the community for myself, signed by a Dr. Elias Marlowe, a name unfamiliar to me. Though perplexed by the invitation, a swell of curiosity pushed me to accept. It was a brief journey by ferry, the mainland quickly disappearing from view as the island loomed ahead, its silhouette sharp against the reddening sky. As I disembarked, the island greeted me with an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The village, with its charming cobblestone paths and picturesque cottages, seemed idyllic. The air was crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and the distant sound of children's laughter. A peace settled over me as I strolled through the community, taking in its serene beauty. Yet beneath this veneer lay something I couldn't quite place, a subtle dissonance that prickled at the back of my mind. Dr. Marlowe, a gaunt man with thinning hair and eyes that seemed always to be searching for something just out of sight, met me at the village center. He spoke with a voice that was both soothing and unsettling, recounting the island's history as we walked. The community, he explained, was once a hub for genetic research, a project initiated decades ago to enhance human capabilities. But as funding dwindled and ethics grew murkier, the island transformed from a research facility into a self-sustaining society. Its residents left to foster the next generations. The children I saw playing in the square were unlike any others. There was an uncanny synchronicity to their movements, a grace that seemed almost choreographed, as if they were in constant silent communication. Their laughter, though genuine, had a peculiar note that sent a shiver down my spine. It was then I noticed their eyes, each pair reflecting an unsettling depth, as though they held secrets untold. As evening fell, Dr. Marlowe led me to a small inn where I would stay during my visit. The rooms were modest, yet comfortable, and as I lay in bed that night, the island's eerie calmness wrapped around me like a blanket. Sleep came fitfully, disturbed by dreams of faces I had never seen, yet somehow recognized, and whispers that faded into the night. The following day unfolded with the same serene facade. I wandered the paths, observing the daily lives of the villagers. They moved with purpose, their routines seamless and unperturbed by an outsider's presence. Conversations were hushed, eyes casting frequent fleeting glances my way. It was as if they shared a collective consciousness, a unity that extended beyond mere community. My exploration led me to the island's outskirts, where the forest loomed thick and imposing. It was there, amid the dense trees, that I first sensed the island's darker undertones. An inexplicable pull drew me deeper into the woods, and it was there I stumbled upon an abandoned structure, overgrown with ivy and neglect. The remnants of what was once a facility lay scattered, rusting equipment, faded notes scrawled in scientific jargon, and faded photographs of children, their faces alight with an unnatural vibrancy. It dawned on me that these were the predecessors of the children I had seen, perhaps the very subjects of the experiments long ceased. The realization settled like a stone in my stomach, the implications of which weighed heavily on my mind. Had these children been bred in captivity, their lives orchestrated by unseen hands, forever bound to the island by an experiment that had outlived its creators? Returning to the village, a new tension thrummed beneath the island's tranquil exterior. The children watched me with an intensity that was both captivating and unnerving, their eyes following my every move. I felt exposed under their silent scrutiny, as if they were assessing my presence, measuring my intentions. Dinner with Dr. Marlowe that evening was an equally unsettling affair. He spoke of the island with a reverence that bordered on zealotry, his words laced with an undercurrent of pride and something darker. He described the community's successes, the children's remarkable abilities, yet deftly sidestepped the ethical shadows cast by the island's past. When pressed, his answers were evasive, deflecting with the practiced ease of someone well-versed in concealing truths. As night descended, I found myself unable to shake the feeling of being an intruder in a world not meant for outsiders. The island, with its picturesque facade, had begun to reveal itself as a gilded cage. its residents the birds bred for a song only they could hear. The children, with their strange synchrony and knowing eyes, were the legacy of an experiment that, while abandoned, had never truly ended. It was in the dead of night that the island's true nature revealed itself. Awoken by a sound I couldn't quite place, I found myself drawn once more to the forest. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting ghostly shadows on the path as I followed an unknown calling. It led me to a clearing where the children stood in a perfect circle, their eyes closed, faces lifted to the sky as if in silent communion. There was a palpable energy that thrummed through the air, a connection that seemed to pulse from child to child, binding them in an unseen web. I watched, transfixed, as they began to hum in unison, a haunting melody that resonated deep within me, stirring emotions I couldn't name. It was beautiful and terrifying, a lullaby and a warning entwined. In that moment, I understood the truth of the island, the legacy of experiments long buried but never forgotten. The children were not mere remnants. They were the culmination, carrying within them the echoes of a past shrouded in secrecy, their very existence a testament to human hubris. The island was their haven, a sanctuary built on the bones of ambition and ethical compromise. As the melody reached its crescendo, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace, a surrender to the inevitability of the island's truths. Yet with it came a lingering fear, a recognition that I had glimpsed something profound and unknowable. The island, with its serene facade and eerie depths, was a world unto itself, a place where the past and present coalesced in a haunting dance. When the night finally gave way to dawn, the children dispersed, leaving me alone in the clearing. The island, now bathed in morning light, seemed almost mundane in its beauty, the shadows of night retreating to the corners of memory. Yet as I retraced my steps back to the village, I knew the island's secrets would remain with me, etched into my mind like an indelible mark. Dr. Marlowe bid me farewell at the dock, his expression unreadable, yet tinged with an understanding that needed no words. The ferry pulled away, the island slowly receding into the horizon, a haunting silhouette that would forever linger in my thoughts. Even now, back on the mainland, the island's essence haunts me. The children, with their ethereal smiles and eyes that saw beyond the veil of normalcy, remain vivid in my mind. The melody of that night, an eternal whisper, reminds me that some truths are not meant to be uncovered, some mysteries best left enshrouded in their own shadows. The air was crisp and carried a metallic tang as I stepped off the boat onto the shore of the Holy Isle, the wind combing through my hair with an insistence that felt almost like a caress. There was a sense of peace that permeated this place, as though the land itself was untouched by time. The sand was cool beneath my shoes, and I could feel the history humming beneath my feet, a pulsing reminder of the lives that had once thrived here. The island was an isolated speck amidst the vast expanse of the sea, its only features a ruined monastery perched atop a craggy hill and the remnants of a castle silhouetted against the pale sky. I had been drawn here by the stories, whispered in corners of libraries and in the cryptic notes of old journals, A ceremony, they said, that was both sacred and sinister, a rite that tethered the island to the world in ways few understood. I was not alone. Several others had made the journey with me, though we traveled separately. I recognized their faces from the ferry, each bearing expressions of quiet determination, or perhaps resignation. We nodded to one another with the silent camaraderie of those who knew they were about to partake in something beyond the ordinary. As I made my way toward the monastery, the path wound through a landscape dotted with wild flowers and gnarled trees, their branches reaching out like wizened fingers. The stone ruins loomed ahead, their presence a testament to the echoes of chants long extinguished from the present, but somehow preserved in the very stones that made up the structure. Inside, the monastery was a labyrinth of shadows and light, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something else. Incense, perhaps, or the lingering traces of a long-forgotten ritual. I wandered through the aisles, my footsteps muffled by the moss that carpeted the ground. The silence here was profound, a deep, resonant quiet that promised secrets to those willing to listen. It was then that I noticed the first disturbance. A chill crept through the air, not the kind brought on by the sea breeze, but one that emanated from within, a sensation that pricked at the edges of my consciousness. I had the unshakable feeling of being watched, as though the walls themselves had eyes and were observing my every move with a scrutiny that was both unsettling and intimate. I paused before what must have once been an altar, now nothing more than a slab of stone surrounded by crumbling pillars. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I turned sharply, expecting to find someone standing behind me. There was no one, only a trick of the light, perhaps, or the shadows playing games with my mind. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of something etched into the stone, a series of symbols that were almost obscured by the encroaching moss. Curiosity piqued, I leaned closer, tracing the lines with my fingers. The symbols were familiar, reminiscent of those I had seen in the old journals, their meanings lost to the passage of time, but still carrying an aura of significance. Questions churned in my mind as I exited the monastery, the sense of being observed lingering like an unwelcome guest. I decided to head toward the castle, hoping to find answers, or at least some distraction from the unease that had settled over me. The path to the castle was steeper, the grass slippery underfoot. The ruins rose majestically, their walls encased in ivy, the windows dark and vacant. There was a beauty to the decay, a solemn dignity that spoke of ancient glories and forgotten tragedies. Within the castle's boundaries, I found a group of the others who had journeyed here. They were gathered in a circle, their voices hushed and serious. As I approached, they turned toward me, their faces a mixture of relief and anticipation. It was clear they had been discussing the ceremony, the rite that had drawn us all to this desolate place. We spoke quietly, sharing the fragments of knowledge each of us had gleaned. The ceremony was said to be a binding of sorts, a communion with the island's spirit, a spirit that demanded sacrifice, though the nature of such a sacrifice was shrouded in mystery. No one knew for certain what it entailed or who might be chosen, only that it was essential for the island's continued existence. Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. A figure emerged from the shadows, an elderly man, whose features were sharp and weathered. His eyes bright with an intensity that belied his age. He introduced himself as the Keeper of the Isle, the guardian of its secrets, and the one who would oversee the ceremony. His presence was commanding, and as he spoke, we listened with rapt attention. The ceremony, he explained, was a tradition that stretched back centuries, a pact between the land and those who sought its protection. It was a ritual of renewal, a way to ensure the balance was maintained, though he did not elaborate on what the balance entailed. The keeper's gaze swept over us, measuring, assessing, and I felt a shiver race down my spine. There was something unsettling in his eyes, a depth of knowledge that seemed both ancient and alien. With a final nod, he bid us prepare for the ceremony, which would take place at dusk. As the day wore on, a sense of tension built among us, a silent understanding that something significant was about to unfold. I found myself drawn back to the monastery, seeking solace in its crumbling walls, while the others dispersed to contemplate their own thoughts and fears. It was there, in the fading light, that the true nature of the ceremony revealed itself to me. As shadows lengthened and the sun dipped below the horizon, the symbols on the altar seemed to glow with an inner light, pulsating with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The air around me vibrated with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. I was not alone. A presence filled the space, a being unseen yet undeniably there, its essence woven into the fabric of the island itself. I felt its call, a beckoning that resonated deep within my soul, urging me to step forward, to embrace the role that had been chosen for me. The realization struck me with the force of a tidal wave. I was the sacrifice, the chosen one, selected not by chance but by a design that had been set in motion long before my arrival. Panic surged through me, followed swiftly by acceptance, a calm that settled over my fear like a balm. As I stood before the altar, a sense of peace enveloped me, a certainty that this was my destiny, that the island's spirit and mine were intertwined in a dance that transcended time and space. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, feeling the energy flow through me, around me, becoming a part of me in a way that was both intimate and profound. When I opened my eyes, the others were there, their faces illuminated by the dying light. They watched with expressions of awe and reverence, understanding dawning in their eyes as the keeper stepped forward to begin the ceremony. His voice rang out, a chant in a language both alien and familiar, weaving through the air like a silken thread. I could feel the island's spirit responding, its presence a comforting embrace that surrounded us all. The ceremony was a blur of sensation and emotion, a symphony of light and sound that seemed to stretch on for eternity. I felt myself lifted, carried by the tide of energy that surged through the monastery, a conduit between the island and the world beyond. As the final notes of the chant faded into silence, I found myself standing once more before the altar, the symbols now dormant, their glow extinguished. The keeper's gaze met mine, a silent acknowledgement of what had transpired, a shared understanding that words could not capture. In the aftermath, there was a stillness, a moment frozen in time as we stood together, bound by the experience we had just shared. The island felt different, its spirit no longer a distant echo, but a living presence that pulsed beneath the surface, a heartbeat that matched my own. With the ceremony complete, we departed the monastery, our footsteps echoing softly in the twilight. The island seemed to welcome us with open arms. The tension that had hung over us dissipated like morning mist. Yet, as we returned to our lives, the memory of the ceremony lingered, a haunting refrain that played at the edges of my consciousness. The island remained with me, its spirit a constant companion that whispered secrets in the quiet moments, a reminder of the choice I had made and the bond that could never be broken. Even now, I feel its presence, a gentle tug on my soul, a call that beckons me back to the Holy Isle, where the ruins stand watch over the sea and the ancient rite endures, a testament to the enduring connection between the land and those who heed its call. And so, the fear remains, not of the island itself, but of the knowledge it has imparted, a revelation that has forever altered my understanding of the world and my place within it. The island's spirit and mine are one, bound by a ceremony that transcends time, an eternal dance that continues to unfold beneath the stars. The first time I set foot on the isolated island, it was under the guise of a documentary project, an island virtually unknown, skimming through the annals of time undisturbed, perched as a lone sentinel in the vastness of the ocean. The islanders, a small community of peculiar recluses, were the subject of my interest. I carried with me a sense of excitement and anticipation, eager to uncover the whispered secrets of a place untouched by modernity. Life on the island appeared idyllic at first glance. The villagers moved through a rhythm of life as ancient as the land itself, each day marked by the rising and setting of the sun. They welcomed me with a hospitality that was genuine, though reserved, their eyes often lingering a second too long, as if assessing my worthiness. There was a tranquility in the air, a tranquility that belied an undercurrent of tension I could not yet decipher. My lodgings were simple yet comfortable, a small hut that overlooked the vast sea. Each morning I would rise with the sun to the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore, a sound that gradually became more than just a backdrop. It was a quiet reminder of the island's isolation, its detachment from the world I knew. The villagers went about their rituals with an unspeakable grace, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, the sea, and the winds that whispered through the palms. Life blossomed around me with an air of enigmatic simplicity, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of something lurking just beneath the surface. It was during one of my walks through the village that I first noticed the strangeness, a peculiarity that gnawed at the edges of my senses. In the heart of the village stood a stone altar, weathered by centuries, its presence a testament to an ancient reverence. The villagers called it the Guardian's Rest, a sacred place, they said, protected by the guardian of the hidden world. The first instance of disturbance came unexpectedly, a ripple in the calm facade. A young girl, no older than 6, approached me with a solemnity that seemed beyond her years. Her eyes told of a wisdom that contradicted her youth, as if she held secrets untold. She handed me a small driftwood carving, its form strange and twisted, resembling no creature I had seen before. "For protection," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the whisper of the wind. Confused, I accepted the gift, thanking her with a nod. As she scampered away, I studied the carving, feeling the smoothness of wood shaped by hands, molded by tradition. It was a small token, yet it felt heavy with portent. I tucked it into the pocket of my jacket, a talisman against an unknown threat. Days passed, and the island's veneer of tranquility began to show its cracks. The villagers' behavior grew more insular, their eyes shadowed with a wary vigilance. Conversations ceased when I approached, replaced by furtive glances and whispered exchanges. It was as if the island itself held its breath, waiting for an inevitable occurrence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land in hues of crimson and gold, I found myself drawn to the Guardian's Rest. The altar stood silent, an imposing figure against the encroaching darkness. I felt an inexplicable pull, a desire to understand the mystery that clung to the villagers like a shroud. As I stood there, a figure emerged from the shadows, an elder, his face etched with the lines of age and wisdom. "You feel it, don't you?" he asked, his voice a soft rumble of earth and stone. "The island's spirit calls to you." I nodded, unable to articulate the unease that had settled in my bones. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "It is a sanctuary, a boundary between worlds," he replied. "Here, the Guardian watches over us, keeping the darkness at bay. But there are times when the boundary weakens, and the drifters come." "Drifters?" I echoed, the word foreign yet familiar. "Spirits untethered, lost between worlds," the elder explained, his eyes distant, as if seeing beyond the veil of our reality. "They seek to enter, to find solace in the living world." The revelation hung heavy in the air, the weight of it pressing against my chest. It was then that I understood the significance of the driftwood carving, a talisman against the drifters. The island was not merely isolated by geography, but shrouded by a supernatural boundary, a fragile shield against forces that sought entry into our world. The nights grew longer, darkness creeping into the edges of the village like an encroaching tide. The air was charged with anticipation, a sense of waiting for something inevitable, something that could not be stopped. The villagers gathered at the altar in silent vigil, their faces drawn and weary, eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky. The escalation came suddenly, without warning. A storm rolled in from the sea, fierce and unrelenting, battering the island with winds that howled like tormented souls. The villagers gathered at the Guardian's Rest, forming a circle around the altar, their voices rising in a chant that resonated with a primal power. I stood among them, the driftwood carving clutched tightly in my hand, feeling the raw energy coursing through us, binding us as one. The storm reached a fever pitch, the air crackling with electricity. As the boundary weakened, the drifters clawing at the edges of our world, Through the chaos, I saw them, shadows moving against the darkness, figures translucent and insubstantial, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. They pressed against the boundary, seeking entry, their presence a palpable weight in the air. In the eye of the storm, the islanders' chant rose to a crescendo, a plea for protection, a call to the guardian. The elder stepped forward, his voice ringing out above the tumult, invoking the ancient power that lay dormant within the land. The altar glowed with an ethereal light, a beacon in the storm, casting the shadows back into the void. The climax came with a sudden stillness, a moment suspended in time as the boundary was restored. The drifters repelled back into the darkness. The island sighed as one, a collective exhalation of relief as the storm abated, the wind dying to a whisper. The villagers dispersed, their faces weary but relieved, the knowledge of their triumph etched into their eyes. Yet the fear lingered, a shadow in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the fragility of the boundary. The island's tranquility was restored, but the memory of the drifters remained, a lingering fear that could not be erased. I carried the driftwood carving with me, a talisman against the darkness, a reminder of the hidden world that lay beyond the veil of reality. As I prepared to leave the island, I understood that the cleansing ritual was more than tradition. It was a necessity, a guardian's duty to protect the living from the lost. The villagers watched as my boat departed, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky, a silent vigil for the world they protected. The island receded into the distance, its secrets safe for another turn of the tide. But as I returned to the world I knew, the fear lingered still, a whisper of shadows in the periphery of my vision. I realized then that the boundary between worlds was thin, and the drifters would always be there, waiting for the moment when they might slip through once more. The sky bore the muted hues of dawn when I first saw the island, a lonely silhouette against the vast expanse of shimmering water. Our small boat, battered from the unexpected storm, creaked and groaned as the waves pushed us mercilessly towards the shore. I had not anticipated such a violent shift in the weather, nor the silent, foreboding welcome of the isle that now loomed closer with every passing second. As I staggered onto the soft sand, I felt a surreal sense of relief mingled with trepidation. The island, with its dense cluster of palm trees and the gentle rustle of leaves, seemed almost tranquil. It bore the deceptive appearance of paradise, untouched by human hands. For a moment, I could almost convince myself that this could be a place of refuge, a temporary sanctuary until rescue came. The first few days on the island were peaceful. I spent my time gathering coconuts and fishing with makeshift spears. The sun was unforgiving, and the nights were cool, but the simplicity of survival offered its own rhythm. I found a small freshwater spring, its discovery a stroke of good fortune, and set up camp nearby under the foliage, where the leaves provided scant shelter from the elements. Yet, despite the island's serene veneer, an inexplicable unease gnawed at me. At times, as I wandered along the shore or delved into the dense underbrush in search of food, I caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. Shadows that seemed too deliberate, too alive to be swayed solely by the wind. Then came the first disturbance. It was a night like any other, the moon casting a silvery glow over the landscape. I was awakened by a sound, a low, mournful wail that seemed to carry on the wind. It rose and fell in haunting cadence, chilling the nighttime air. Listening intently, I realized it was no mere animal call. Something far more sinister lay at its origin. Sleep proved elusive that night. I lay staring at the canopy of stars, the sound of the ocean a steady rhythm that accented the anxious beating of my heart. In the morning, as the first light of day dispelled the shadows, I set out to explore the source of the noise. My feet carried me deeper into the heart of the island, past ancient trees that towered like silent sentinels, their boughs whispering secrets older than time itself. The terrain grew more rugged as I pressed on, and soon I found myself standing before the entrance of a cave, its gaping mouth a dark promise of mystery. Hesitant, yet driven by a curious compulsion, I entered. The air was cool inside, and my footsteps echoed softly as I moved deeper into the darkness. It was there, in the shadowy depths, that I first encountered the creature. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, a figure of darkness and fluid form, as though it were shaped by the shadows themselves. Its eyes, when they found mine, were orbs of cold, fathomless black that seemed to peer into the very soul. I froze, every instinct screaming to flee, yet my body refused to obey. The creature made no move towards me. It merely observed, a presence both terrifying and oddly tranquil. After what felt like an eternity, it turned, disappearing into the deeper recesses of the cave, leaving behind an air of profound unease. I stumbled out into the sunlight, my mind racing to comprehend the encounter. The days that followed were marked by an escalating tension. I began to notice other signs, strange patterns in the sand, and unfamiliar tracks leading to and from the forest. Each night, the haunting wail echoed, sometimes closer, sometimes distant, a constant reminder of the entity that shared the island with me. Desperation spurred me into action. I crafted rudimentary tools, set up traps, but all efforts seemed futile. The creature, whatever it was, moved with an intelligence that belied its beastly form. It seemed neither hostile nor benign, simply present, a spectral overseer of the island's solitude. The climax arrived on a stormy night, when the winds howled like a chorus of phantoms and the rain fell in sheets. My camp was a miserable refuge against the elements, and the oppressive darkness made the world seem small and confined. A flash of lightning illuminated the figure standing at the edge of the clearing, its form blending seamlessly with the shadows. This time, I did not retreat. Whether it was madness or courage that governed my actions, I stepped forward. The air around me was charged with an electricity that was not entirely of the storm's making. We stood facing each other, the creature and I, two solitary figures bound by the island's enigma. In that moment, clarity washed over me. The creature was not merely a beast, but a guardian of sorts, an ancient spirit intertwined with the very essence of the island. It was then I understood that this encounter was my penance, a test of survival and understanding, a trial of redemption for past sins I had long buried under the sands of forgetfulness. The creature moved towards me, its form shifting like smoke in the wind. It paused, and as its eyes met mine once more, I felt a profound acceptance, a silent acknowledgement of shared solitude. Then it was gone, leaving behind a sense of peace and a lingering question. Was this redemption, or simply a new beginning? The storm passed, and with it, the oppressive weight of fear seemed to lift. The island, though still isolated, no longer felt like a prison. Instead, it became a place of reflection where I could confront the past I had tried to escape. The creature's presence, though unseen, was a constant whisper in the rustle of the leaves and the crash of the waves. As I write this, I know that rescue may come one day, or perhaps it may not. But here, in this tranquil captivity, I have made my peace. The island has become both my sanctuary and my confessor. I am no longer the man who arrived on these shores, but someone new, shaped by the silence and the shadows, forever altered by the creature's gaze. And so, the fear lingers, not in the form of dread, but as a reminder of the unknown that still breathes beneath the island's surface. In every shadow lies a story untold, in every whisper, a secret kept. The creature, a guardian of mysteries, watches still, a silent friend in the solitude of my redemption. My journey to the southern Pacific island began under the pretext of an academic expedition, a noble cause masked by my personal curiosity. The island, unnamed on many maps but known in whispers among archaeologists, was said to contain ruins of an ancient civilization, buried deep within its dense jungles. My colleagues at the university were skeptical, dismissing it as another wild goose chase inspired by myths and half-truths. But my determination was unwavering, fueled by obscure references and a series of increasingly vivid dreams that tugged at my consciousness. My arrival was unceremonious, the small seaplane skimming across the crystalline waters before depositing me on a narrow strip of yellow sand. The island was lush, the air heavy with humidity and the sweet scent of blooming flora. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of waves and the distant calls of exotic birds, a symphony of nature that shrouded the island's secrets in serene beauty. For the first few days, I settled into a routine. My modest camp was established near the shore, a canvas tent my only shelter from the elements. By day, I ventured into the jungle, machete in hand, cutting through the thick underbrush in search of any signs of the ancient ruins. By night, I pored over my notes and sketches, trying to piece together the fragments of evidence I had gathered from a multitude of disparate sources. The forest was a world unto itself, a living entity that seemed to breathe and pulse with an energy all its own. Towering trees, their canopies interwoven like a verdant tapestry, filtered the sunlight into ethereal beams that danced upon the forest floor. Vines hung like serpents from the branches, swaying gently with the breeze. I felt a sense of peace, a comforting normalcy amid the wildness. Yet, beneath this tranquility, there was an undercurrent of something else, an awareness that prickled at the edges of my mind. The first disturbance came on the 5th day. I had stumbled upon a clearing, its grassy expanse dotted with strange stone structures that rose from the earth like the bones of forgotten giants. Weathered and overgrown, these monoliths bore intricate carvings that defied any known language, their glyphs twisting into shapes that seemed almost alive when touched by the sunlight. As I carefully documented the sight, a shiver ran down my spine. A faint laughter, distant yet unmistakable, echoed through the trees. I froze, the pen slipping from my fingers as I strained to listen. The laughter was neither joyful nor sinister, but it carried with it an unsettling familiarity, as if the island itself was acknowledging my presence. That night, I lay awake in my tent, the tropical heat oppressive and stifling. The laughter haunted my thoughts, a ghostly refrain that replayed over and over. I rationalized it as the product of fatigue and isolation, yet a lingering unease gnawed at me. Sleep came fitfully, filled with dreams of shadowy figures dancing amongst the ruins, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. The following days saw an escalation of the island's strange phenomena. As I delved deeper into the jungle, the laughter grew more frequent, more insistent. It seemed to follow me, a shadowy companion that never revealed itself. The forest, once a place of vibrant life, now felt watchful, its presence heavy and omnipotent. The very air vibrated with an anticipation that set my nerves on edge. One afternoon, as I examined a particularly elaborate carving, I felt a prickle of awareness at the back of my neck. Turning slowly, I saw nothing but the dense foliage, yet the laughter rippled through the air, closer now and more pronounced. I called out, a tentative greeting that was swallowed by the jungle's silence. The response was immediate, a burst of laughter that seemed to come from all directions at once, surrounding me in its intangible embrace. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to focus, to remember the purpose that had brought me here. My nights were restless, plagued by vivid dreams that seemed more real than waking life. In these dreams, I wandered through the ruins, guided by laughter that led me deeper and deeper into the heart of the island. There, a shadowy figure awaited, its features obscured by darkness. Each night, I attempted to reach it, but just as I thought I would succeed, the dream would dissolve, leaving me alone in my tent, drenched in sweat. The climax came on the 10th day. I had ventured further than ever, driven by an inexplicable compulsion. The jungle seemed to part before me, as if guiding me towards a destination I was meant to find. Eventually, I emerged into a clearing larger than any I had seen. In its center stood a towering stone archway, its surface engraved with the same glyphs that adorned the other ruins. The air was thick with expectation, the silence so profound that I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow. As I approached the archway, the laughter began again, a cacophony that resonated deep within my bones. It was no longer distant, but immediate, enveloping me like a living thing. My heart pounded as I stepped beneath the arch, the world shifting around me as I crossed the threshold. On the other side, the jungle remained unchanged, yet there was a palpable difference. The air felt heavier, the colors deeper and more vivid, and there, standing before me, was the shadowy figure from my dreams. Its form was indistinct, a silhouette against the vibrant backdrop of the jungle, yet its presence was undeniable. The laughter ceased, replaced by a profound silence that seemed to stretch on for eternity. We stood there, the figure and I, locked in a silent communion. I felt an understanding pass between us, a recognition of a bond that transcended time and space. The figure inclined its head, a gesture of acknowledgement, and then slowly faded into the forest, leaving me alone once more. The journey back to my camp was a blur, my mind reeling from the encounter. The jungle, though unchanged, now felt different, as if imbued with a newfound respect for the secrets it harbored. The laughter no longer haunted me, but lingered as a gentle memory, a reminder of the unseen presence that watched over the island. Though I eventually left the island, its mysteries unresolved, the experience remains with me, a lingering fear that resides in the quiet corners of my mind. The ruins, the laughter, and the shadowy figure are as vivid now as they were then, etched into my memory. The island's secrets continue to elude explanation, but the encounter has reshaped my understanding of the world, leaving me with the unsettling knowledge that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The jungle was, in its own right, a breathing entity. Each day, as I trudged through the dense foliage, the cacophony of hidden creatures blended into a symphony of life that both soothed and tormented my senses. I was a soldier in the British Indian Army during the Arakan campaign in Burma, and the war was a distant rumble compared to the immediacy of the jungle's presence. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that clung to your skin and made every breath a labor. Yet, amidst the chaos of war, the Arakan jungles offered an odd sense of normalcy. The routine of survival anchored us amidst the larger storm. The company I was part of had grown accustomed to the rhythm of the jungle. We were a group of men, welded together by the fire of conflict, each of us aware of the other's fears and habits. The jungle was a constant, an unchanging backdrop to our daily struggles. It was easier to surrender to its embrace than to resist it, easier to let its verdant tendrils wrap around us than to fight its immensity. We had learned to read its signs, to interpret its whispers, and navigate its dense undergrowth with the expertise of those who had been hardened by necessity. It was during one of these routine patrols that the first disturbance broke the veneer of normalcy. We had been assigned to scout a section of the jungle that was, according to our intelligence, possibly infiltrated by enemy forces. As we moved deeper into the green labyrinth, the air seemed to grow denser, more oppressive. My senses were on high alert, sharpened by the ever-present danger, yet what I felt was not the usual anxiety of an impending skirmish. It was something more profound, more ancient. The jungle seemed to shift around us, its shadows lengthening and twisting in ways that defied logic. There was a moment, a fleeting glimpse of something that my mind could not fully comprehend. It was a shape, a movement at the periphery of my vision, slithering between the trees with an unnatural grace. I dismissed it initially as a trick of the light, a manifestation of my weary mind, until I saw it again. This time, others saw it too, a collective recognition of an entity that did not belong to this world. It was as if the jungle itself was harboring a secret, a hidden presence that had grown tired of remaining unseen. Our patrol continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. The men were uneasy, their usual banter replaced by tense silences, punctuated by furtive glances between the trees. We all sensed it now, an undercurrent of something watching us, something malevolent and ancient. We pressed on, driven by duty and an unspoken agreement to unravel the mystery that had enshrouded us. Each step felt like a descent into madness, the jungle closing in around us with a predatory hunger. The escalation of events was as insidious as the creeping vines that tangled our path. 2 of our men vanished without a trace, swallowed by the jungle with barely a whisper. Their disappearance was met with a grim acceptance, for we all knew that the jungle was not a forgiving adversary. Yet, there was something else at play, a deeper, more sinister force at work. We began to speak of the jungle in hushed tones, as if fearing that our words might summon its wrath. Each night as we made camp, the darkness would settle like a living entity, blanketing us with an impenetrable shroud. The usual nocturnal calls of the jungle were absent, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed down on us with a suffocating weight. It was during these nights that the dreams came, visions of an incomprehensible horror lurking just beyond the veil of sleep. I saw shapes, twisted and grotesque, writhing in a darkness more profound than any I had ever known. They whispered my name, beckoning me to join them in their eternal embrace. The climax came with the suddenness of a lightning strike. We had made camp near a river, hoping that its presence might offer some reprieve from the oppressive heat. As night fell, the air hummed with a strange energy, a vibrational pulse that resonated in my bones. It was then that the entity revealed itself, a monstrous form that defied the boundaries of reality, emerging from the jungle with a fluidity that was both beautiful and terrifying. It was as if the very fabric of the world had torn open to release this abomination, a being of shadows and whispers, its presence warping the space around it. Panic ensued, our discipline unraveling in the face of this eldritch horror. Men screamed, their minds shattering under the weight of its gaze. I stood frozen, a prisoner of my own terror, as it reached out with tendrils of darkness, each one a promise of oblivion. There was no escape from its grasp, no sanctuary in which to hide. It was as if the jungle itself had become an extension of the entity, its roots and vines lashing out to ensnare us. In that moment of despair, a clarity emerged. I understood that this entity was not of our world, not a creature born of flesh and blood. It was a manifestation of the jungle's deepest nightmares, a sentinel guarding the threshold between reality and an unfathomable abyss. As it loomed over us, I felt a strange peace settle within me, a resignation to the inevitable. The entity receded as abruptly as it had appeared, the jungle releasing us from its cryptic hold. We were left with the echoes of its presence, the jungle returning to its indifferent symphony. Our numbers were fewer, the survivors burdened with the haunted knowledge of what we had witnessed. Yet, the jungle was unchanged, its mysteries intact, its secrets guarded by an eldritch custodian. In the days that followed, the lingering fear took root in our minds, an insidious presence that shadowed our every step. The jungle was no longer a mere backdrop to our war. It had become an active participant, a sentient force with its own agenda. We spoke little of what we had encountered, the words heavy with the weight of disbelief. Yet, we all knew that the jungle held on to its secrets, waiting patiently for the next unwary soul to wander into its depths. I returned to the front lines eventually, but the memory of the jungle and its nightmare never left me. In the quiet moments, when the world around me grew still, I could feel its presence, a constant reminder of the boundaries between sanity and madness. The jungle was alive in ways that defied comprehension, its heart beating in time with an ancient rhythm that resonated through my very being. As I sit now, penning these reflections, I am struck by the sense of inevitability that pervades my memories. The jungle was never just a landscape. It was a living, breathing enigma, a repository of truths that mankind was never meant to uncover. And though I have left its shadow, the jungle remains a part of me, its whispers a constant echo in the corridors of my mind. In the heart of the Amazon, where the dense canopy keeps secrets from the sun and whispers of the wind carry the echoes of forgotten legends, I embarked on a journey that would forever alter my perception of reality. As an ethnobotanist, I was drawn toward the uncharted depths of the jungle, intrigued by stories of a plant that could cure any ailment, a botanical marvel shrouded in the myth of divine origins. Growing up, tales of the jungle god, the last of its kind, were bedtime stories that lulled me into dreams of adventure. Now, standing at the edge of the world's green lung, those stories felt like a calling. The first few days were a blur of routine. My guide, Miguel, a local with a deep knowledge of the forest, led us through the underbrush with the deftness of someone born to it. Beneath the oppressive heat and the symphony of the jungle's creatures, I felt a sense of normalcy, even peace. I documented every plant we encountered, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Our camp was a humble setup, nestled beside a clear, burbling stream, the sound of which lulled me into a sense of security each night. It was during one of these tranquil evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, that Miguel spoke of the God's Fall. His voice held an eerie reverence as he recounted the legend. Long ago, he began, a deity roamed these forests, a guardian spirit who took on the form of a great beast. As humans encroached upon its domain, it withdrew deeper into the jungle, and with it, the power it bestowed upon the land began to wane. But the god was said to have left behind a part of itself in the form of a rare plant, one that could heal mortal wounds and grant visions of the divine. I listened, captivated by his words, my skepticism tempered by the wonder of the place. The rational part of me dismissed it as folklore, yet a small, insidious seed of curiosity took root. That night, as I lay in my tent, the jungle seemed to breathe around me, each rustle and chirp a reminder of the mysteries it held. The first disturbance came when Miguel disappeared. It was early, before dawn, when I noticed his absence. His hammock lay empty, swaying slightly as if he had just left. I waited, assuming he had gone to answer nature's call. But as the hours stretched and the sun rose, worry set in. I ventured out, calling his name, my voice swallowed by the jungle. There was no response, only the indifferent chorus of life that continued around me. I retraced our path from the previous day, hoping to find some clue. Instead, I stumbled upon something far more unsettling: a clearing, untouched by the chaos of the forest, its center dominated by a massive stone, an altar perhaps, weathered by time, but still imposing. The air here was different, charged with an energy that prickled my skin, and at the base of the stone, I found a scattering of Miguel's belongings, his canteen, a small journal, but no sign of him. Panic began to seep in, a cold sweat breaking across my brow. I was alone, truly alone, the realization as suffocating as the humid air. I returned to camp, hoping against hope that Miguel would be there, waiting with an explanation. But the camp was as I left it, untouched and silent. With the sun setting once more, I made the decision to stay put, lighting a fire in the hopes it would guide Miguel back to me. Sleep was elusive, my mind a cacophony of fear and logic. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, the hairs on the back of my neck standing at attention. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. The following day, the forest felt different, more alive, as if aware of my presence, scrutinizing my every move. I set out again, driven by the need to find Miguel and an inexplicable draw toward the altar I had discovered. The path seemed to unfold before me, urging me forward. As days turned into a week, my routine became a quest. I spent long hours scouring the jungle, only to return to the altar, now a focal point of both my hope and dread. The journal I found was a trove of notes, sketches of plants, and entries in Miguel's neat handwriting, detailing observations and musings about the jungle. But the last entry spoke of a dream of transformation and a beckoning call deeper into the heart of the forest. The transformation began subtly. I first noticed it in the way the jungle seemed to respond to my thoughts. Plants would part as I approached, animals watched but did not flee, and the air buzzed with an energy that I could feel in my bones. I chalked it up to exhaustion and stress, yet each day, the sensation grew stronger, more insistent. Then came the visions, fleeting at first, like glimpses through a fogged window, shapes and shadows that danced in my peripheral vision. But with each night, they grew clearer, more vivid. I saw the god of the jungle, a creature of immense power and grace, its eyes pools of wisdom and sorrow. It walked with purpose through the forest, its presence a catalyst for life, each step leaving trails of green and vibrant growth. The climax of my experience came during a storm. The air was thick with the promise of rain, the sky a tumultuous canvas of dark clouds. I stood at the altar, a silent witness to nature's fury. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the clearing in stark relief, and in that moment, I felt a surge of energy so profound it brought me to my knees. The jungle god stood before me, no longer a figment of dreams, but a tangible presence, its eyes meeting mine with an understanding that transcended words. The transformation was complete. I felt the boundaries of my being dissolve, merging with the essence of the forest. I saw through its eyes, felt through its senses, my humanity a distant memory. The god's fall was not a demise but a passing of the mantle, a cycle of rebirth in which I was now entwined. When the storm passed, the world was changed. I was changed. The jungle was no longer a mere collection of flora and fauna. It was a living, breathing entity, its consciousness intertwined with mine. Miguel was gone, perhaps never to return, yet I understood now. The call he had followed was the same that had led me here, a summons not to heal, but to become. In the days that followed, I remained at the altar, guarding it as a sentinel of the new order. I no longer needed sustenance. The jungle provided all I required. Time lost its meaning, each day blending into the next, a seamless flow of existence. The lingering fear, however, was not for myself, but for the world beyond the jungle. I had witnessed the transformation, felt the power of the god within me, and understood its fragility. The world outside crept ever closer, its reach threatening to disrupt the delicate balance we had achieved. I feared for them, for those who would come seeking answers, only to find the same fate. Yet, I knew that should another soul be drawn to the heart of the jungle, they too would find a path, a transformation that would change everything. The jungle kept its secrets, and I, now a part of it, held them close, knowing that some mysteries were meant to remain hidden, their truths a quiet echo in the symphony of life.